electronic devices, and at no time are you to approach the dais. If you have any questions or you want to sign up for in-person testimony, please see one of the Sergeant-at-Arms. Chair Salam, we're ready to begin.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Yusuf Salam, and I serve as the chair to the Committee to Combat Hate. I would like to start off by thanking everyone for joining us here today. Although this is the first hearing for this new committee, it is not the first time the Council has addressed this topic. Sadly, this committee is needed now more than ever. From the macrocosm of global to national to the microcosm of New York City, recent years have seen a disturbing rise in xenophobia, racism, and intolerance. In the past 10 years, reports on hate crime have more than doubled in the United States, in New York State, and in our city. This includes notable rises in anti-Semitism, in anti-Black hatred, anti-Asian hatred, anti-Muslim hatred, anti-LGBTQIA+ hatred, and other gender-based violence. Across the country, neo-Nazi and white supremacy movements are increasingly visible in mainstream discourse. These groups' rhetoric stigmatizes and dehumanizes minorities, migrants, refugees, women, and any so-called other. Public spaces, community centers, houses of worship, workplaces, and even schools feel much less safe these days. Just this past Saturday, multiple shots were fired at a Matamoros Mosque in the Pike County Islamic Center. Such an attack during one of our holiest times of year, Ramadan, adds insult to injury. Thankfully, there were no reported injuries. These are not just one-off incidents. Since the beginning of this year, we've witnessed multiple hate crimes, included are the spray-painted anti-religious graffiti at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Harlem, the hateful anti-Black racist comments made during the CEC3 meeting, and a disturbing act of anti-Semitic violence, vandalism, in Graves Inn Park, where swastikas were painted on playground equipment. These hateful incidents inflict real harm on our communities, who can become afraid to come together to worship and support one another. The right to worship is not just a fundamental right, but also part of our fundamental human needs. We cannot wait for the worst to occur before taking action. While we already have agencies and systems in place that handle these incidents and crimes, the city must work with renewed focus to prevent hate and bias before they begin. We must increase monitoring of hate and bias incidents and ensure that victims of hate crimes and bias incidents have access to the support and resources that they sorely need. Today we hear legislation aimed at not only combating the rise in hate, but also protecting those who experience it. The package of legislation is as follows. Intro 1, sponsored by Speaker Julie Menon, in relation to a plan to establish security perimeters at places of religious worship. Intro 22, sponsored by Majority Leader Shawn Abreu, in relation to requiring Department of Education to distribute materials to students about the risks of social media and online hate. Intro 165, sponsored by the chair of the Jewish Caucus and the Committee on Education, Council Member Eric Dinowitz, in relation to requiring the police department to report on the status of hate crimes cases. Intro 175, also sponsored by Council Member Eric Dinowitz, in relation to a plan to establish security perimeters at educational facilities. Intro 297, sponsored by Council Member Virginia Maloney, in relation to emergency planning for religious institutions. And Intro 327, sponsored by Council Member Mercedes Narcisse, in relation to reimbursing non-public schools for the cost of video surveillance cameras. And lastly, Intro 388, sponsored by Council Member Lincoln Ressler, in relation to establishing a hotline and detailed reports on anti-Semitism and other hate-based related incidents. Before I pass it to my colleagues, I do have some of my more personal reflections to share. I have personally experienced the devastating impact of hate. Sentenced for a crime that I didn't commit simply because of the color of my skin. There was even a call for my death. Racism is very, very real. And my rights were violated, the rights of my family were violated, the rights of my very community were violated during this process. The hatred from my unfair sentence follows me here this day and every day. Follows me on social media. It follows me in what they call real life. This experience has shown me that hate is not inherent, but is in fact taught. We must confront hate in all forms, recognizing it as a learned behavior. We need to work towards healing by promoting love, by promoting inclusivity, and by promoting understanding. The fight against racism and bigotry in all forms is a responsibility we all share. The fight against racism and bigotry in all forms is a responsibility we all share. I look forward to a thoughtful discussion surrounding these issues, as well as any feedback and testimony from the administration and members of the public. I now pass it to my colleague, I now pass it to our speaker, Speaker Julie Minin.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair, Councilmember Yusuf Salaam, for your incredibly powerful words, and I couldn't be prouder that you are chairing this important hearing today. I know you're going to do great things to combat hate all across our city. So I want to talk about and really lean into what Councilmember Chair Salaam said, that the purpose of this committee is to combat hate. And it really is, as you point out, so aptly needed now more than ever. So today we'll be hearing 7 bills. These bills were born out of an act that we did the first couple weeks in January. First of all, to outline a plan to combat anti-Semitism and a 5-point plan to address it. But I want to be incredibly clear. This package of bills is designed to benefit all communities across New York City. Our city's tapestry is
in progress.
Okay. Our city's tapestry is woven of many religious faiths, backgrounds, races, creeds, ethnicities, languages, and viewpoints. Every thread is worthy of safety, dignity, and expression. But where we are today as a city, as a country, is undermining the humanity that we all so deeply deserve. I'd like to begin today's hearing by grounding us in some data that is driving the need for this committee, this hearing, and this package of legislation that will be outlined today. Hate crimes in New York City have risen every year from 2020 to 2024. For the year 2024, according to the Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes, anti-Jewish bias comprised the highest proportion of hate crime complaints, 53% to be specific, making up more than all other groups combined. For the year 2024, anti-Muslim hate crimes experienced a terrifying 69% increase. And yet, we've heard from so many community groups all across the city that as many as 90% of bias incidents and hate crimes in the Muslim community go unreported. In recent years, we've seen unprecedented attacks on houses of worship, not only nationally, but in New York City itself. Last month, congregants were harassed outside their synagogues at Park East. In 2024, there were a string of vandalism attacks of religious statues in Catholic churches across Staten Island. Last month, 74 swastikas were found at a children's playground in Gravesend Park, Brooklyn. Last Ramadan, an imam in the Bronx was attacked and nearly abducted. The picture on college campuses and educational facilities around the city is equally grim. Judge Lippman's report on CUNY, which conducted more than 200 interviews and met with over 300 people over 11 months, found widespread anti-Semitism across numerous CUNY campuses, as well as a reporting and response system that was failing its students. According to Hillel International, who tracks this data, there were 1,077 anti-Semitic incidents that were reported during the 2025 to 2026 academic year as of February 10th, 2026. There were 2,334 anti-Semitic incidents on campus tracked during the 2024-2025 academic year, the most ever since tracking began in 2019. And according to American Jewish Committee, 35% of current American Jewish college students and recent graduates report having personally experienced anti-Semitism at least once during their time on campus, with 20% reporting that it's happened to them more than one time. These numbers are sobering, and they should alarm all of us. And these are just a handful of the examples of how some communities have been the victim of hateful, threatening harassment over the last several years. I also want to be direct and address some of the misconceptions that have been raised about Intro 1 and Intro 175. These bills are pro-First Amendment. They protect the right to exercise free speech, they protect the right to freedom of movement, and they protect the right to freedom of religion. That means protecting churches, mosques, and synagogues, and all houses of worship. It means protecting Catholic, Islamic, and Jewish schools. Certainly what happened at Park East Synagogue should not happen again, and those who wish to practice their religions freely at mosques, at churches, at synagogues, or attend classes at schools should not have to navigate the obstacles of intimidation or harassment in order to do so. At the same time, we're not forgetting that our country was built on the protections of the First Amendment. Freedom of speech is truly sacrosanct, and it is a freedom that these bills will uphold. What we will not allow people to do is abuse that freedom to harass and intimidate others outside of their houses of worship or their schools. In conversation with the NYPD, we've made some amendments to the language to give the NYPD more flexibility on the size of the perimeter that they deem necessary, ensuring that there is a safe environment for anyone trying to enter schools and houses of worship. We can all agree that safety is something that should be guaranteed to all New Yorkers, no matter where they pray or where they study. So when we have instances where that safety is under threat, it is our responsibility to make sure that the NYPD has a proper framework to respond effectively and that their response is as consistent and transparent as possible. But the fact that those instances happen in the first place is something we cannot allow to occur in our city. It's why we formed this important committee to combat hate, because we must create an inclusive environment where everyone belongs. To compound our efforts in this committee, we and the City Council are investing in education. We're investing in security, and we're investing in our communities. Just last week, we hosted a roundtable with Muslim leaders across the 5 boroughs to discuss ways to combat Islamophobia. We are also at a landmark moment for political representation. We have the first Muslim mayor of New York City. We have the first Jewish speaker of the City Council. This is truly historic. But what will write the next 4 years into the history books is if it can serve as an opportunity for all of us to come together, to unite in the fight against hate, and to find new ways to join that fight. So while the voices of hate are loud, ours must be louder as New Yorkers, as friends, as human beings. And as public officials, our solutions must be robust and our actions effective. That is why we're here today, because the safety of our city depends on it. I'm so excited to hear testimony today. We thank you all so much for being here today. This is how government engages with the people it serves and understands how better to serve them. So let me turn it back to Chair Salam. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. We'll now pass it to Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Speaker. I think the Chair said it very well.
Recording stopped.
Because of me? What did I do?
Don't take that personally.
It is, I think a lot of us, when we ran for office, a lot of people were complaining about quality of life, the potholes, the tree guards, the garbage. And it is a little sad that we need an entire committee to combat hate. But this is the reality of New York City right now. And if you can imagine young girls in their hijabs being harassed, intimidated, or worse, on the way to school. Young boys in yarmulkes afraid to wear those yarmulkes on their way to school or their house of worship. Young people with a cross, they want to tuck it into their shirt because people are outside protesting, harassing, and intimidating them, and in some cases, preventing them from entering their school or house of worship. That is not the New York City that I love, and that is not the New York City that we know, and that is not the New York City that we should have. People deserve safety. People deserve their rights to be protected, which includes their right to religious worship. It includes their right to assembly. It includes their right to free speech. And with this package of legislation today, we are doing that. We are moving that forward. And how are we doing it? I think, to reiterate what the Speaker said, there has been a lot of misconception about some of this legislation, about protecting houses of worship and schools. We are instructing the NYPD to come up with a plan and to make transparent that plan so that everyone, no matter where you are on this issue, no matter whether you're outside the school or inside the school, can have transparency, can know what they're getting from our city government. That is what people deserve. People deserve a transparent city government, to know that their rights are preserved. And that's what we are doing. By creating these buffer zones and making it public, making that plan public, we are preserving everyone's civil liberties and enforcing and protecting people's right to be and feel safe, so that young girl doesn't have to question whether she could go to school because she's wearing a hijab. Doesn't have to wonder whether she'll be yelled at, harassed, intimidated. And that young boy doesn't have to take the yarmulke on his head just to walk into a school building. Or someone doesn't have to hide their cross just because they're on their way to church. That is the daylight we are proposing in Intros 1 and 175 for buffer zones around schools and houses of worship. And additionally, there's a piece of legislation, Intro 165, which is more transparency. When our communities are hit with a hate crime, it doesn't just impact an individual person that was the victim of it, or an individual house of worship. It impacts an entire community, and the reverberations are felt throughout the entire city. And the NYPD right now publishes hate crime statistics, and they say whether or not someone was arrested, the type of crime that it was, the community that was impacted. What they don't do is tell us what happens next. Okay, someone was arrested. Where are they now? Are our communities still safe? What are those next steps that are being taken to keep our communities safe? And Intro 165 seeks to address that issue by ensuring there is more transparency. So our communities, when hit by a hate crime, which we are seeing more and more of, can have that peace of mind that we all deserve. So we can not only be safe, but we can feel safe. I want to thank everyone for being here today, and of course thank our speaker and our chair of the Committee to Combat Hate, and turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll now like to pass it to Councilmember Ressler.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair Salam and Speaker Menon. And it's wonderful to see so many fellow New Yorkers here with us today. I'd like to thank Speaker Menon for the opportunity and for inviting me to carry Intro 388, excuse me. Intro 388 will establish a hotline at the New York City Commission on Human Rights for New Yorkers to report incidents of hate and bias, and it requires CCHR to publish reports on these incidents. We have seen a profoundly troubling rise in hate incidents across the city, though not all rise to the level of a hate crime. I believe it is critically important that we have an avenue for New Yorkers to report these incidents so that we can meticulously track what type of hateful incidents are occurring, in which neighborhoods, and we can then better tailor education and interventions for communities to prevent these incidents from happening again. In order for any report to be actionable, it is essential that it covers the full breadth of hate that New Yorkers tragically experience on a far too frequent basis. We have an updated version of this legislation that specifies additional categories of incidents that CCHR will have to report on. The report will include the following categories: anti-Semitic incidents, anti-Asian incidents, anti-Muslim incidents, anti-Black incidents, anti-Latino incidents, and gender-motivated incidents, including anti-LGBTQ incidents, will be the categories, but CCHR would, of course, have the discretion to report on additional categories of animus as needed. We also know that some individuals, especially victims of hate incidents, may be reluctant to report those incidents to the police. We will ensure this hotline or to CCHR. We will ensure this hotline is able to accept reports in all languages, and will work with CCHR to make sure that communities feel safe using this valuable resource. I very much appreciate the chair and the speaker holding this hearing today on the urgent topic of anti-Semitism and anti-hate more generally. We must confront and reverse the alarming increase in anti-Semitic incidents citywide. A couple of the bills in this package have rightly received a healthy amount of attention and scrutiny, as the crowd here underscores today. I believe it is essential that all New Yorkers have safe and unimpeded access to religious institutions, educational facilities, abortion clinics, and other sensitive locations. I look forward to the testimony today and hope we can find a path forward that balances the need for safe access for parishioners and students alike without creating unwieldy buffer zones that could infringe on our cherished right to protest. I am keen to understand how this legislation, directing NYPD to create plans for managing protests at houses of worship and educational institutions, will be a change from the status quo. Thank you to the chair, to the speaker, and for everyone who's here today. I'm very much looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to remind the chamber, we need to have order, so the way we clap in the chamber is this way. Thank you, appreciate it. And now we will swear in the administration, starting with the NYPD.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. If you could all raise your right hands, please. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth before this committee today?
I do.
I do.
I do. I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Speaker Menon, Chair Salam, members of the Committee to Combat Hate, all members of City Council, committee staff, and members of the public. It's my pleasure to join you today to testify regarding the discrimination protections in the New York City Human Rights Law, as well as Intro 388. I'm Joanne Kama-Ford, Deputy Commissioner of Policy and External Affairs at the New York City Commission on Human Rights, and with me today for Q&A is Jose Rios-Lua, the Commission's Chief of Staff. The Commission welcomes this opportunity to speak about the agency's efforts to combat unlawful discrimination at work, in housing, and places open to the public when that discrimination is on the basis of the more than 25 protected categories articulated in the City Human Rights Law. For over 50 years, the Commission on Human Rights has been tasked with investigating and resolving complaints of discrimination, as well as engaging in public outreach to raise awareness and prevent violations of the city human rights law. This is one piece of the infrastructure across the city to address bias and hate. The Commission is mandated to investigate, prosecute, and adjudicate violations of the human rights law, which is a civil anti-discrimination law. Under the human rights law, it's illegal to discriminate against individuals based on their actual or perceived religion, race, gender, national origin, and sexual orientation, among many other protected categories. The main areas of reported discrimination to the Commission are in housing, the workplace, and places open to the public. Housing providers, employers, and business owners are legally obligated not to discriminate and are a focus of CCHR's public-facing materials, training, and outreach. The Law Enforcement Bureau at CCHR, also known as LEB, is the part of the agency that intakes, evaluates, and investigates allegations of discrimination brought to the Commission by members of the public. Any individual can contact LEB via our live hotline, known as InfoLine, to report allegations of discrimination that are within our jurisdiction. Agency staff answer calls live during business hours 5 days a week, and the vast majority of claims that come to our agency are via this line. Year over year, the most commonly reported allegations of discrimination we receive relate to disability, gender, and race, as well as voucher discrimination in housing. When a member of the public contacts CCHR, the agency assesses whether the allegations that are reported may violate the city human rights law. If they do, staff can take a range of actions to either intervene proactively or investigate to determine whether the case should be prosecuted. These actions may include sending cease and desist letters, requesting information on policies and practices, making document demands, and interviewing witnesses. Where a caller's allegation is within the jurisdiction of another city agency or where an individual is seeking legal assistance, the Commission can refer callers to a range of other resources. If an allegation is determined to be within CCHR's jurisdiction, and an early intervention or conciliation is not appropriate or successful, the Law Enforcement Bureau will investigate to determine if it's more likely than not that discrimination occurred. Thereafter, the Bureau may continue conciliation efforts and can take the case to an administrative trial. Case resolutions can include requiring respondents to engage in training, as well as other measures to ensure future compliance with the city human rights law, such as changes to policy and practice, as well as award damages to individuals and civil penalties to the City of New York. Virtually every settlement or order from CCHR requires respondents to take a training which CCHR staff provide. These are interactive and developed in consultation with community groups, academic institutions, and other subject matter experts. Because CCHR knows there is widespread underreporting of discrimination, the Commission is continually assessing how to build trust and bridge the gap between communities and government. In addition to mandating trainings and case resolutions, the agency also proactively offers trainings to businesses, organizations, and individuals, regardless of whether a complaint has been lodged against them. These trainings include cultural competency, as well as trainings that focus on the rights of New Yorkers and the obligations of business owners, housing providers, and employers. One example of a cultural competency training that CCHR has created is Understanding the Jewish Experience and Anti-Semitism, which promotes understanding of the city's diverse Jewish communities and elaborates on the human rights law's provisions that protect Jewish New Yorkers from discrimination. Additional cultural competency trainings include understanding Muslim experiences and combating anti-Muslim bias, anti-Black racism, race and color discrimination, protections against gender identity and gender expression discrimination, and national origin, citizenship, and immigration status discrimination. CCHR's trainings are complemented by our outreach work, which is conducted with community and faith partners, some of which are mentioned in my written testimony. Our annual fiscal year 25 report highlights partnerships across diverse New York neighborhoods that allow the agency to engage with over 150,000 New Yorkers. These initiatives and the work of the Commission are just one piece of the city's broader effort to prevent and respond to bias and hate. Work to combat bias and hate is also core to the Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes, OPHC, which was established in 2019. In fiscal year 25, for the third year in a row, the Commission partnered with OPHC to administer community project grants, where an OPHC provides $10,000 to grassroots efforts aimed at reducing bias. Past awardees are also mentioned in my written testimony. Now, turning to Intro 388, the administration supports the intent of ensuring effective pathways for members of the public to report actionable hate and bias and to connect with resources to vindicate their rights. However, there's an existing city infrastructure to address bias and hate. There are pathways for the public to report unlawful discrimination to CCHR, as I've described, and to report hate-based violence to the NYPD, which we will hear more about shortly, as well as data reporting by agencies, which are all disaggregated in different ways. Accordingly, the administration looks forward to learning more from stakeholders and to further dialogue with the Council on how to most efficiently and effectively operationalize Council's objectives consistent with constitutional guardrails. In closing, thank you for this opportunity to discuss the ways the Commission and the Mamdani administration are working to prevent and respond to bias and hate in New York City. The Commission will continue working to ensure that all New Yorkers receive the protections guaranteed to them in the city human rights law, regardless of religion, gender, race, or national origin. We look forward to continuing this work in collaboration with sibling agencies, including the NYPD, OPHC, the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism, as well as with the Council. We look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker Menon, Chair Salam, and members of the Council's Committee to Combat Hate. My name is Michael Gerber, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Legal Matters for the NYPD. On behalf of Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch, I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. At the outset, I want to acknowledge the significance of the issues at hand. We are talking about the security of New Yorkers entering sacred spaces and the protection of students walking into school. We are discussing protest activity and freedom of speech on the streets of our city. We are addressing hate crimes and the data that informs public discourse around those crimes. The stakes are incredibly high, and they go to the core obligations of the NYPD: ensuring public safety, upholding constitutional principles, and solving crimes are all at the heart of our mission. With that, I want to address several of the bills before the committee. Intro 1 would require the NYPD to issue a plan for the use of buffer zones at the entrances and exits of places of worship. The NYPD had significant concerns with the initial language of the bill, which we raised in discussions with the Council. Revised language in Intro 1A is a product of those discussions, and we greatly appreciate that dialogue and collaboration. The result is a bill that is consistent with the NYPD's ability to protect people entering and leaving places of worship, as well as our commitment to facilitating First Amendment activity. We have no objections to Intro 1A. When there is a protest outside a place of worship, the NYPD has two crucial responsibilities. First, we must protect individuals attending that place of worship, exercising their First Amendment rights to the free exercise of religion and freedom of association, so that they can gather safely, without danger, without obstruction, and without interference. That is true when they are approaching and entering the location, when they are inside, and when they are leaving. Individuals who impede access to a place of worship or interfere with religious services or otherwise commit crimes against individuals coming and going from a place of worship are subject to arrest. Second, the NYPD must protect the First Amendment rights of protesters. This does not mean the protesters can go wherever they want, whenever they want. Under the law, there can be reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on a protest, though the restrictions cannot depend on the protester's message, and the restrictions cannot limit substantially more speech than necessary. Critically, any such restriction must allow for ample alternative channels of communication for the protesters to convey their message to their intended audience. This means that protesters have a right to sight and sound. That is, to be seen and heard by those that they are protesting against. These two core principles are not in tension. If individuals choose to protest against those entering a place of worship, the NYPD will ensure that they have sight and sound to the entrance of that location, consistent with the First Amendment. At the same time, the protesters will not be permitted to obstruct, impede, or interfere. I want to acknowledge that in this framework, people attending a place of worship may hear vicious speech directed at the very core of their identity. They may see signs or banners that are brimming with hate. It goes without saying that this can be gut-wrenching, infuriating, and deeply disturbing, particularly when this is happening outside a community's spiritual home. Nothing that I say should be taken in any way to minimize that pain. But the First Amendment protects the rights of protesters even when their speech is hateful. And the NYPD is obligated to ensure the rights of protesters without regard to the content of protected speech. When there is a protest outside a place of worship, the NYPD implements these two principles in a number of ways. We create frozen zones, also known as buffer zones, as necessary outside entrances and exits to a place of worship, where no one can enter except those going into or out of the location. The frozen zone needs to incorporate clear pathways in and out, so that those approaching or leaving the building are not obstructed. At the same time, we set up a space for protesters within sight and sound of the location. In these situations, the determinations that need to be made by the NYPD are extremely context-specific. NYPD executives draw on their experience and expertise and use their discretion, consistent with the law, to determine the size and contours of a frozen zone, the space designated for sight and sound, and more broadly, how we can effectively secure space around a place of worship without abridging the exercise of protesters' constitutional rights. These determinations depend on numerous factors, including the physical configuration of the place of worship, the physical layout of the surrounding space, other sensitive locations in close proximity to the place of worship, the anticipated volume of individuals coming in and out of the location, the time of day, the size of the protest, whether protesters are stationary or marching, whether there are counter-protesters, what other events may be occurring nearby, and how that may affect pedestrian or vehicular traffic, and whether there are any specific and credible threats against that place of worship. The list of relevant considerations goes on and on. These operational decisions cannot be reduced to strict, bright-line rules. To do this right, the NYPD needs to be able to make decisions based on the facts on the ground. This practical reality aligns with the law. The legal touchstone here is reasonableness. And what is reasonable turns on the particular circumstances at hand. Intro 1A will require the NYPD to issue a formal policy memorializing the considerations that go into our operational planning. We stand ready to formulate such a policy. To be clear, the policy will not alter our practices, but rather will articulate and describe what we are already doing. The NYPD is proud of the way that our officers respond to protests in this city at a variety of sensitive locations, including places of worship. Are we perfect? No, we are not. But day in and day out, the men and women of the NYPD are doing this work, this challenging work, with professionalism and care, in fidelity to the law, and our obligation to keep people safe. We will continue to do exactly that. Intro 175 is effectively identical to Intro 1, except that it applies to schools rather than places of worship. The ability to enter and exit school safely without harm or interference is non-negotiable. We also must allow protesters to exercise their First Amendment rights outside of schools. The NYPD exercises its discretion, consistent with the law, to accomplish both of these objectives. We raised concerns with the council regarding the language of Intro 175, and there is new language in Intro 175A that addresses most of those concerns. Again, we appreciate the council's partnership in crafting this legislation. One outstanding issue is the scope of Intro 175A. As drafted, the bill would apply to police activity on both public property and private property, which raises concerns. These are distinct issues, both legally and operationally, and we look forward to addressing that distinction in discussions with the council. Intro 165 would require the NYPD to report quarterly and annually regarding the prosecutorial outcomes, bail determinations, and ultimate court dispositions in every case in which someone has been arrested or indicted for a hate crime. The NYPD supports transparency regarding the disposition of cases following hate crime arrests, but that is not data that the NYPD maintains. While we document individual case outcomes, the aggregate data that this bill seeks is maintained by prosecutors' offices and by the Office of Court Administration. The council should not direct the NYPD to report data that it does not have. We would also note that the NYPD already discloses a wide array of information regarding hate crimes or cases. The NYPD reports aggregate data regarding hate crime complaints and hate crime arrests, the race, sex, and age of individuals arrested for hate crimes, and the types of animus that motivated those hate crimes. This data is reported quarterly and annually, both in total and is aggregated by precinct. All this information is available to the public on NYCD Open Data and the NYPD's website. Intro 297 would require an agency or office designated by the mayor in consultation with the NYPD and OEM to provide religious institutions with support in establishing and maintaining security plans. The NYPD already makes this support available and will continue to do so. We would welcome the opportunity to speak with the council about the resources that the NYPD provides and how they can be enhanced. At the same time, we strongly object to requiring another city agency, whether OEM or otherwise, to provide guidance on these issues. The NYPD has the appropriate expertise and experience in these matters. Other city agencies do not. Having a city agency offer guidance on security plans that may conflict with the guidance from the NYPD is a recipe for confusion. It will not enhance security and risks undermining security. The NYPD is opposed to this bill as drafted. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you as well. And I'd just like to note for the record that we've been joined by council members Krishnan, Hankerson, Mealy, Schulman, Wan, Stevens, Dinowicz, Vernikoff, Nurse, Santos Sosos. I hope I pronounced it correct. Hanif, Aviles, and did I miss anyone? Okay, and I'll pass it to Speaker Julie Menin.
Great. Thank you so much for your testimony today. So a couple questions, starting with the NYPD. How many protests have occurred near houses of worship since 2021 that has required the agency to establish a perimeter or other police presence due to concerns about any security?
Right, so we don't track the data that way. We obviously have data on demonstrations in New York City, and we track that quite closely on a daily basis. We have rough data, I would say, on protests or demonstrations outside houses of worship. What I want to emphasize, though, is that that data, it's not like there's a form, it's being reviewed and signed off on. It's operations tracking this in sort of a rough way. It's not the kind of data that I'd be prepared to say, oh, this is, precise and exact. We certainly do not have data where we're talking about frozen zones. And I think what's actually really important to emphasize in answer to that question is, we don't think about this sort of in the sort of a totally binary terms. This is a protest, and this is going to be a frozen zone protest, and this is a protest, and it's not a frozen zone protest. These situations are case by case. They are by their nature dynamic. There are decisions that need to be made in real time, and so it's not the kind of thing that really necessarily that lends itself to sort of tracking in that way, because these are fluid, dynamic situations.
Okay, and can you describe the typical characteristics of protest activities that you tend to see around houses of worship and educational institutions? And are there differences?
I'm not sure. I would say there are like fundamental differences. I guess I would say this: we see we have so many protests every day in New York City, right? We probably have, on average, maybe 10 protests a day across the city, on average, 10 to 11, I'd say. And I would think about protest activity generally, you've got this incredibly wide range, right? We talk about protests, but that means such a wide range of things. That can mean, 5 people across the street holding up signs, just standing there for an hour, and that can mean 500 people marching and saying all sorts of things. So it's an incredibly wide range. I think you see that in every context. In other words, whether it's educational facilities or places of worship or government buildings or any other institution. Sometimes it's commercial establishments. I think we see the full range of activity, ranging from small, non-disruptive protest activity to situations that obviously are a lot more complicated in their size and scope and their effect.
So I know, Michael, you've described sort of a wide range of different kinds of protest activities. So then what would trigger the NYPD to set up a perimeter? Like what is your test then to say, okay, this is a protest where we're going to establish a perimeter?
Right. So there's not like a test, right? It's not some formula that we can just say. We are very sensitive, right, to all of the factors that are at play in a given situation. And I went through some of them before, but there are more. I mean, certainly in a situation where let's say if it's any kind of sensitive location, and we want to make sure that people can go in and out in a secure way, we're going to do some sort of frozen zone at the entrance, right? We're not going to have a situation where that space at the entrance to a house of worship or a school or a hospital or a government building, or maybe a sensitive location where protesters can just block that, right? With that we cannot have. Consistent with public safety, consistent with public order. The size of that frozen zone and how we set it up and how we configure it and when we put it in place and when we take it down, that's going to be incredibly context specific and does not lend itself to a bright line test or rule. But I can say that in any sort of sensitive location, if we're going to have a protest of any size and we have reason to be concerned about the ability of people to get in and out, the way this is set up, as I said in my testimony, frozen zone at entrances and exits to make sure we're not going to have obstruction, and then also spaces for protesters so they have sight and sound.
And then how does the NYPD determine the exact size of the perimeter?
So, again, it's going to depend on many, many factors. The core question is, how do we ensure that people can go in and out without obstruction? And a lot of that turns on really just the physical configuration, right? Like, what does a space look like? How are people coming and going? And it's going to be a case-by-case determination. Obviously, when we're planning in advance, NYPD executives are looking at this. We're literally looking typically at a map or otherwise of the location, of the space, of the relevant streets. Okay, we could do the frozen zone here, we could do the frozen zone there. Sometimes this is playing out in real time. We don't have the ability to plan in advance. And then typically it'll be the incident commander, the highest ranking uniform executive on scene, in consultation with other executives. I will say that legal plays an important role in this, whether it's planning in advance or on scene. Having lawyers involved in this process is crucial to make sure we're not violating First Amendment rights. But if you look at the frozen zones that we configure, the configurations, it's not some set thing. It's going to vary case by case, depending on all of the circumstances and more that I was articulating before.
And in terms of what happened at Park East Synagogue, what did the NYPD do after that incident to prevent that from happening again?
Yes. So first, let me just say, we got that one wrong. We did. And the police commissioner, as you know, apologized for that. And that was human error. That's no more, no less. That wasn't about an issue in the law. It wasn't an issue about how we approach these things. We're not perfect. Individuals made mistakes. As a result, we didn't have the appropriate frozen zone at the entrance, and that led to a situation that should not have happened. What we did after that was, on several occasions, myself and other executives in the department spoke with all executives, all uniform executives, to walk them through really what I was talking about in my testimony, right? That sight and sound is critical. The First Amendment pieces are critical. Making sure people can go in and out safely is critical. And talking about how we think about these frozen zones, how we approach it, the need for frozen zones in these sorts of situations. We were very clear with all executives in the department that what happened at Park East was a mistake. It really can't happen again. It cannot happen again. And we walked everyone through how to do this the right way.
And in terms of the balance between establishing the perimeter, protecting the First Amendment rights to peacefully protest, so I know you say that is a case-by-case basis. So what would you say then, how is that balance achieved?
Yeah, and as I was saying before, these two things are not in tension if they're done the right way, right? I know you said balance, but I guess I would resist using the word balance exactly, because these are both two things that are critical, right? And we're not trading off the two things, and I think it's important, right? We're not trading off First Amendment rights against security or vice versa. We are fully committed to those two things. We need to ensure fully those two things, and we can do that. And I think, as I was saying before, sight and sound is a really, really, really important concept in the law and how we think about things. And when we're giving guidance to executives, that's a really crucial element. It's not the only element. I don't want to reduce it to just that, but it is an incredibly valuable shorthand for executives in thinking about these situations, particularly sometimes, right, like we have protests we didn't know about in advance. We're dealing with this in real time. It's very, very challenging. When officers are arriving on the scene, the protest is already happening. We didn't have the time to prepare. We don't necessarily have the resources we'd otherwise have on scene. It's very, very hard. And thinking about how to handle that, obviously there's the safety and security piece, of course. And the question is, okay, well, the protesters can't be over here. They're blocking an entrance. Okay, where can they go? And again, the shorthand of sight and sound is really valuable. Protesters need to be able to be seen and heard by the people they are protesting against. That's the law. It also, I think, aligns with common sense about the nature of a protest. And in my experience, our experience, time and again, we can do both things. Provide security, no one's obstructing, no one's impeding, but protesters have sight and sound to the entrance.
Okay, a couple questions for CCHR, and I know a lot of colleagues have questions, so I'm just going to go right to CCHR on this. You mentioned cultural competency trainings, including on the Jewish experience and anti-Semitism. Are these trainings created in-house or through an outside organization? And if the latter, which organization?
Yeah, so great question. They are created in-house in consultation with academic partners and community groups. It depends. It is training specific. So anti-Semitism and understanding Jewish experiences was created with the Wagner College Holocaust Center. The training that we have on Muslim bias and understanding Muslim experiences was created with a center at NYU Law School, and we have a bystander intervention training as well that was created with a community group that does bystander intervention work.
And have many people taken this training based on the Jewish experience, and are they mostly city employees, and has every agency taken this training?
So, great questions. I can say not every city agency has taken this training. City agencies have taken this training. We offer the training free of charge. We have done it on several college campuses. Maybe that's not surprising. We've done it in private institutions. We have the numbers, which I can share in a moment with you. But they are widely available, and we work very hard to get the word out on these trainings. This training itself was actually recognized in the Biden administration's national anti-Semitism strategy as a best practice for state and local governments. I would say maybe just two more things on this space. I mentioned in my testimony the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism, who we expect to be a partner in both refining and sharing this training with members of the public moving forward.
Has the City Department of Health taken the training?
I believe that parts of the City Department of Health have taken the training, but I would have to confirm our, with our trainings data and circle back to you on that specific question.
Yeah, if you could get back to us if the City Department of Health has taken the training and, which and how many city employees have taken that training from the Department of Health. Definitely want to know that data. Are all CCHR employees required?
I will say one thing, just that my colleague is reminding me, that all city EEO officers have taken both the Understanding Jewish Experiences and Understanding Muslim Experiences training. But sorry to cut you off, Speaker.
Are all CCHR employees required to take these trainings?
All CCHR employees take these internal trainings, these trainings internally, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have more questions, but I know many colleagues have questions, so I'm going to turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to note that we've also been joined by Councilmember Sanchez, Councilmember Caban, and Councilmember Abreu on Zoom, and in the chambers by Hudson, Lee, and Ong. I'd like to start by asking some questions to the NYPD. So there's several sections of the patrol guide that do not currently appear to be public. These include procedures number 213-11, policing special events, crowd control, 213-15, duties and responsibilities at special events, and 213-20, response to First Amendment activities, procedure 213-21, tiered approach to policing First Amendment activities. Can you please describe why these or other sections may not be made public, either temporarily or permanently?
Sure. So other than 21, I thought they were public. We'll have to check on that. I was under the impression that they were. And 21, actually in preparing for this hearing, noticed that it was not, and we're going to address that. So with regard to patrol guide procedures like this, we are sensitive about making public sort of operational procedures for obvious reasons that certain operational matters should not be disclosed publicly. That said, our general approach to how we do this, we need to be transparent about that. We want to be transparent about that. So, Chair, we'll look at that. Again, I thought those other procedures were public already, so we'll look at that. And then 21 is actually implementing the protest settlement. It tracks in a variety of ways the protest settlement terms, which of course are public. So we will look at making disclosures there. We do want to review it just for any particular operational issues, operational pieces that should not be disclosed. But I think we can respond to that going forward.
And can you please explain how the Payne settlement has impacted these sections?
Right. So that section 21 that you referenced really is tracking and implementing the protest settlement. As part of that settlement, in phase 1 of that settlement, we overhauled our trainings, we overhauled our policies, and created new trainings in light of those policies. I should say that the changes to those policies, which again align with the protest settlement, were part of a process with Plaintiffs' Counsel in that case. And so Plaintiffs' Counsel and various public advocacy organizations that are part of that case, reviewed the policy changes. We had back and forth about the policy changes. So it was a very dynamic and process with Plaintiffs' Counsel in that case until we sort of came to the final new revised policies.
And have any of these sections been affected by or will be affected by the review order by former Mayor Eric Adams, which was removed by current Mayor Mamdani in Executive Order number 2 of this year? And are any of these other sections of the patrol guide that were affected or that you anticipate being affected by this review?
So with regard to Executive Order 2, I'm making sure I'm answering the right question. There was an executive order under Mayor Adams directing the NYPD to review policies and practices and the law in connection with protests outside places of worship. There was then an executive order under Mayor Mamdani essentially reissuing that with some changes. There were some changes in the language, but sort of calling upon directing NYPD and the law department to essentially conduct that review, which we are doing. We are very engaged on that at the NYPD, at the law department. Obviously, the new Corporation Counsel was just confirmed, and we are very much in dialogue with him on these issues and looking at this. So that process is ongoing. I think it would be premature to say, what the product of that process will be, but we are very much looking at that.
Can you please elaborate on how the NYPD works with different communities in a preventative response and even restorative manner as applicable? And please particularly note if you work with the Office for the Prevention of Hate Crimes, the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism, and any other interfaith network or community groups. And can you tell us more about how the NYPD works with the communities and community organizations representing groups that are affected by large numbers, particularly severe hate crimes? For example, we know that anti-trans crimes are one category that are more likely to be violent, and that property damage is particularly common for anti-Semitic acts.
So I'm going to ask Chief Arias, who's one of the senior executives in the Detective Bureau, to address these questions. And Chief Arias oversees numerous components of the Detective Bureau, but one of them actually is the Hate Crimes Task Force, so he's going to speak to this.
Good morning. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Council Member, for your question. The NYPD's Hate Crime Task Force investigates all incidents of possible bias as they occur. And over the course of investigation, the commanding officer and his command staff is tasked with maintaining relations with victims and with stakeholders, whether non-governmental organizations, nonprofits, or local community members. Over the course of the active investigations, very often they work with the local precinct commander or the executive officer and or the community affairs liaison in each respective precinct to maintain some relationship with affected groups. Although this does not occur in every crime, it occurs holistically across the course of the calendar year or the operational period. Since the most recent commanding officer of the Hate Crime Task Force has been assigned, which is dating to November of 2025, that commanding officer has met with religious groups, NGOs and civic organizations, nonprofits, and government entities. It also, the CO of the Hate Crime Task Force also maintains liaison with the Hate Crime Review Panel, who oversees and acts as a litmus test for active investigations and closed investigations on a monthly basis.
Thank you. Does the NYPD have any particular relationship or other community outreach protocols for K through 12 schools and higher education institutes? And if so, please describe them.
So if you're talking about public schools, obviously we have an entire school safety division that among many things does that work. In terms of private schools or private institutions, right? That is part of the job of a commanding officer in a precinct. That is part of the job of community affairs officers in a precinct. The CO, the community affairs officers, they're responsible for those relationships, reaching out, communicating with school leadership and the leaders of other institutions, being reachable and available for feedback, open lines of communication. That's one of the core responsibilities of a CO and that CO's team.
Thank you. I'd like to note for the record that we also been joined by Councilmember Maloney, and I am going to pass it to Councilmember Abreu to make his statement on his bill.
We're trying.
Councilmember Abreu, we're trying to unmute you. Just give us a second. All right, we've got some technical difficulties on the Zoom. I'm going to ask just one or two more questions and then come back. Apart from protests or rallies, what other security-related events might affect schools or universities, and please describe the range of incidents for which the NYPD provides advance or preventative support. For example, police presence during high-profile events, in the event of threats, etc.
If we're talking about police presence outside a school, for example, but I think is what you're asking about. Obviously, officers going on a private property is a different issue, which of course happens. But putting that to the side, in terms of policing outside a school or an institution in connection with some event, it's an incredibly wide range. It could be there's going to be some. Let's say high-level government official is going to be there. There are security concerns. There's some just major event, and we're worried about crowd control, right? There could be security concerns. There are crowd control concerns. Again, that's separate from protests, right? Sometimes you just have large gatherings for whatever reason. You could have, if you have some large graduation, for example, and just a question about people on the sidewalks and getting around and crowd control. That's the kind of thing, again, that, the local CO is in dialogue, or the community affairs officers are in dialogue with an institution. They hear, hey, there's going to be this big event happening. We're having this graduation, be a ton of people. We're concerned about congestion outside the school or, a movement outside the building. That's the kind of thing where sometimes the police presence is going to be valuable to facilitate just, people's movement in and out. And again, then there are sometimes situations where, hey, for whatever reason, we have a security concern, and then we're going to address that on a case-by-case basis.
Please share the numbers and trends regarding hate crimes and bias incidents for each reported bias motivation in the years since 2021.
Council member, thank you for your question. Since 2021, we've seen a steady increase of 551 to 646 to 671 to 665, so a small diminishment, to 565 in 2025. Currently, year to date, we have 94 in 2026.
Thank you. I believe we got the technical issues worked out, so Councilmember Abreu.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to briefly express my support for this package of bills aimed at combating hate in all of its forms. At a moment when too many New Yorkers are feeling targeted or unsafe, it's critical that we respond with clear action and a united front. These pieces of legislation send an important message that hate, bias, and intimidation will not be tolerated in our city. I'm proud to stand with my colleagues, proud to stand with my speaker in supporting this package and advancing protections for all of our communities. Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I'll send it back.
Thank you. And Councilmember Bray, if you have any questions, you may ask.
Yeah, my question for the administration is, just want to make sure, state for the record, there are no legal objections that the department has with Introduction 1 and Introduction 175, is that correct?
So as I said, with regard to the language of 1A, right, we had concerns before, and again, in dialogue with the council, those concerns were addressed. We do not have concerns about the language in 1A. With regard to
175 is public and private, right? I remember you saying.
Yeah. So the concern there, which my hope is that we can work with the council on that, is I think 175A seems to contemplate a plan that includes policing not only on the sidewalks or streets outside of schools, on public property, but also seems to contemplate that the plan would include policing on private property. Obviously, there are situations where the NYPD is taking action on private property, of course. But I think that that's really raises a different set of issues, different set of concerns, legally and operationally. And so I think we would want to work with the council to have that language about the plan including policing in private space taken out of the bill.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Now I'm going to pass it to Lynn Schulman.
Thank you, Chair. So, as it turns out, 2 years ago today, Speaker Menon, myself, Councilmember Dinowitz, and other colleagues were in Israel to witness firsthand the devastation of what happened on October 7th. Since then, hate, especially anti-Semitism, has risen exponentially. So, and it's very apropos that we're having this particular hearing on this day. That is why this package of bills before us today is so important. So I have some questions for the NYPD. First, and I want to give a shout out to Commissioner Tisch, because one of the things that I really like about her is the accountability that she has for all of the NYPD. So a couple questions. One is when when Speaker Menon talked about the perimeters and who makes that decision and does that come from One Police Plaza? Does that come on the local level? Is there a combination of?
Right. So there certainly are situations where there's we know about a protest in advance. We appreciate in advance that it's going to raise these sorts of issues, right? At a place of worship or otherwise. And then, in my experience, executives at One Police Plaza are planning how we're gonna handle that and what it's gonna look like in terms of both frozen zones and sight and sound, and more broadly, right, in terms of what are the appropriate resources and who's gonna be the incident commander, that sort of thing. So that's one situation. I can't say that happens. It does not happen in connection with every protest in the city or even most protests in the city. We have, 10 plus protests a day. But so sometimes it's at One Police Plaza. There certainly are times, even for planned protests, where, ones we know about in advance, where you have the incident commander on scene making those determinations. And again, I do want to emphasize that sometimes where we have protests where we just didn't know about them in advance and we're responding in real time, again, the incident commander is going to have to make decisions. Again, sometimes with also very limited resources on hand, initially at least. But yeah, so it's sometimes One Police Plaza, and sometimes it's going to be the incident commander on scene in real time. I do want to emphasize also, I think this is important, even when we have a plan in advance and senior department executives have reviewed that plan, approved the plan, that sort of thing, it is critical that incident commanders have discretion. Mm-hmm. Right? It's really, really important because as I was saying before, the facts change, right? We thought it was going to be this, it turns out to be that. We thought the size was going to be this, we thought that. We thought they were going to be stationary, the protesters. Turned out the protesters are marching. And so incident commanders, constrained by the law, of course, and constrained by department policy, do have discretion.
So what I want to ask also, when hatred turns up in some of our schools, is that the DOE that's supposed to coordinate with the electeds or the NYPD, or how does that work? Does it get reported to the NYPD? Because there have been instances, particularly in my district, where there's a little bit of miscommunication there.
Well, certainly, if we're talking about criminal conduct,
Well, swastika's on a desk.
right? I mean, that should be reported to the NYPD. If there's swastikas are being drawn or otherwise on city property, mm-hmm. that is criminal conduct, okay. That should be reported to the NYPD. Obviously, what's going on in schools does present particular sensitivities. If we're talking about particularly young people, I want to be very clear. I'm not suggesting that we're going to handle that the same way we would handle it with adults. But yes, if there's a swastika on any city property, including city property in schools, that needs to be reported to the NYPD.
Do you have, because I know commanding officers, they change around every so often and all of that. So Do they get training? Do commanding officers get training in hate crimes when they come to the precinct?
As part of their promotional process from the rank of lieutenant to captain, they received that training in the leadership training school from the Hate Crime Task Force.
Okay, and then my last question is hate crimes covered in the CompStat meetings with the commanding officers?
As any case through the investigative process, like special victims or central robbery, if it is applicable, it will be pulled and discussed at a CompStat meeting.
I mean, I think that it should be just a category, like there are categories of other crimes that you should look at it on a precinct-by-precinct basis.
Correct, and it is, and it's
Okay.
analyzed and broken down granularly, both on the CompStat sheet and over the course of the citywide CompStat sheet.
So Councilmember Schulman, just to be clear, because I think we may have misunderstood the question with regard to CompStat. There are two things. There's the CompStat book, the data, right?
Right.
And to your point, yes, hate crime data is broken out as part of that CompStat book because it is so important. Separately, what the chief was saying is there also are times when you're having a CompStat meeting and the leadership of the department is talking about particular cases. Hey, what's happening with this? What's happening with that? Sometimes those are hate crimes cases.
So oh, I'm sorry. You were saying something?
No, I was gonna move to the,
Can I just ask just one more question? Thank you. So, it's actually a comment. So, commanding officers have differing opinions, and I've spoken to a number of them, about whether or not something rises to the level of they report it to the hate crimes unit. So that's something you guys should take a look at. That's all. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate the accommodation.
you're welcome. And we're gonna move online to the members of the Assembly, starting with Jeffrey Dinowitz. We'll move to Assemblymember Lasher. And now we'll move to Assemblymember Wepburn. Not, we're going to move to Darlene Mealy.
I want to thank the speaker for having this important meeting, because no one should be able to hate. And one thing I wanted to ask the commissioner, I wish she was here, because that would have been a great thing, and I want to thank you for even apologizing, saying that something did happen wrong at that church. And I want to thank the speaker, what she said, if people feel that was okay, our voices should be louder. I feel church is sacred, and if you denigrate a church, what is this world coming to? So I just want to thank this body for having these legislations. I don't feel that we should have to legislate this, but our spiritual well-being is at stake. So that we have to get the police involved. I wanted to ask you, if there's a situation which the NYPD deemed was a hateful protest happening outside of a house of worship, what typical distance from the house of worship would the NYPD impose on that situation?
So a few points. First, and this is very important, it's not about the content of the speech itself. It can't be. It can't be. We can and do, consistent with the law, impose time, place, and manner restrictions for safety reasons and security reasons. But it cannot turn on the content of the speech. So the fact that the speech is hateful in and of itself cannot affect that analysis as a legal matter.
I was speaking how, what distance?
Right.
Could
And
you
so-
explain that?
Sure,
Because I don't have that
sure.
much time.
So the way we do it, it's not, we're not setting in advance some particular distance, right? It's not, and I think it's really important to emphasize this. We're not taking some tape measure and saying it's going to be X feet or Y feet.
Why would you not? When we do New York elections, we have to stay 100 feet away from the polling site. So why can't you have something 200 feet from houses of worship?
Right.
So could you explain that to
Sure,
me?
sure. So there are a few pieces of that. So first,
Quickly, please.
right, yeah, no, I understand. I'll do my best. But it's an important question. There are a few things baked in.
Yes.
So first of all, the test is reasonableness. And in any situation in which the PD were to say in advance, oh, we're going to have some bright line rule for the number of feet, it's really going to run into legal issues. It is. Because it has to be case specific, context specific to avoid legal problems. That's one thing.
So-
Second, if I may, the electioneering issue is a very different issue for a number of reasons. And if I may continue. So first of all, I think it's important to emphasize, the electioneering law does not create anything that looks remotely like a frozen zone or a buffer zone. It's not. In fact, you can be within 100 feet of a polling site and engage in First Amendment activity. You can't engage in electioneering. You can't tout a particular candidate or
No
a particular
matter
party.
what, it's 100 feet, and everyone, the NYPD, some people came closer, they was in front of I have to go inside and tell the NYPD inside the polling site, come outside and make sure they're 100 feet. They will come out with a measuring tape. So I'm saying, why not the house of worship? We have to do this.
The Supreme Court, in talking about these electioneering laws, in a case called Burson, actually distinguished the electioneering situation from other situations. If you read the case, I think any fair reading of that case says that they were carving out a special rule for polling sites because of various considerations in terms of the history of those electioneering restrictions and particular concerns about voter intimidation and fraud.
It's the same thing as houses of worship.
But the way that
All right.
the Supreme Court has structured this, they really have distinguished between polling sites and carved out a special rule for polling sites that is not generally applicable to other types of locations.
May I have one more question? Because I still feel that should be implemented. If the state can do it, we should be able to do it with the NYPD to make sure everyone is safe. I don't know about anyone. I'm Christian, love the Lord, and I want to make sure once I go into worship, when I come out, I want to be at peace. I don't want to have to be on guard now to change my spirit. And one other thing, how does the NYPD ensure that journalists and the press have their full First Amendment rights protected in chaotic and crowded situations? And how does this apply to situations where physical barriers are in use?
Right. So journalists have wide-ranging access at protests. We have to give them access, both because of the law and also because of the protest settlement, which actually speaks to this issue. There are certainly situations in which we are clearing an area and ultimately no one can be there, and that can include journalists. However, journalists have to be able to be in a position to cover these events. We have lots of situations where we are allowing
Could you give us one example
I think it's
of other forms of crowd control that NYPD consider less restrictive or more flexible than physical barriers?
so when we are setting
A
up
quick example.
Sure. So what we use are we sometimes use metal barriers. There are times when officers stand there essentially and really say, hey, you can be over here but not over there. Sometimes the officers simply form a line. That happens. And quite frankly, there are times when we are very much in dialogue with protesters. We always try to be in dialogue with protesters. It's not a confrontational situation. The protesters say, we're going to be over here. There's no need for barriers or anything. It's totally worked out, and it's a very straightforward situation. So there are times when we don't need barriers or any substitute.
I could take another question after round two. Thank you.
Sure, absolutely.
Councilmember Salam. Speaker, thank you for this hearing.
Thank you. We're going to
And
go
thank you,
now.
Chair of Jewish Caucus Demowitz also.
We're going to go now to the members of the Assembly who are on Zoom. We have Jeffrey Dinowitz, Member Lasher, and Member Werpen in a room.
Okay, good morning, council members. Thank you, Speaker Menon, Chair Salam, We have several of us from the Assembly who'd like to say a few words. We'll all be brief because there are a whole bunch of us. As we all know, October 7th, 2023, a genocide was committed, led by the terrorist group Hamas. 1,200 Israelis were viciously murdered, 250 were kidnapped, many other people were raped during that time. But shockingly, after October 7th, it was hate crimes against Jewish people that skyrocketed in New York and around the world. Right now, a majority of the hate crimes in New York City are committed against Jewish people, despite the fact that Jews comprise maybe 10% of the population. I just want to say thank you to the council members who are sponsoring this package of bills, Speaker Menon, Councilmember Dinowitz, and the other members who have bills in this package. We have to do something, and I'm pleased that the council is taking action on this. You know, phrases like globalize the intifada, from the river to the sea, phrases that call for the extermination of Jews should be denounced, but yet they are so freely spoken these days, and that is really horrible. I've lived in the Bronx all of my life, and never have I ever felt any discrimination because I was Jewish, discrimination against me as an individual. Yet after October 7th, for the first time in my life, I started to feel that. I started to get hate on Twitter and in other social media. This never happened before. It never happened before the 1,200 Israelis, not all of whom were Jewish, were viciously slaughtered. So the fact that the council is taking action and trying to address the situation is really a very positive step. We've seen the increase in anti-Semitism, which traditionally has been mostly from the far right, to increase to the far right and the far left. That is what is happening today. We have to stand up, we have to speak loudly and speak loudly as a community against anti-Semitism and all hate. And that's what this package of bills does, I think. People should not be afraid to go into a house of worship. They should not be afraid to go into an educational institution or anything else that's addressed by these bills. So I applaud all of you, and now I will turn it over to my colleague, Assemblymember Weprin. Thank you.
Shortly.
I'm Assemblyman David Weprin, representing the 24th Assembly District in Queens. I am also president of the National Association of Jewish Legislators, encompassing Jewish legislators from over 40 different states. Anti-Semitism is rising in New York City, and the data is undeniable. In January alone, there were 31 reported anti-Jewish hate crimes, representing more than 180% increase from the previous year. Jewish New Yorkers deserve to feel safe in their homes, in their streets, and in their houses of worship. I commend Speaker Menon and Chair Salam for recognizing the urgency of this crisis and putting forward a comprehensive citywide strategy to confront the scourge of hate. Meeting this moment requires decisive leadership and sustained action, and that is exactly what this plan seeks to deliver. I fully support the package of bills. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal. I'm chair of the Assembly Committee on Housing, and I represent the Upper West Side, parts of Hell's Kitchen in the 67th
I'm sorry, Assemblymember, we can't hear you. Can you repeat what you said?
I'm sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I'm Assemblymember Linda Rosenthal. I represent the Upper West Side, parts of Hell's Kitchen in the 67th Assembly District. I'm also chair of the Committee on Housing. And first off, I'd like to thank Speaker Menon for shining a spotlight on the scourge of anti-Semitism. I'm the proud daughter and granddaughter of immigrants who had to flee Nazi Germany for a safe and better future. And for the past 20 years, I've proudly represented a large Jewish population on the west side of Manhattan. Anti-Semitic attacks are surging across the United States, and while anti-Semitism is a tale as old as time, it should be no surprise that there's been a sustained increase in anti-Semitic acts and hate crimes since the beginning of 2016. In early February, NYPD reported that anti-Jewish hate crimes increased by 180% this past January over last year. Now, anti-Semitism is not unique to New York or New York City, but we here who represent New York have a responsibility, a moral responsibility to confront hatred, whether it be physical, verbal, wherever and whenever it rears its ugly head. And I've worked with local law enforcement to report and erase anti-Jewish epithets carved into our park benches, church doors, or sprayed onto buildings. I've also worked with Jewish schools and synagogues in my district on security measures to ensure they feel safe going about daily life. And I've also organized Holocaust programming in my local schools. And that is why I'm in strong support of this holistic slate of bills that would expand education, security, and infrastructure measures in New York City to address anti-Semitism. We know that far too many young people are unaware of the atrocities of the Holocaust. That's deeply disturbing. We cannot say never again if new generations of New Yorkers can't explain what happened. So, our young children who navigate a brave new world, they see a social media landscape dominated by lies, fake news, misrepresentations. It's our responsibility, our duty to provide them with the unvarnished truth about the horrors of that time, the deadly impacts of dehumanizing an entire population. Education is the cornerstone of that attempt. And we must double our efforts because never again must mean never again. I'd also like to thank my colleague, Assemblymember Sam Berger, for getting us here today. And once again, the council, Councilmember Salam, and the Speaker, Julie Menin. Thank you so much.
I'm Assemblymember Michael Asher, representing the 69th Assembly District on the Upper West Side and in Morningside Heights. And I'm very pleased to be here, and with gratitude to Speaker Menin and her colleagues in the council for introducing this package of legislation to address the very real, very concerning rise in anti-Semitism in our city. All one needs to do is walk into a synagogue. When I go into my synagogue, I am struck by the extent of the security measures that exist today that did not exist when I was a kid, because that is what we must do in this time to make sure that people entering a synagogue are safe. And people entering houses of worship broadly should be safe. That's why we've introduced legislation here that is complementary to the legislation that the council is hopefully enacting soon to make sure that everyone can enter into a house of worship without running through a gauntlet of hate. We have a lot of work to do to improve mutual understanding, to reduce hate in our society. But what government can and must do is use the tools available to it to ensure that people can move safely through the streets of our city and in and out of their houses of worship. And that's what this legislation will do. It is entirely compatible and critically compatible with protecting New Yorkers' rights to free expression. And I'm confident in the leadership and the rank and file of the NYPD to put this legislation into practice once the council passes it. So again, I'm grateful to our colleagues in city government, grateful to the leadership of Speaker Menin, and urge the enactment of the entire package as soon as possible. Pass the mic over to Assemblyman Berger.
Thank you. Oh, we're good? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh. My name is Assemblymember Sam Berger. I represent the 27th District, which covers Kew Garden Hills, Forest Hills, Electchester, College Point, and Whitestone. There is a lot of pushback on this legislative package on the grounds of First Amendment and free speech rights. It was in my district in January, my community, my home, where protesters came, and we heard them loud and clear when they said that they support Hamas. We heard them loud and clear when they said that they support October 7th. And I brought a measuring tape because I was there when that event happened. They were not 25 feet away. They were not 100 feet away. They were 300 to 500 feet away, and we were able to hear them and hear their calls for hate. And no speech was taken away. No First Amendment rights were removed. We heard them. I heard them. My community heard them. I had a call from a mother living in one of the houses nearby, huddled with her children, the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, who heard them loud and clear. We have to be doing more. And this is a tremendous first step, and I urge the passage of this package swiftly. I am tremendously grateful to Speaker Menon for her moral clarity on this, for working swiftly on this. It should not take 6 months of a listening period to take action to combat anti-Semitism. It should not take months of reviewing or having a legal review to make determinations on what can help combat anti-Semitism. We have to take action. We have to do more. This is a tremendous first step. I am tremendously grateful for Speaker Menon's leadership on this, and I hope we can pass this swiftly. Thank you very much. I think that's it.
We had two other colleagues, but they haven't.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much for joining us today from Albany. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your compelling testimony. Thanks.
We'll now pass it to Councilmember Sandy Nurse.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of questions. As it relates to incidents of violence at houses of worship, can you let us know how many incidences have occurred where entrances or exits have been blocked that the NYPD has responded to? And if you could keep it brief and concise.
Yeah, I don't have data on that. I don't know that we track it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, so you don't have the data.
No.
And just to reaffirm, just a yes or no, does the NYPD patrol guide or any other written policy already specify how you respond to a protest at a house of worship?
We have several policies that speak
Yes,
to how we.
yes or no?
There are several policies that speak to how we deal with protest situations, and they apply broadly both to houses of worship and to any other.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes. That said, from what I'm hearing today, this bill essentially asks you to write down what you already have written down, but doesn't substantially change how you would respond at all. Yes or no?
The bill would not change what we do day to day.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes.
It would require us to articulate and put in words and on paper what our approach is in these situations.
Which you have multiple written documents about already, which you just said you
This would
did.
require us to put forward a plan with regard to protests in the vicinity of houses of worship, places of worship,
Okay.
and how we, the various considerations that go into how we address those.
Understood. So given that, yes or no, does the NYPD support legislating buffer zones?
The NYPD has no objection to Intro 1A.
Do you
We
support
have
legislating
concerns
buffer
about the
zones? Could you
initial
just
bill.
answer that?
I don't know what that means. I'm not sure
Well,
what that
that's what the
question
bill
means.
is asking you to do, write a
That's
plan about a
not,
buffer
that's actually
zone.
not what the bill says.
Okay.
It's not. The bill says, as I understand it, Intro 1A now, not the initial language, but Intro 1A.
Well, we're talking about Intro 1A because that's what we're going to be deliberating on.
Okay. So Intro 1A, as I understand it, says that the NYPD is to put forward a plan that articulates the considerations that go into how we deal with a number of issues at a protest outside a place of worship, including the use of, we would call it frozen zones or buffer zones.
Okay.
But again, it is articulating and putting forward in a way that's transparent with the public how we.
Understood.
How we utilize these
You've already said that. So yes, you support this, is what you're saying.
I'm saying we have absolutely no
No.
objection to this bill.
Okay, same thing. My concern here is we're putting forth a symbolic bill that doesn't really address the real concerns and fears that are being expressed today and that are held by a broad spectrum of New Yorkers. And I would really want to see this committee and this council spend more time deliberating, exploring, at data-backed solutions to preventing acts of hate in our communities. And I don't personally think that's what this is. I think this is reacting. I have one other question since we've kind of extended time to others. So I do have a question. If a member of the public brings a gun to a protest on a campus, what is the NYPD's obligation there?
They would be bringing a firearm to a sensitive location.
And it's open and exposed.
And they would be subject to arrest.
Okay. And what happens if the NYPD fails to do that? If the officer fails to do that?
If an officer was aware of all the relevant facts. And
If he
failed-
saw an exposed gun at a protest on a campus?
Right. If the officer had the relevant facts and failed to take police action, that person would be subject to internal discipline.
Okay. And lastly, for CCHR, if a city employee said about another Muslim person that that person is a terrorist lover or that they want Jews to burn in an oven, how would the city, CCHR respond? What was the obligation of the city towards that city employee?
Thank you for the question. As we've discussed in our testimony, the way our law enforcement bureau works, if someone contacts CCHR and says, I believe I've been discriminated against because of my race, my religion, my national origin, that moves to an investigation, and we look at what was said, what was the motivation for what was said in employment. There's the potential that it's a hostile work environment claim that is actionable under the law, but that's going to be fact specific.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Councilmember Aviles. I'm going to pass it to Councilmember Caban on Zoom.
Thank you. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to start by saying that I think that there is a broad consensus amongst the members of this council, and certainly myself, that we understand and are concerned about just rising hate and the fear that people legitimately feel walking into different spaces, whether it is their house of worship or other safe space, based on the intersection of whatever identities they hold. I think our concern here, or some of our concern, is that we want to make sure that we're doing this effectively and not impeding constitutional rights. We've heard a lot of data about the rise in hate violence, but what I have yet to see is data or research on the efficacy of certain interventions and whether this is the right intervention as opposed to lots of other interventions that are available, that there is a level of data and research around. I want to start by talking about Intro 175 first. It works with it. I want to know how it would work with an educational institution like NYU, right? Like NYU has no established campus to speak of, and it owns and maintains buildings across the city. So, yeah, talk to me. How would it work with a facility like that?
So again, I think I want to distinguish between the extent to which the bill speaks about private property, what's happening on private property, let's put that to the side, talking about the entrances to NYU buildings, right? I don't know that it matters so much whether it's, a campus or a one-off building. I mean, if there's a concern about individuals potentially blocking access to a school facility, whether that's the entrance to a campus or the entrance to a standalone building, we would want to make sure that people have clear access. I'm not sure that it matters really that it's a campus entrance or a single building entrance.
I think, and I'm going to give an example that raises a concern that folks have, is that, with the concentration of NYU buildings around Washington Square Park, for example, we can imagine an omnipresent police presence in a traditional public forum that would create a substantial risk of violating the First Amendment, right? Like this bill is silent on that kind of scenario. So how would the NYPD balance the requirements of this bill with the Constitution? How would the NYPD balance the requirements of this bill with the settlement agreement in the cases around the summer 2020 protests?
Sure. So I think I understand the question. The way certainly we're thinking about this, and we have to sort of, when the bill becomes law, if we're creating a plan, the goal is not 100% not to have some sort of, just like full-time or even part-time, just like, frozen zones put up outside NYU buildings or outside the NYU campus. These are responses to particular events, particular situations. In the normal course, day to day, not only would there not be some omnipresent frozen zones, there wouldn't be frozen zones at all. That said, if we learn, okay, this afternoon there's going to be this protest outside this building, we're concerned about making sure people can get in and out securely and safely, then we would say, okay, we're going to do, consistent with the First Amendment, potentially a frozen zone outside that entrance to make sure things can go smoothly. But it would not be, the way I understand the bill, is not, oh, there's some sort of full-time frozen zone situation.
But to Councilmember Nurse's point, your understanding of the bill is that these procedures and plans are memorialized in the handbook and other policies that exist, and this would be a duplicative rememorialization of those plans, but with specific questions around the creation of frozen zones or buffer zones.
So just to be clear, we do have a number of policies involving how we.
No, that's already on the record.
But I want to answer your question, Councilmember. I want to respond to your question, which is to say that what the bills do is they would say, okay, it would require us to have new policies particular to. I'm just trying to answer your question.
It's asked and answered. It's been answered.
But you asked me the question. I just want to answer your question, Councilmember.
And I said it's asked and answered. I withdraw it. You can do it that
sure.
way. I withdraw the question. Thank you, Mr. Gerber. So I want to ask, intros 1 and 175, do they undermine the settlement that the city, because this was talked about a little bit, but not in a lot of detail. Do they undermine the settlement that the city and the protest cases that stemmed from the summer 2020 protests with the NYPD response to First Amendment activities? And I specifically want to give the context around this, right? Like, a central component of the settlement agreement is a tiered approach to protest policing. And then under the protest settlement agreement, the NYPD is tasked with promoting, whenever and wherever possible, First Amendment activity. And so the agreement implemented a tiered NYPD response to protest to prevent the chilling of free speech that occurs as a matter of course when there's an outsized police presence. And then the same outsized presence can also escalate tensions between protesters and police. So how would the two bills interact with NYPD's obligation under the tiered approach in the settlement agreement?
The protest settlement binds us by court order. Any plan that would be formulated under these bills would have to be consistent with the protest settlement. We obviously could not put anything in the plan that was contrary to the requirements of the protest settlement.
Okay, so I mean, it sounds like there is some tension there because
no, I don't see that at all. The creation of frozen zones or buffer zones outside a place of worship or a school is in no way inherently inconsistent with the protest settlement.
But because of those things because of what is laid out in the protest settlement agreement, my question is, will these bills require the NYPD to create new regulations to maintain the requirements of the settlement and the security perimeters for them to coexist?
Councilmember, I'm not trying to understand the question. We will not violate the protest settlement. Any plan will have to conform to the protest settlement. And the creation of frozen zones in appropriate situations does not violate the protest settlement.
Okay. I think I've gone over. I can't see the time, by the
Yeah,
way.
the time has
apologies to the
expired.
staff. Okay, I'm going to close. I'd like to, if it's possible, sign up for a second round of questions. But I just want to close by saying, again, we heard from the assembly member, I think it was Berger, who said that it wasn't 25 feet away, it wasn't 100 feet away, it was several hundred feet away that synagogue members heard hateful speech. And it goes back, I think, to a lot of our points around what will be the most effective way to attack hate violence. And if there is data research to be looked at about what interventions are more effective than the ones that are being presented today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Pass it back to Alexis Aviles.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everyone, for being here. This is a very important topic. I'd like to pick up where Councilmember Caban has left off. I'd like to know, in your estimation, both from NYPD and our other agency, if in your estimation this is an effective intervention to combat hate.
And you're referring to the 1 and 175?
I guess I'm referring to all the bills. Can you just yes or no on each of the bills if this is an effective intervention to combat hate?
Well, I can only speak to certain bills from an NYPD perspective.
Okay.
And again, on 1A and 175A, subject to the qualification with 175A in my testimony, we don't otherwise have objections to those bills. And I do think they speak to transparency and clarity for the public, and foster dialogue in terms of what we're doing. To the extent we're memorializing what we are otherwise doing, I think there is value in that. Again, I do not see those bills as changing what we do day to day.
Right.
I do not.
No, I think very,
there are
very
values.
clear that
Yes.
that the bill basically is asking you to create another memo for what I suppose you have in many different patrol guidelines and other internal memos around how you, since you are addressing 10 to 11 protests a day, this seems like you're just adding another memo around what you're currently doing. So I guess the question is, with your understanding, do you think this bill is an effective strategy to combating hate? I think it's like a yes or no.
I think the bill fosters transparency
Okay.
about how we handle it. And the other bills, just to answer your question, with regard to the reporting bill, again, we had a concern that we just don't have the data that's being asked of us. So that's a fundamental problem.
Okay.
And then the one about security at religious institutions, again, we already provide that guidance, make ourselves available.
So I hear you. I'm not trying to, this is not a trap question. It is really, our goal here is to advance effective interventions to address what is an important thing that we are experiencing both here and across the globe. And so what we are in pursuit in earnest is in interventions that actually address the issue. And so what I am hearing is the ways that you are addressing are reflected in all of these laws, and right now these laws don't necessarily advance or add an effective intervention to combat hate. I guess I'd love to go to the next agency.
Recording stopped.
Me too? No. Thank you. I think I'm going to speak really just specifically about Intro 388, which is the bill that names CCHR. I think our concern as an agency that is looking at unlawful discrimination that violates the city's human rights law is that the way the bill is drafted, which I think invites and sets up CCHR to receive a whole host of allegations of unlawful activity under, I think it says any law, means that our agency will be responding to many phone calls which no city agency is set up to address. It involves speech, it involves expression, it involves a range of conduct. I think we find it to be effective for our agency to receive calls about things that we can act upon. We 100% refer calls that come to our existing hotline to the agencies that we understand have jurisdiction over a particular issue, and the way that we track and report data is not reflected in this bill. A lot of the data overlaps with what I think we've heard NYPD speak about collecting and reporting quarterly. So I think we have questions about the ultimate efficacy in getting to the objectives as we understand them from council, but obviously are here because we care a lot about these issues and about getting it right, hearing from you all and the many stakeholders that I know have vested interest in addressing bias and hate in the city.
Thank you. And if I may, Chair, along those lines, can you, for the record, speak a bit more substantively around what are the most effective interventions that you have engaged in, and what is the current level of funding and support in those interventions? And are those interventions found anywhere in any of these pieces of legislation?
Sure. So I can certainly speak about kind of our foundational mandate, and I think the tools that we have fashioned to address that mandate effectively. I'm joined by a colleague who wants to talk about how we're resourced to do that work. But as I mentioned in our testimony, we have an existing hotline. Anyone can call CCHR. We're also a right to file agency. So if someone comes to us, they report discrimination or bias, and it's actionable under our law, we take that complaint. We actually can't turn people away, nor do we want to. But that's why the vast majority of our work is really focused on taking cases and investigating them to make an individual whole, right? These are individual cases, but with systemic potential outcomes. And that's why in our cases, we require, if an employer discriminates, fails to provide time for someone to pray, for example, or to fast or to leave work at a flexible time, and we find that the employer has discriminated, our response is they're going to be trained on the city human rights law, the employers and supervisors. They're going to change their policies and practices. They're potentially going to be monitored by the commission to ensure that similar violations don't happen in the future. And then there's also potentially economic relief in the form of damages. But we've had cases that deal with race and religion discrimination where the outcome is an apology. We've had cases where the outcome is restorative justice. And that's because we're looking not systemically, though that is a very important role that city agencies and council can be playing. We're looking at what comes before us, and we're working with individuals to fashion relief. So I think that we find that work very effective. We also, as we've talked about in our testimony, prevention is critical. Being out in communities and building trust and ensuring that community partners are also equipped to understand what the city human rights law says, so that people, when they report to their trusted community partners, can say, hey, I'm going to reach out to CCHR, or you might want to consider CCHR, or you might want to consider CCHR or NYPD, depending on what the action is and what the impact on an individual is. I think we've spoken before, Councilwoman Aviles, just about the challenges in wanting to put yourself through an investigation of discrimination. It can take a long time. We're going to interview people. We're going to look at policies and procedures, and that is not for everyone, and we think that's fine, but we take every case that comes to us as a very serious violation of the human rights law, and we address it as such. But I don't know, Jose, if you want to answer anything else.
No, I guess I'll just add to this point that I know you asked the resource question on this, and so I just want to be abundantly clear that, you know, we have a very dedicated staff of 108 people at the Commission on Human Rights actively.
Did you say 109?
8.
108.
Active employees at the Commission on Human Rights who are dedicated to doing this work. And one of the things that I've heard questioned about is how much would it take to do this, right? And I don't have a number for you. I don't have a magic number for you, but I can tell you that because of our mandate under the New York City Human Rights Law, those dedicated staff members don't have an option not to maintain the mandate of the New York City Human Rights Law. So I just want to first shout out to them, their dedication and their work every single day. I also want to be super clear that our new commissioner, Christine Clark, has been very public about her desire to increase resources at the commission and her commitment to go out and find those resources. And so those are conversations that we're having with the administration and with OMB, and we'll continue to have them.
Thank you. I mean, it is very well known that the agency has not had adequate funding to truly meet its mandate. I mean, on income discrimination alone, it's been severely underfunded. I think what I am utterly interested in and hyper-focused on is investing in actual effective interventions to move the needle. because our resources are not growing, but the issue remains persistent and is awful, that we actually earnestly address the issue with substantive interventions, with adequate resources, and not play on the margins. So thank you so much for your work.
Thank you. We're now going to hear again from the speaker.
Hi, I just want to ask one clarifying question because CCHR's intake line has received an increasingly high number of inquiries each and every year. I want to better understand the required resources to run that line. We had a central staff member who called the line earlier this year and waited for 40 minutes and never even received a response. In addition, the state controller's report indicated that in so many different discrimination cases, it's taking the agency 883 days on average to close out the complaint, which is totally unacceptable. So can you talk about that, please?
I mean, we can speak about all of these things. As we said, our info line actually, or our hotline historically, was not even a live call line. So we took tremendous steps to make it. It used to be you would call and leave a message. We have 8 dedicated staffers who answer that phone call and receive what you identified, Speaker, as 15,000 plus inquiries in FY25. We, again, are required to file complaints on behalf of anyone who calls us with a colorable claim. We have created strategies so that you don't have to file a complaint in instances where there's the possibility of what we call pre-complaint intervention, which means it's often in cases of disability or other spaces of reasonable accommodation, including religion, where someone calls and they say, I was denied the ability to, let's say, have break time to pray. We can call the employer and say, hey, you're violating the law. Do you want to fix that? And they might say, yes, we do. Pre-complaint intervention, no complaint needed. We move that forward. We've built out the team to focus on pre-complaint interventions in housing with vouchers, but also in areas of disability and race and religion and pregnancy as well, where reasonable accommodations are at play. The data you're talking about the days that it takes to resolve cases are accurate. Cases vary in complexity, and we have our attorneys and investigators looking into complaints, doing document review, interviewing witnesses, and it does take also a long time to settle claims, even if we have a complainant who's interested in that and maybe a respondent. So they are time intensive in investigations. And that's,
This is exactly why we need this dedicated hotline to report anti-Semitic incidents, Islamophobic incidents, all different types of hate. It's why we need a dedicated hotline. You've got a situation where so many New Yorkers are experiencing hate crimes. They don't know who to call. Should you call 311? Should you call 911? Do they call CCHR? It's very confusing, and which is why in so many instances it's underreported. So I don't even understand how anyone could testify or have a view that this hotline is not needed.
I think that my testimony was really about whether it is well situated for something to be at CCHR, given our particular mandate, where we stand, and what our current systems are set up to track and report. I think there may be, and I would want to hear from stakeholders, confusion about where to report. I think there's lots of people reporting to NYPD. I'm sure, and the data that we've collected from communities confirms that there is underreporting in almost every impacted community. So the numbers to NYPD are high. I am sure they are not the whole picture. I think a question is, with a city infrastructure that involves multiple agencies and entities, where should this kind of, if it's an immediate response line, where should that be and what does it look like? And we definitely want to avoid people calling a hotline and not getting resources because what they're reporting can't be acted on potentially by a city agency. But I take your point, and I don't think I'm not knocking down the idea on a hotline. We have a hotline. I think it's where is the hotline? What is it doing? And does that solve underreporting? Probably not alone. So I think other interventions are also needed.
So we're going to take a bathroom break for the administration, but we can continue the questioning for CCHR in the meantime. Yeah.
You'll swap next.
Oh,
No, NYPD asked for a 1-minute break to use the restroom facilities. We're going to keep going. Just to be clear, we are keeping the hearing going. Yeah. Okay, I'm now going to call on Councilmember Eric Dinowitz. NYPD. Okay. Councilmember Santos-Suoso, is your question for NYPD or? Okay. Thea's not here. Councilmember Linda Lee. Councilmember Vernikoff. Here?
Yeah, I have both. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair. I have some questions for the CCHR. Ms. Ward, I'm sure you don't run the social media page of the CCHR, but I'd like to bring the public's attention to that. Do you, Ms. Ward, do you agree that social media is important for communicating with the public?
I agree many people use social media.
But do you agree it's important?
It's one of
For
many
messaging?
strategies. It depends who we're talking about.
Okay, for agencies to use social media to communicate with the public.
As one way to
show
communicate with the
what work
public?
they do.
As one way to communicate with the public, yes.
Okay, have you seen the social media page, for example, Instagram of the CCHR?
At certain times, I have, yes.
Okay, so I just want to bring that social media page to the attention of the public because I had an opportunity to scroll through the Instagram page, and since October 7th, there has not been a single post about anti-Semitism, which has exploded in our city since October 7th. I saw a lot of posts advocating for various civil rights, LGBTQ civil rights, the civil rights of women, the Black community, the Muslim community, all appropriate and legitimate causes, but not a single post about anti-Semitism that has been exploding in our city, in synagogues, various houses of worship, at our schools, at the City University of New York, on our streets. Could you talk a little bit about that? And again, I know you're probably not in charge of social media, but it is very concerning, I think, to the Jewish community not to see a single post about anti-Semitism that has been exploding in the city. Thank you.
So I appreciate your comment. I think, as I noted in my testimony, CCHR is one of a suite of agencies in the city set up to address bias and hate crimes. We are joined by the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism, specifically set up to address some of the issues being raised at this hearing. I would say that our social media and Instagram feed does not demonstrate the scope or breadth of our work or commitment to addressing bias based on religion, bias based on national origin that we know has impacted Jewish New Yorkers and many other New Yorkers as well. So we have, and I think we talked about this in the testimony, done a huge amount of outreach and funded organizations that are specifically focused on and working in Jewish communities across New York City, including with OPHC. So I think I would just say that it warrants digging a little deeper into the breadth of the work that we're doing.
But what message do you think it sends to the Jewish community when there are no public posts about anti-Semitism while there are posts about every single other civil rights cause?
Sure.
Just what message do you think it sends?
Sure. I also want to bring your attention to Commissioner Clark's statement that she released earlier this week condemning anti-Semitism.
Yes,
in her
that
first 4
statement was
weeks.
only released because the JCRC brought it to the attention and spoke up about it on social media. That was 2 days ago. But there's not, and the public can look at this, I'm not making it up. The Instagram page is what it is. There's not been a single post about anti-Semitism since October 7th until the JCRC posted about it.
I mean, I think Commissioner Clark is in her 4th week of being the commissioner of the New York City Commission on Human Rights. I think priorities about communications of what she is going to want to be seeing on social media will be changing and will be evolving to match those priorities. But I think it is a message to all New Yorkers that messaging is being pushed out forward. And so you say it was just 2 days ago. You also are claiming that it was just because of a result of one thing. I'm not going to sit here and discuss what her motivations are for those pieces, but I will say that it was important for the commission to put that statement out. And so that is why that statement is out, not only in social media, but in press. And I will.
But you do acknowledge that it sends the wrong message to the Jewish community when anti-Semitism just in the month of January is at 182% rise? You do agree with that?
So I think I just want to point out something that we also mentioned earlier in the Q&A, and we have done press releases on our specific training developed with community partners around Jewish communities and anti-Semitism. So I don't know that we've put out posts on every single civil rights issue, but I understand that people want to be reflected and they want their experience reflected in the communications that agencies are sending, and we will take that home back to the agency, and we will look forward to talking with you further about it.
Okay, and you commit to changing that and discussing that with whoever is in charge of social media?
I commit to going back to the agency and having a robust conversation about all of the messages that we're hearing at this hearing today.
Thank you. And could you just talk a little bit about new initiatives that you may have worked on regarding anti-Semitism?
So I think the kind of newest piece is really CCHR will be a part of, and this is the incoming executive director of the mayor's office to combat anti-Semitism has expressed interest in a citywide anti-Semitism strategy. We sit on the task force that is led by that office, and so undoubtedly that will be something that is coming up in the coming months and that the administration looks forward to speaking with council about.
Okay, and thank you, and I'm sure you're aware that the mayor revoked certain executive orders as it relates to anti-Semitism. Could you just tell us how you define anti-Semitism?
So the way the commission defines unlawful discrimination is treating someone differently or less well because of their race or religion or national origin. And that is true across all of our protected categories. It's a working definition that is applied in fact-specific contexts, as I talked about in response to Councilwoman Nurse's question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're now going to go to Councilmember Santosuoso, followed by Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you, Speaker. I am here today as a representative of someone who cares deeply about combating hate. I have a large Jewish community in my district. I also have one of the largest Muslim communities in the entire city. And within recent weeks alone, there has been a string of 3 anti-Muslim hate crimes that took place in my district, where 3 visibly Muslim hijabi women were attacked. And thankfully, the perpetrator was arrested and charged with hate crimes. So I want to thank the NYPD for responding as quickly as they did in those incidents. I'm also someone who cares deeply about protecting our right to free speech and to protest. So Mr. Gerber, I want to talk to you primarily about Intro 1A and 175A. First of all, are you aware, I'm aware that the amended version 1A does not set a fixed perimeter. Are you aware of any fixed perimeter buffer zone that has ever been upheld in a federal court?
Yes, there have been. There was, for example, I believe Hill versus Colorado. That was the case in the 1990s. It involved a fixed. It was a mixed fixed and floating buffer zone, I think, out in Colorado. That was upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court. So it definitely can happen. As I said earlier, there's certainly any time, I think maybe this is your point, anytime you have a fixed rule across the board, that is certainly going to raise significant constitutional questions. I wouldn't be comfortable, I would not say, if there is a fixed perimeter or fixed buffer zone rule that is necessarily unconstitutional. I don't think that's correct. But anytime you're doing that, yes, you are going to raise constitutional questions. Because of yes.
And so is it fair to say that in the plan that 1A asks the NYPD to create, that there would not be a fixed 1A would change what the NYPD currently does in practice outside of religious institutions? Do you see this bill as expanding or increasing your authority to create buffer zones or fixed perimeters?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. You also said earlier in your testimony that your current practice to protecting entrances and exits to houses of worship turns often on particularity. Naturally, you know, the type of, the entrance and exit types,
Yeah.
what have you. Do you see a conflict that this bill asks you to create a fixed plan, a sort of one-size-fits-all, versus a particular response to individual protests or individual incidents?
So the way I understand 1A or 175A is it's a plan, but I wouldn't use the word fix. What I mean is it calls upon us to articulate the considerations that go into this and to say, on a number of different issues, hey, here are the factors that we're looking at. Here are the things that we're thinking about. But I do not understand 1A or 175A to require us to have some sort of one-size-fits-all plan. That's exactly what we're trying to avoid.
Understood. And so if I know you would have 45 days after the date this bill passed in order to create this plan, but if this plan were to be created tomorrow, is it fair for me to assume that it would not set a one-size-fits-all approach to every protest that takes place outside of a house of worship?
That is correct.
Okay. Now with regarding to Intro 175A, do you see the NYPD's approach, plan, or response to protests at educational facilities? Do you see that changing if the participants in the protest are students or parents or faculty from within that educational institution?
And just to be clear, we're talking about protests on public streets?
Well, let's start with public institutions of education, and then we can go to private.
But I just mean when I go to protest outside on the sidewalk or on public space is what I mean.
Right.
I think again, we don't think about the content. Content doesn't matter. Whether it's someone who's affiliated with the school or not protesting, no, as a starting point, I don't think that would affect matters, no.
Okay.
And again, these things are incredibly fact specific. Things that do matter a lot, is if we know in advance, for example, sometimes we have protests where they're telling us in advance, they tell us, like, here's the plan, here's where we're going to be. We're going to deal with that one way. There are certainly situations in which protesters, as is their right, don't tell us what their plans are in advance.
Mm-hmm.
That creates, obviously, challenges, as you can imagine, from a policing perspective. But in terms of, like, the institutional affiliation of the protesters, no, that wouldn't change that.
Do you find in both the instance of 1A and 175A, so I'm asking educational institutions and religious institutions, do you find existing state or federal law to inhibit the NYPD's ability to protect people seeking religious services or educational services?
No.
And do you see either of these bills as an encouragement from the council to create formal buffer zones or the institutions of frozen zones?
1A and 175A? No. As I said, I understand 1A and 175A to require us to articulate in a transparent way the considerations to go into how we handle these situations.
So it would be fair to say then that neither of these bills mandate the NYPD to create buffer zones or frozen zones outside of religious institutions or educational institutions?
Substantively, no, they don't.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. We will pass it to Councilmember Ong.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Speaker, for your leadership on these issues. I am supportive of this package. These package of legislation give the city a thoughtful tool to protect houses of worship and schools at a time when hate crimes acts apologies, and hate crimes and acts of intimidation are a real concern. As this bill moves forward, will there be a supervisory review process, either before or after a zone has been implemented?
So in a situation in which we have a frozen zone that we've set up, you're going to have, by definition, there's going to be an incident commander on scene, the highest level uniform member of service on scene. So you have a department executive. And that department executive, again, is assessing the facts on the ground. If we've created a frozen zone and then it turns out there's nothing happening, there's no need, then we can take the then we can remove the frozen zone. These situations, we want to be clear about, for everyone involved, if there's a frozen zone, where it is, where we set it up, where people can go and not go. That's critical, obviously, necessary. But in terms of how long it's maintained for example, that's going to be very much in the discretion of the incident commander, again, consistent with the law and consistent with consulting with department executives.
Thank you. And how will the House of Worship be notified and be involved in the decision to create the zone?
Right. So in these situations, we are doing our very best to talk to everybody involved. So we would be talking both to the leadership of the House of Worship. We'd be also trying to engage with the leadership of the protest. And again, sometimes protest leaders will talk to us and engage with us. Sometimes they won't. So in talking to a House of Worship, we would certainly want to hear their concerns. We want to understand kind of how they're coming at this. I will say that ultimately, we're talking about public streets. The determination how to police on those public streets, that's a decision that we're going to make. We want to hear what a House of Worship has to say on the subject, and we're going to consider that, of course, but we're talking about public streets, sidewalks, those are decisions for the NYPD ultimately.
Thank you.
All right, we'll pass it to Councilmember Dinowitz.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Speaker, and thank you for being here today. I want to just clarify a few things that I think have been danced around with some of the questions regarding legislation, Bill 1 and 175A. Do these bills provide new powers to the NYPD to restrict free speech?
1A and 175A, they do not.
Okay. Does it encourage the NYPD to restrict free speech in any way?
No.
Okay, you would characterize these as transparency legislation?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now, it's a little, I think, funny to me because I've been in the council, I guess, 5 years. I don't find it too typical that the NYPD is always in favor of this transparency, oversight type legislation, right? What makes, well, there are examples. It's fine.
I'm not sure I completely accept the premise.
But this one, it seems that you are in favor of. And what makes this transparency bill different than some of the other ones? I'll concede it may not be most of them. But some of these other transparency bills, NYPD is not in favor. Why is this one different?
So first of all, I will say I don't accept the premise.
Fine.
We often have no objection to bills that require us to report on various things. There are times when we have concerns. That is certainly true for various reasons. As I've said, with both of these bills, 1A and 175A, with the amended language, changed language, the department has no objections to the bills. We do understand, of course, the sensitivity of these issues and the importance of these issues. And I should say importance and sensitivity on both sides of the ledger, right? It's really important in terms of the safety and security of people going in and out of places of worship and schools. It is also incredibly important that people be able to exercise their freedom of speech and their First Amendment rights. So we're very proud of how we do this. I think the NYPD does it incredibly well. And we have no objection to being transparent about that.
Fantastic. Can I ask you, you're proud of the work you do as the NYPD.
Very
but
much.
There were questions about like why is something like this needed, right? I think with the implication that this bill grants new powers, which you've said multiple times, does not grant new powers to restrict free speech. It doesn't do that. But I guess the question of like effectiveness or efficacy of a bill like this, or about working with protesters to have some sort of zone so people can enter. Do you already create those zones in certain circumstances?
Frozen zones or buffer zones? Yes, we do.
But why?
Why do we create frozen zones?
Yeah, why do you create frozen zones?
So a variety of reasons. I mean, sometimes, like I said, or it comes up in various contexts, but it's about security, it's about safety, it's about making sure people can go in and out of locations without obstruction or interference. And there are a variety of scenarios that arise, sometimes protest-related, sometimes not, where we have concerns about that, and we want to make sure that there's a clear space for people to get in and out without problems.
So the idea that there are buffer zones have proven effective, and it's by the nature of your practice that they've proven effective. Is that fair to say?
It is a tool that we have that we use in a variety of contexts, including in certain situations involving protests outside certain locations.
I want to be respectful of time, but I appreciate you clarifying the points about this legislation, about these transparency measures, to give everyone, no matter where you are on this issue, the peace of mind, the transparency to understand what is happening in our schools and around our schools, rather, and around our houses of worship. And no matter what side you might be on, we should all be on the same side of transparency. And I think the very fact that we are having this hearing and having a discussion about what free speech looks like lends itself to the very need for this legislation, because these two pieces of legislation. Because with this transparency, we will be able, as a council, to have more robust conversations and more robust oversight over the actions or inactions of the NYPD as it relates to safe access for schools and safe access for houses of worship. So again, if this hearing is any indication of what we have to look forward to about this type of important dialogue, I'm looking forward to passing this legislation so we can continue those important conversations.
Thank you. We'll go back to Councilmember Vernikoff for the NYPD questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gerber, I know that Intro 1 was amended to remove the 100-foot barrier, and I believe it was at the suggestion of the NYPD. Can you just talk a little bit about why that was the suggestion?
Sure. So there were a number of issues that we had, which we discussed productively with the council regarding Intro 1. One of them was the reference to 100 feet. So there are a number of issues with that. First, the way the old language was written, it said a ceiling of 100 feet. It said we can do, I think it referred to a security perimeter of up to 100 feet, and by implication, no more. It actually limited our ability to do frozen zones around places of worship. And so from a practical matter, in terms of protecting houses of worship, there are situations where the appropriate frozen zone is far less than 100 feet. There are situations where it could be 100 feet, and there are situations where it could be more than 100 feet. And we certainly would not want to have our hands tied in our ability to protect houses of worship. In addition, I also do want to flag, and this has come up a number of times, anytime you're trying to put a number on these things, it's really going to create problems, both it raises legal concerns, it also raises operational concerns. So yes, we're very concerned about that.
There's a current law in place, though, regarding abortion clinics, and there is a 25-foot perimeter in place. So do you have concerns about that one as well, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're referring to the city law?
Yes.
Yeah. So that. Right. So are you referring to, this is what, admin code 10-1003?
If you give me a second, I'll pull up there. I can't seem to find it, but.
Yeah, but because I mean, a few points. One, I'm not suggesting that any, perimeter bill is necessarily unconstitutional. Again, it really depends on a lot of things, raises concerns. But also, at least what I'm thinking about is a law that does govern conduct in a perimeter outside of abortion clinics, but it is not a frozen zone in the same way. It's saying there's a law in terms of what you can do within a certain universe, and has particular rules, laws that govern a certain space, a little bit like the electioneering law as well. There's one thing to say, within a certain perimeter, we're going to have special rules. It is something else to say that we are freezing everything entirely. Unless you have business coming in here, you're not allowed in this space at all. So it's analytically, it's different.
I'll move on just because we're short on time. But there has been, not from the NYPD specifically, but there hasn't been any concerns regarding the 25-foot perimeter and making it a misdemeanor to block entrances to abortion clinics, as much as there has been pushback on houses of worship. So I just wanted to point that out, but I'll move on. Could you talk a little bit about the difference in Intro 1 and any current law that's on the books?
Councilor, I'm not sure I understand the question. What do you mean?
Well, there are some current laws on the books regarding blocking houses of worship and educational
Yes.
facilities. Could you talk a little bit about what the difference is between Intro 1, what Intro 1 is proposing, and the current law on the books?
Yeah, and you mean Intro 1 or Intro 1A? You're referring to 1A?
1A,
1A. Okay, right. So we're talking about, there are a number of criminal statutes that would potentially affect individuals blocking access to a place of worship. Disorderly conduct, for starters, being the most obvious example. And then there are laws about interfering with a religious service, disrupting a religious service, also highly relevant. As it stands right now, if someone is blocking the entrance to a house of worship and preventing people from getting in or out, they are subject to arrest. They will be warned. They'll be warned, and if they refuse to move, they're going to be arrested. The 1A is not creating new. It's not creating new criminal liability. What 1A is saying NYPD, we want you to formulate and put out a plan that describes the considerations that you use when you are thinking about a frozen zone or a buffer zone outside a place of worship. So it's really two different things.
So yes, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just my question is, I guess you're not concerned about this bill not addressing criminal penalties or enforcement mechanisms because you're saying that the NYPD already has that tool?
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Obviously, there have been a lot of concerns about balancing the First Amendment rights, specifically as it relates to the right to protest and free exercise of religion. And as we all know, the First Amendment allows for time, place, and manner restrictions. In your legal opinion, does Intro 1A withstand the scrutiny for time, place, and manner restrictions?
Yeah, Intro 1A, in my view, is constitutional, yes.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about how NYPD prepares for and responds to protests, considering some of them are violent, especially surrounding houses of worship?
So if we have a report of violence, right, that's different.
No, I mean before.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so how do we plan? We try to gather as much information as we can about what may happen. Try to get a sense of how big the protest, how large it might be, where it might be, stationary is going to move, time, those sorts of things, logistics. We definitely, again, try to be really in dialogue, both with, let's say, the relevant house of worship and with the protesters, right? Ideally, we're talking to everyone involved, and sometimes that's quite productive and successful, sometimes it's not. And then we're thinking about resources. What's in terms of having community affairs officers there, right? And having community affairs officers there out in front for dialogue with protesters, the appropriate patrol resources, consistent with the protest element, consistent with the law, but the appropriate patrol resources. We're thinking about executive coverage, right? Who's the incident commander going to be? And then we're looking sometimes at maps, right? We're thinking, okay, here's the location. If we're going to do a frozen zone, how should we configure the frozen zone or the buffer zone? Sight and sound, where are we thinking the protesters would be? So that's a shorthand of the process.
Okay, and specifically when when you expect there to be intimidation and harassment around houses of worship, how do you prepare for that?
So if we have concerns about criminal activity, which I think is what you're getting at, where people are going to we have worried or people are going to be committing crimes.
I'm not talking about necessarily crimes. I'm talking about intimidation.
Well, I guess it depends what you mean by intimidation. If we're talking about protected speech, however hateful it may be, that really cannot affect how we do deployment. Right? Reasonable time.
Right, that's why I'm asking how
so
you
reasonable
respond to it.
time, place, and manner restrictions. The law is crystal clear. We can do that. It cannot be content.
And after you answer this particular piece, we're going to go to the next member, just because of time.
Right. So it cannot be content based. That the law is crystal clear about that for time, place, and manner restrictions. So the fact that the speech is hateful in and of itself does not affect the analysis. Obviously, if we have reason to be concerned about criminal conduct, that is going to affect how we think about deployment.
Thank you.
And now we'll hear from Councilmember Hanif.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for being here. Apologies, because I realized I forgot my glasses, so I'm not giving you dirty looks. I can't see clearly, so I'm sorry about that. But thank you so much for being here and for the testimony that you've given so far. And apologies, I'm running back and forth in between meetings. But first of all, I just want to say thank you to the speaker for updating the bill and the version of the bill to what it is now. And I just had some clarifying questions. So for the most recent version of the bill, do you see this package about planning, transparency, and prevention tools as helping the NYPD respond more effectively to hate incidences while protecting constitutional rights? And does anything substantially change here from how NYPD responds on the ground, or is it pretty much remaining the same?
The way I view this, I see it as it's remaining the same, but requiring us to articulate kind of the considerations that go into this. So people can understand kind of what we're thinking through and how we're approaching this. But in terms of how we do things day to day, no, I don't see it changing that.
Okay, thank you. And nothing's constraining you from complying with the settlement requirements and court orders, is that correct?
Correct. I do not
Okay.
understand. I do not understand these bills to bring us into conflict with the protest element. Any plans that we formulate will be and must be consistent with applicable court orders, including the protest element.
Okay, great. And I think from our side on the council, we're always looking for more transparency. And so my understanding is that, in fact, one of the changes is that the NYPD will now have to report in advance on how it plans to respond to protests at a house of worship. So I just wanted to clarify that that's correct.
I'm not sure. Could you repeat the question?
Sure. One of the changes is that the NYPD will now have to report in advance on how it plans to respond to protests at a house of worship.
Yes, but to be clear, that's not on a one-off basis. In other words, this is a general approach. Hey, here's how we think about these things. Here's how we approach these things. But we would not be reporting out publicly like, hey, here is our plan for one particular protest. It's a broader sort of factors that go into our general approach.
Okay, great. And if this legislation moves, what training or roll call guidance would NYPD want to ensure to make sure that there's consistent constitutional enforcement citywide?
Yeah, so it's, and I appreciate the question. I think we'd have to formulate the plan before we could answer that question. But obviously, we always want to try to communicate effectively to members of service about policies and plans, but it's premature to answer that question, I think.
Okay, perfect. And I just want to emphasize that, you know, at least with folks in our districts, we have a growing Muslim population, we have a large Jewish population. I myself, as a Christian as well, going to church. You know, we just want to make sure that people are feeling both publicly safe, that they have access, and that they also feel that their freedoms are protected. So we just want to thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Councilmember Shahana Hanif.
Thank you. Or do you mean Councilmember Lee? All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Councilmember Shahana Hanif. Thank you for being here. I'd like to just first share, I regularly hear from my constituents after they've experienced hate crimes. My office encourages reporting those incidents to the PD. Our local precinct is very, very friendly and works collaboratively with us. At the same time, those same residents feel that while they've done the reporting, reporting remains futile, as in it doesn't bring the recourse the victim is perhaps seeking, that nothing meaningful happens. So I'm just trying to lay the land for how PD's interaction with victims looks like, because oftentimes it's just that. And then my own district office has been vandalized many, many times, targeted by people with protests, and in those moments, we've had to move our full staff, and this happens to our other colleagues too. And in this moment, we had to move all of our staff to safety, while also letting our community know that our district office will always be a welcoming, inclusive space. But inevitably, that then creates anxiety for staffers and visitors, and myself. Every day I go out, I'm thinking, okay, today's the day. Today's the day. So I want to understand, if you can imagine a buffer zone with that incident around my office, protest taking place, can you describe the scene and the number of police personnel? Like, what is happening?
Right. And I appreciate the question. It is a little hard to answer in the abstract, but if there was a protest outside your office, and there was a concern, it sounds like there would be, about individuals either blocking access to the office or even causing damage to the office. So what we would want to do is we would want to set up a frozen zone at sort of the front door or the entrance to the office. We would want to have some space for people kind of approaching on each end, so they can sort of come into that space without obstruction or interference. It sounds like we might want to actually just be thinking about also making sure that the frozen zone sort of encompasses kind of I guess maybe front window or whatever it is, to make sure that whatever protest is happening, no one's breaking a window or causing any property damage. What we would probably do is, for protesters, we would probably set up space. Often it's right across the street. Again, it's not a rule, but I would say a pretty common thing. Sometimes you can't do this for various reasons, but like pretty common is, hey, here's a space right across the street from the office, You have sight, you have sound. Anyone walking in or out will see you, will hear you. You are seen and you are heard. But they're not going in that frozen zone, so they're not actually getting, to the door or to the window.
Of intimidation from across the street, what's the response?
It really depends on what you mean by intimidation.
Because freedom of speech, we have to protect. We know that. But what are we, at what point within this buffer zone is PD doing something? What is their role if there's intimidation, if there's shouting, slogans that are anti-Semitic, etc.?
So I really appreciate the question. So just a few pieces, because there are a few different things going on here. One is, just to be clear, if we have a frozen zone and someone, goes into that frozen zone and they're not allowed to be there, I mean, again, we'll warn them, but they're subject to arrest. If they've been told they can't go in there and they go in, they can get arrested for that. But I want to come back to this question about, speech that is hateful or anti-Semitic. That speech is protected under the First Amendment. And I think one thing that needs to be emphasized, when you're talking about pure speech, not conduct, pure speech, with some extremely narrow exceptions, and I mean really narrow, that's protected under the First Amendment. I can give one example. I think it's actually really important. Maybe two examples. There's one, there's a case a few decades ago where neo-Nazis wanted to march in Skokie, Illinois. It's a pretty famous case. Skokie is a community.
I have a few other questions if you could.
I know, but Chair, if it's okay just to explain this, I don't want to cut into the council member's time, but I think this is important, if I may.
Go ahead.
Neo-Nazis wanted to march in Skokie, Illinois, which is a community, certainly then, and to some extent now still, of Holocaust survivors and children of Holocaust survivors. It is hard to think of something more, if you think about the pain that must have involved, and the horror that must have involved for people living in that community. And the Seventh Circuit, in a pretty famous opinion, said that that's protected. The neo-Nazis marching in Skokie, that's protected speech. I want to give one other example. Again, I think this is really important. And not to cut into the council members' time. There's a case from just a few years ago, Supreme Court case, U.S. Supreme Court case. A soldier, a Marine, died serving his country in Iraq. And his father arranged for a funeral for his son. And the Westboro Baptist Church decided to have a protest outside in which they basically said, in substance, that this soldier's death was, a gift from God and punishment for the country's sins. And you can only imagine the pain, the anguish that caused for this soldier's father. He's burying his son at a funeral, and he's seeing protesters glorifying his son's death. And he filed a lawsuit for intentional infliction of emotional distress, and it went to the United States Supreme Court. And the United States Supreme Court said 8-1, that's protected speech. So that's really important to emphasize.
Thank you for sharing that context. I think those cases are important. I just have a set of questions to better understand whether or not there will be community engagement. As you interpret this bill, will there be a community input process, and then will the Office to Prevent Hate Crimes be involved? And then how about the education and house of worship facilities themselves? Would they be part of the planning? And then once the plan has been put together, is it up for public review so that everybody in a community could see and know. So just wanting to understand if this is only a PD project, or we're bringing in community leaders, we're bringing in OPHC, we're bringing in the educational facilities and house of worship, and then for public viewing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, and I appreciate. I actually had not fully thought this through until you asked the question. But here's one thought: the way the 1A and 175 are structured, it's a two-step process. The way I understand the bills now is there's a sort of preliminary plan that we submit to both the mayor and the speaker. That's in like one time frame, and then a second time frame before it becomes a final plan. I'm not sure exactly like what that process is between the preliminary plan and the final plan. But to be blunt, that's to some extent, not to some extent, I mean, what both the mayor and the speaker choose to do, having received the preliminary plan, that's up to them. And I can imagine that sort of proceeding consistent with some of the things that you're talking about. But I'm just not sure.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. Black churches in this country have been on the receiving end of violent racist attacks since we've been here, from the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama, to the mass shooting at Emmanuel AME Church in Charleston, South Carolina. Despite this history of violence at black churches, broadly speaking, black clergy are not asking for this legislation. In fact, black churches often serve as places of refuge for the very communities that have exerted their First Amendment rights in the face of the very racism and anti-blackness that has killed so many. As data show, black New Yorkers are disproportionately targeted with stops and criminal summonses compared to their white counterparts, and maintain skepticism toward policing. Given this history and present reality, how does the NYPD intend to protect black churches in ways that do not further criminalize or alienate the very congregants it claims to safeguard?
So the way we think about the sort of the plans that we're talking about, under 1A, right? It's obviously, it would apply to any place of worship, including churches, including black churches, of course. The way I think about this is, if someone is trying to obstruct or impede services in a church, if they're trying to interfere with the work of a church, there should be a plan in place to prevent that from happening. And I would think that if someone's trying to do that, I would think that a church or any other institution would want the police to help.
I guess what I'm asking from you is maybe a slightly more nuanced answer that actually takes into account the lived reality and experiences of black people, which is not the same always in the face of police and policing as everybody else. And so my question is, how does the NYPD intend to protect black churches in ways that do not further criminalize or alienate the very congregants it claims to safeguard? And let me just be a little bit more specific, right? You can have a group of protesters that include people of all races and ethnicities, and data shows that historically and presently, black and brown men in particular might be more likely to be apprehended by the police. So when you're going into a black church or standing around a black church and protecting a black church, how do you plan to protect the congregants of a black church without further criminalizing or alienating the black people who are inside of that church?
2 points. One, to be very blunt about it, when we are talking about inside a particular location, whether an institution wants us in there, right, absent exigency or some act of violence, is actually very much up to them. We're talking about interior spaces. But I think to your broader point.
I'm talking
no, your
about
broader point, which I understand.
1A specifically.
No, I do.
And the
I think
implementation.
part of the answer, to your question, not the whole answer, but part of the answer is something that maybe has gotten lost a little bit today, which is that when we do this, as part of how we think about policing protests generally, it would certainly be a part of any plan we would do here, is that community affairs, our community affairs officers are front and center in this. We haven't really talked about that today, but our community affairs officers, who I think do a tremendous job of building bridges to a variety of communities in this city. And when we think about protest activity, it is community affairs officers who are really the face of the police in these situations. Obviously, there are situations where we need additional officers. We need patrol. That happens, of course. But I think community affairs has a critical role to play here, a role to play in a plan. And I think they are particularly good at building the sorts of bridges and addressing the sorts of concerns that you are talking about.
Okay, that's, doesn't really, I get that that's your answer, but it doesn't really get to the root of my question. But I'm going to ask my next question, which may feel a bit redundant, but I'm going to ask it anyway. In reference to Intro 1A, you stated in your testimony that, quote, "The policy will not alter our practices, but rather will articulate and describe what we are already doing," end quote. Further, under federal law, the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances and Places of Religious Worship Act of 1994 states, quote, "It is illegal to use force, threat of force, or physical obstruction to injure, intimidate, or interfere with anyone trying to exercise their religious freedom at a place of worship," end quote. It appears the intent of this bill is duplicative of existing law. Does the NYPD believe it already has the legal authority under federal, state, and/or local law to ensure individuals have safe access to their place of worship? And what would this bill do that isn't already permissible under law? And lastly, if the goal is just for NYPD to clarify its practices, would you be supportive of amending the bill to solely be a reporting bill that asks the police department to regularly inform the city of how it addresses protests?
Okay, well, there are a few different pieces to that.
And I can repeat anything.
No, understood, Council. So in terms of our ability to do frozen zones, or buffer zones, that does not come from federal law. It's a federal. I'm familiar with the statute. It's a federal criminal statute. That comes from our police power, from the charter, our ability. We have the authority. It extends more broadly to close streets, to close sidewalks in a variety of situations. So do we have the power to do that now? We do, consistent with the First Amendment, but we have that power already. So it's not giving us new power in that regard. In terms of changing the bill to a reporting bill, it's a little hard to, any bill we have to see what the language is before we have a view about it. If there was some alternative bill that had a different sort of reporting provision, we would have to look at it and assess it and form a view about it. I really can't do that in the abstract. Were there other questions?
Would you be able to post your guidelines for protests online today?
You mean, well, as I said earlier, I think most of our policies in this regard are public. I said to Chair Salam, and I think this is right, several of those provisions are available publicly right now. I think there was one he referenced that is not. I'm not sure why it's not. We got to check on that, and subject to a review for operational concerns, we can get that posted too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And I just want to make one clarification. I mean, I think, in talking about what happened at Park East Synagogue, I mean, that was not a peaceful protest. That is one of the main reasons we're here, is to address what happened and to fix that so that never happens again. So I just don't think we should, we can't brush that under the rug. That is really what is at stake here. That is why these bills are absolutely needed. I think any suggestion that the bills aren't needed is just minimizing what the impact has been to the Jewish community.
Thank you. This concludes the administration portion of the testimony. We will now have a break before we open up the testimony for,
You want a break? They want
well, no,
Oh, they want a bathroom break? Okay.
5 minutes, 5-minute bathroom break.
We're done. We're done.
Finished?
Can I have your attention, please? Can I please have your attention? Can you please take your seats? We are about to resume the hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, quiet on the floor, please. Quiet on the floor, please. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We now open the hearing for public testimony. I want to remind the members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. As we've seen before, if there's a need to celebrate, we celebrate like this. And the witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but they may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms if you have not yet already done so, and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have exactly 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic. Once the 2 minutes is up, you will hear me say, "Your time is up." If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted there. Again, if you have testimony you wish to email it to the word testimony, TESTIMONY, at council, COUNCIL.nyc.gov. Thank you. I now call the first panel. Ilya Bratman, David Dennis, Joanne Samuels, Mohammed Shahidullah, Israel Khan, Nahian Tawfiq. Please make your way to the witness table. And also Devorah Haberstan. All right, you may begin in whichever order you would like.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Speaker Menon, Chair Salam, honorable council members, and honorable guests, thank you so much for holding this hearing. Over the past 2+ years, our campuses in Manhattan have endured dozens of disruptions and demonstrations, some inside campus buildings, but most taking place outside on our New York streets and sidewalks directly in front of college entrances. I serve as a Hill director across 9 Manhattan campuses. My name is Ilya Bratman, and I'm an English professor at CUNY, a US veteran, and a refugee from the former Soviet Union. I have witnessed firsthand how these repeated demonstrations have created a hostile and intimidating environment for students, faculty, and staff. These gatherings have not simply expressed viewpoints, they have obstructed access to classes and programming, interfered with the daily operations of our institutions, and forced students to make an unacceptable choice. attend school and risk harassment and disruption, or stay home and forego their education. No student should have to weigh their safety or dignity against their academic future. As Councilwoman Healy had aptly stated, our churches and religious institutions are sacred spaces. So are our educational institutions. They exist to foster learning, inquiry, and growth, not fear, intimidation, or chaos. Students deserve unimpeded access to their campuses and their opportunity to pursue their education free of harassment. Establishing clearly defined demonstration restrictions set at a meaningful distance from campus entrances and primary access points would protect both free expression and public safety. These temporary buffer zones and restrictions would ensure that protests can occur without blocking entryways, disrupting instruction, or escalating tensions. Experience has shown that when clear restrictions and physical barriers are not implemented, these demonstrations too often devolve into scuffles, arrests, and significant disturbances. Protective structure prevents reactive enforcement. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was good. Thank you. You may go.
Good afternoon. Testing. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is David Dintz. I'm the Director of Litigation and New York Senior Counsel at the Brandeis Center for Human Rights. The Brandeis Center is an independent, unaffiliated, nonprofit legal organization established to advance the civil and human rights of the Jewish people and promote justice for all. We combat the resurgence of anti-Semitism on college and university campuses, in K-12 schools, in the workplace, and elsewhere. Our rapidly expanding New York office focuses on litigation in all of these areas wherever anti-Semitism is found and can be combated by the law. We are here today to comment concerning the legal principles to be considered in relation to the proposed bill to amend the administrative code to plan to establish security buffer zones at places of religious worship. The Brandeis Center is pleased that the Council is addressing a problem that we have been facing in New York and elsewhere. We are facing a crisis of anti-Semitism confronting the besieged Jewish population of New York City, whereby various individuals, groups, and organizations have adopted a tactic of protest at houses of worship, including synagogues. They are impeding the ability of worshipers to enter or exit the building and trampling on their First Amendment right to freedom of religion. This must be stopped. The Brandeis Center has been contacted by numerous individuals who have been blocked from entering their synagogue due to the presence of protesters, some of which have led to assaults and property destruction. The issue before this committee is now the question of buffer zones, which are needed to ensure that the prohibited conduct does not occur in the first place. In fashioning any such bill, first, the bill must be carefully drawn to apply to all houses of worship. Second, it must recognize the First Amendment right to freedom of speech and protest while balancing those rights against the worshipers' equally important First Amendment right to practice their religion. It is well recognized under the law that appropriate time, place, and manner restrictions are lawful when balancing these competing rights. One more paragraph?
No,
Mr.
thank
Chairman?
you. Your time is up.
One? No? Okay. My best one.
We do have your testimony, so thank you. It will be submitted. Thank you. You may go.
Good afternoon, Speaker Menon, Chair Salam, and members of the City Council and staff. My name is Joanna Samuels. I'm the CEO of the Marlene Meyerson JCC Manhattan, a Jewish community center that serves New Yorkers of all backgrounds each week, 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, through education, culture, wellness, and Jewish life. It is the largest JCC in the world, one that welcomes thousands of people each day. It is the busiest Jewish doorway in New York City. What enables me to sleep at night is the extraordinary commitment of our security staff and our close coordination with the NYPD. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today in support of efforts to ensure safe and reliable access to schools and houses of worship across our city. At its core, the legislative package before you affirms a fundamental democratic promise that every New Yorker should be able to learn and gather and practice their faith without fear of intimidation, harassment, or harm. This is not only a Jewish concern. People of all religions and people of who don't have faith deserve the right to congregate without fear of being harassed without fear that their entrance will be obstructed, or without the fear of violent rhetoric. Protecting access to these spaces is about protecting the pluralism of this beautiful city that we call home. I'm grateful to all of you on the council for your leadership on this issue and for your commitment to ensuring that all New Yorkers of every faith and background can enter their schools and houses of worship freely and safely and with dignity. I appreciate being part of this very sacred democratic process of testifying, and I thank all of you for all the work you do every day on behalf of our city.
Thank you. You may go. Thank you.
If I may, without taking off the 2 minutes of my time, that window, can that shade go up? Because there's a witness behind that window right there in my testimony. Speaker, there is a witness behind that window. So I really would wish if we can raise that shade. Can we?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's like Purim Torah here.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
There,
My
there,
name is Devorah Halberstam. March 1st, 1994 was an ordinary day, much like today. The winter was frigid and there was snow and ice on the ground. Sharing this day with you is not a coincidence, because on that morning at 10:21, while my 16-year-old son was riding in a van with 14 of his fellow students, Chabad students, all identifiable as Jewish kids with kippahs on their heads, were violently attacked with over 40 rounds of ammunition. My son Ari was shot in the head with the Uzi machine gun. His friend, also shot with the Uzi, was left with a brain injury. A third friend lost part of his intestines while being shot with the Glock pistol. Another friend was shot with the shrapnel from the blast through the glass, and the rest emotionally scarred forever. They were shot for only one reason: they were Jewish. And that day, my life was changed forever. My beautiful blue-eyed, 6-foot-tall son was robbed from me in a hail of bullets and a heart filled with hate. Who would believe that all these years later, hate has metastasized like a cancer in our society? Social media didn't exist back then. Today, it spreads at lightning speed, and swastika is painted on the doors of homes and synagogues. It has become a platform for every excuse in the world to perpetrate and spread violate in all its forms. To be able to walk down the street without looking over your shoulder, to be sure you will not be slashed in your face or spit on because of how you look or what you represent. Hate crimes, I'm sorry, I gotta finish this. Hate crimes are skyrocketing. Just listen to the numbers. 1 minute. But today is different. Today we have a speaker who is standing up in this chamber to say enough is enough. It stops here. The laws that the speaker has presented before you are crucial to the safety and security of all people in this city. New York is the capital of the world, and we must set a precedent. We must demonstrate with these laws that every person is sacred, that life has meaning, that we respect each other, that we will put tools in place to protect us all. Cameras to help our law enforcement do their jobs. Barriers to protect all houses of worship, regardless of who you are. Monitoring and oversight on social media so lies and hate cannot be allowed to fester and poison hearts and minds of our youngsters. And to remember, never forget, educate our children, our next generation, about the horrors of the Holocaust and what hate does. My child was the ultimate victim of hate. He lived and died as a proud Jew. Ari never had a chance to live and fulfill his life's dreams. Our family and our community lost the promise of many generations that would have come from him. I am Ari's mother, and my suffering will continue until my last day on this earth. But today, as you look out that window on the Brooklyn Bridge, on the Ari Halberstam Memorial Ramp, you remember Ari. May his death count. Do not turn away. Change must happen today because the status quo is not an option. Pass these crucial bills and you will send a message, New York City, we hear you. Hope springs eternal. These bills will bring new hope and a new generations of acceptance, respect, understanding, and justice. Do it for my Ari.
Thank you. Thank you.
Speaker Menon.
Thank you. Yes, you can go.
Good afternoon, Speaker Menon, Chair Salam, distinguished members of the task force. My name is Yisrael Kahan, and I serve as the Orthodox liaison at the ADL. I'm here in support of this package of legislation which aims to make our city safer for Jewish New Yorkers and all New Yorkers, and in particular Intro 1, which aims to create a security buffer zone for houses of worship. Government has an obligation to ensure that all residents, regardless of the faith they practice, can freely practice their religion without fear of intimidation, harassment, or obstruction. I speak to you today as a proudly visible Jew, the grandchild of Holocaust survivors, and someone who regularly walks to synagogue with my family. In this time of rising anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish sentiments, I know that visibly Jewish Americans are too frequently and disproportionately a target for those who are looking to express anger, hatred, and political opinions. In recent months and years, Jewish New Yorkers have experienced increasing incidents of intimidation and interference in and around places of worship. Individuals attempting to enter synagogues have been confronted, blocked, shouted at, followed, and many congregants, especially Holocaust survivors, the elderly, and families with children, this has created a real and reasonable sense of fear. That reality should concern this council, regardless of politics or ideology. This legislation does not restrict lawful protest or protected speech. It addresses conduct, not viewpoint, establishing clear, defined security parameters. It is a practical way to ensure that people can enter and exit houses of worship safely without harassment or intimidation, while still preserving public access and emergency response. At its core, this bill affirms as a basic principle, religious freedom is not meaningful if access to worship can be obstructed or made unsafe. No New Yorker should choose between their faith and their personal safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Speaker Menon, Chair Salam, and members of the Committee to Combat Hate. My name is Nahian, and I'm representing Muslim Community Network. As a proud Muslim American and the daughter of immigrants, trust me when I say that this is an important issue to me. I understand the fear of walking into your place of worship and wondering if something's going to happen. Just 2 years ago in Philly, where my parents live, there was a shooting at an Eid prayer. That being said, Intro 1 doesn't protect my community. While on paper, we need something that protects congregants to practice their faith, the current language remains dangerously vague. This bill defines intimidation as placing an individual in reasonable fear of physical harm to themselves or to another individual. What does reasonable fear mean? Who dictates what's reasonable? These questions are left to the discretion of law enforcement officers. And history has taught the Muslim community that when law enforcement is giving broad discretion to define intimidation in public spaces, that discretion is often applied unevenly. Over the last few years, my community continues to be treated with violence and aggression at the hands of law enforcement officers, despite practicing their First Amendment rights in a dignified, justified way. And in the last year alone, 2 Bangladeshi boys, 18 years old, have been unjustifiably shot at the hands of NYPD. And you want us to continue putting our trust in their hands? Without clear guidelines of what constitutes as intimidation, we risk the suppression of free speech and continued harm against the Muslim community. We urge the Council to refine this bill to ensure it only targets physical obstruction and harassment, rather than constitutionally protected speech. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions.
First of all, I want to thank this panel. I want to direct my first comments to Devorah. Devorah, we are so sorry for your loss, and I can't think of a better way to honor your son than to pass this package of bills that really fights anti-Semitism and fights all form of hate. So I want to thank you for always standing tall, for your incredibly compelling testimony. I know how hard it is to do what you do every single day. And as a mother, I have such deep level respect for you and everything you've done to honor his legacy. So thank you so much for being here.
And we're going to hear questions from Councilmember Vernikoff. We can go to Councilmember Hudson.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate the words of the speaker, and thank you, Speaker, for acknowledging your testimony, Devorah, as your council member. I know firsthand the story of your family, and it always means a lot that you come out to these spaces to make your story known publicly and on the record, which I think is very important for these types of conversations, so thank you.
Councilmember Vernikoff.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Dins from the Brandeis Center, can you describe some of the incidents that took place outside houses of worship that the Brandeis Center may have recorded or took notice of?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Can you just describe some of the incidents that took place outside of some of these houses of worship, synagogues, if the Brandeis Center has taken note of those?
Sure. Well, I think that committee members are probably very aware of the Park East Synagogue, where people outside were harassed, were threatened, were blocked from entering and exiting the synagogue. And I think one of the points that's so important to make are twofold. One is that there are competing constitutional rights here. There's the clear constitutional right to freedom of speech and to protest, but that is being weighed here against the equally important First Amendment right to freedom of religion and freedom of association of the worshipers. And the question being, how do you balance those rights and how do you provide protection for those who are exercising their First Amendment rights to freedom of religion? The second point that I think is important to make is that the actual blocking of these entrances is only one part of it. The other part of it is, of course, the intimidation factor. And that word is used carefully and defined in the statute, in the bill that's being proposed, and rightfully so. If I were to suggest that committee members keep one picture in your mind as you contemplate this bill, it would be to think of a young mother with two children, holding the hands of two young children as they approach a synagogue, the mother going into worship, the two children being dropped off at religious school, and they're forced to walk a gauntlet of angry, hateful people, screaming epithets, making threats of physical violence. And I think the only reasonable conclusion from that is that people would be intimidated, that young mother would be intimidated and would be dissuaded from entering their house of worship, which I think is really important to keep that in mind when we're weighing these constitutional rights. But we have certainly seen and heard from people who have been assaulted. We have heard of destruction of property inside the synagogues once some protesters get inside, and we have heard from numerous people who are just so frightened that they turn away from their house of worship, from their synagogue.
Thank you. And some opponents of the bill claim that the Intro 1A I'm referring to, that synagogues are used for events they view as non-religious, and therefore they claim there should be no limitations on their right to protest. Can you address that?
Yes, thank you for that question, Councilwoman. I think there are a couple of points to be made in that regard. The first is that this legislation does not restrict the right to protest in any fashion. It simply preserves the right to enter unencumbered and not intimidated. Second, I think lawmakers should be, and I would respectfully submit this, should be loath to address the issue of what constitutes faith and what constitutes worship. Because that's what you're going to get into if you're going to decide why somebody is entering a synagogue and what their purpose is. And third, I would point out that there are always multiple activities going on in a synagogue at the same time. So while there may be something that's dealing with a more secular issue, at the same time, there will be people praying, there will be people attending religious school, and so on. So trying to parse those things, I think, is a dangerous exercise that the legislation shouldn't touch.
Thank you. And do you have an opinion as it regards to the buffer zone that's required?
We are not taking a specific position on the size of the buffer zone. I think it's reasonable to leave that to the NYPD using the reasonableness standard that they described in their earlier testimony. However, I'm going to go back to my same point. It must take into account the intimidation factor and providing a buffer zone which protects the worshipers from being intimidated.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move to the next panel. Thank you for your testimony. Oh, we have. I'm sorry.
One more question for the witness.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. You addressed intimidation, and you seem, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Nahian.
Nahian. You addressed intimidation and reasonableness, and you seem like a very reasonable person. I was wondering what you think about protesters standing outside a synagogue and yelling in support of Hamas. Do you see that as reasonable, or can you acknowledge that is intimidation?
I think my point with the intimidation was that it's very subjective to some people. There are a lot of people in this world that see a black man walking down the street and will be fearful for their lives because of racism. So I don't think something that's in law that's supposed to protect people should be left up to the discretion of people and be so subjective.
No, I don't disagree, but specifically regarding individuals yelling in support of Hamas, especially considering what happened on October 7th, do you think that is reasonable to do outside a synagogue?
I'm not the NYPD, so I don't think it matters what I think. I think that there are a lot of times
I care
at
what you
Palestine
think.
protests.
Please order in the chamber
I think there are a
to
lot of
appreciate
time
what
that-
you hear.
Oh, sorry.
This is the appreciation gesture. Thank you.
I think that there are a lot of times that people will hear someone say free Palestine or from the river to the sea and claim that as intimidation.
I'm just asking
And I
about
don't personally
Hamas.
think that is.
Not asking about Free Palestine. Just Hamas, support of Hamas.
I don't have an opinion on that.
I wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're going to move to the next panel. I now call Robert Friedman, Ariel Birkett, Reverend Robert Waterman, Ariel Zavinsky, David Ingberg, Joe Rosenberg, and Bennett Katz.
first because he's on.
We're now going to turn to Reverend Robert Waterman on Zoom.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is Reverend Dr. Robert Waterman. How are you all today?
Doing well.
Good. That was a test to make sure that you guys can hear me. Speaker Menem and the committee, this is Reverend Dr. Robert Waterman. I'm just here out of concern of the legislation that Speaker Menem is putting forth. I believe that is something that will be suitable for all houses of worship. There was a day of this year at the Antioch Baptist Church where I pastor. During the Martin Luther King weekend, we had a visitor that came into the church. He encountered many of our parishioners, and he was spoken to. For we're a church that invites everyone in. We have a relationship with our Muslim brothers, our Jewish brothers and sisters across the aisle. But this particular weekend, this Muslim young man walked in. I'm calling him young, but he was not of that youthful age, but yet he walked in and was spoken to many times to have a seat and sit down. He roamed around the whole church. We could not identify him. He came in under the assumption as an Uber driver. My question about Uber drivers, Lyfts, or even accessorizer, they
So it appears the Reverend, I'm not sure if your screen is frozen. We can't hear you. Okay, we're going to come back to you. For the people in the chamber, you can begin in any order you like. 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Joseph Rosenberg, Director of the Catholic Community Relations Council, representing the Archdiocese of New York and the Diocese of Brooklyn and Queens. We thank Speaker Menon and the committee for holding this hearing on such an important and timely matter. At a time when hate crimes against religions are on the rise and incidents against synagogues, mosques, churches, and their schools are increasing, our city must stand together, united against such abhorrent acts. Such solidarity includes supporting legislation allowing the NYPD to create a buffer zone outside of houses of worship to ensure the safety of people entering from being threatened, harassed, and intimidated. A similar bill dealing with educational facilities is also supported. Students, teachers, and faculty of public and non-public schools must not be placed in a situation of being afraid to enter these buildings. Parents need to be assured that schools in our city will be safe for their children and a place for learning, not a place for fear. In New York City, both the Archdiocese of New York and the Diocese of Brooklyn and Queens, like many other religious organizations, have seen the rise of crimes against houses of worship. These include acts of vandalism, destruction of religious statues, and the disruption of religious services. We stand with all other faiths in declaring and reiterating that an attack on one religion is an attack on all religions, and frankly, is an attack on all New Yorkers. Like other faith-based organizations, we are fortunate in having the NYPD as a strong partner. They have been responsive and proactive in confronting these challenges. We are pleased that they are given flexibility to establish policies and practices consistent with the legislative intent of these measures. 3 bills in particular are strongly supported. They are Intro 1A and 175, which charge the NYPD to establish buffer zones at entrances and exits of houses of worship and educational facilities, including non-public schools, and Intro 327, which allows non-public schools to be reimbursed by the City of New York for the cost of installing and operating video cameras to record all activities within 15 feet of the entrance and exit of each school. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you as well.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Rabbi David Ingber, and I serve as the founding rabbi of Romemu community in Manhattan and Brooklyn, and as a rabbi at the 92nd Street Y. I'm grateful to Speaker Menon, to Chair Salam, and to the members of the City Council, and to all those who have worked thoughtfully on this legislation for your leadership and for the seriousness with which you are approaching this issue. I speak today on behalf of both of my communities in support of the buffer bill. I want to begin with something simple, which is in a democratic society, we must protect both freedom of speech and freedom of worship. These are not competing values, notwithstanding what others might say. They are co-equal pillars of our civic life. And over the past year, houses of worship and Jewish communal institutions have experienced heightened tension, protest activity, and at times intimidation. I myself was the subject of such intimidation, most recently at an event at the 92nd Street Y, where leaving the event, I was accosted, as were my family, and I felt intimidated. Let me be clear, though, protest is, of course, a sacred democratic right. But there is a profound difference between protests in the public square and protests that targets the entrances of synagogues, churches, mosques, and community centers in ways that make people feel unsafe as they gather to pray, to mourn, to celebrate, and to learn. A buffer zone does not silence speech. It creates space, literally creates space for dignity, safety, and access. It ensures that elderly congregants, families with children, and individuals simply seeking spiritual refuge can enter their institutions without confrontation or fear or being spit at or being called genocide killers or some such thing. In the Jewish tradition, we speak of makom kadosh, of sacred space. Every faith community deserves the ability to create such space without any intimidation. And this bill affirms that New York City can uphold robust public discourse while also protecting vulnerable communities. This is not about privileging one group over the other. It is about setting reasonable constitutional boundaries that allow all of us to live together in a city that is both passionately expressive and fundamentally safe. I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you as well. And I'd like to note for the record that we've been joined by Councilmember Phil Wong. You may go.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ariel Savransky, and I am the Director of Government and Community Relations, also at the 92nd Street Y. For more than 150 years, 92NY has served as a nonprofit cultural and community center in Manhattan, welcoming over 700,000 New Yorkers of all backgrounds annually. As a prominent Jewish institution that hosts more than 250 high-profile public programs each year, 92NY is both highly visible and deeply connected to the Jewish community. That visibility has increasingly made us a target, and since 10/7, our security costs have increased by 150% and continue to grow. Most recently, at the event that Rabbi Ingber referenced, patrons entering the building were met with drums, flags pushed into their faces, and shouted insults. Our CEO was also physically confronted while documenting the scene. The hostility did not stop at event attendees, and even neighboring businesses were harassed for being in or near a Jewish space. Protests like this occur with troubling regularity. Demonstrators are often aggressive towards patrons and frequently go beyond holding signs to shouting inflammatory accusations, including calling guests child murderers or Nazis. New Yorkers should not be intimidated or harassed for attending a lecture, dropping off their child, or using a gym. The legislation under consideration, particularly related to perimeters, is essential to providing additional protection to organizations at risk and must be passed with language inclusive enough to ensure that Jewish community and cultural centers such as the 92nd Street Y are protected. Thank you for your leadership and your commitment to combating anti-Semitism and strengthening protection for vulnerable communities. We look forward to continuing to work together to ensure that Jewish New Yorkers feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's an honor to be speaking in front of you here today. My name is Ariel Bakel. I am 18 years old and attend SAR High School in the Bronx. On February 23rd, 2024, two men dressed in cloaks walked into the Riverdale Jewish Center, one with a large machete in hand. They approached my friends and me and asked in a menacing tone, "Do you want to see something cool?" I was scared. I knew that attacks on places of worship, regardless of religion, were not uncommon, but I never thought that it would be my reality. Immediately, my survival instincts kicked in. One of my friends and I bolted out the back door and called 911. Thankfully, the police arrived and took care of the situation before it could escalate. The men, who were clearly troubled, had entered a place of worship with a machete and were seeking to threaten a religious leader. Our heroes at the NYPD made sure the situation never turned violent, but the presence and language of these men struck fear into the hearts of my friends and family. These were men who did not understand the fear which they invoked by threatening us in our place of worship. Men who did not understand boundaries. At its core, this bill is about boundaries, setting boundaries on what is safe and productive protest and what is not. This bill would give students, teachers, clergy members, and countless others, regardless of religion, age, sex, and race, a sense of safety which is currently missing. Free speech and the right to protest are fundamental rights upon which this country was founded. This bill does not take away from any of these rights, it only structures them. It allows for people to have their voices heard without invading the safety and comfort of the entire New York City community. I ask you to consider, if these men had intruded on your house of worship in this manner, how would it make you feel? And sit with that. That feeling is why it is imperative that this bill is passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Menon, Chair Salam, and the Committee to Combat Hate for your work, because I was at Park East Synagogue on that night of November 19th, and I'm still outraged by what I witnessed. This was not peaceful protest, and it shouldn't be sanitized or gaslit. A mob screamed violent slogans at Jews at a synagogue as we tried to enter the space for prayer and for a communal event. Families, seniors, neighbors, folks gathering in faith, just feet away from hostile and often mass protesters yelling, "Globalize the Intifada," death chants, and most chillingly, there's only one solution. Then kill yourself, someone said, slit your throat, and calling folks Nazis. It's all on video, and my link is in the handout that I handed out to you. We all know all too well what these words mean. They aren't abstract. They're hateful threats and incitement, not merely protected hate speech like Skokie and Westboro. And they were directed at a community already facing unprecedented and relentless racist anti-Semitic hostility. High-powered, blinding flashlights were aimed at our eyes. I saw adults shield each other. I saw elders lowering their heads, shaken and humiliated. A sacred space was turned into a site of menacing intimidation. Our mayor promised safety for all New Yorkers. Harassment should never be normalized. Jews attacked, students, businesses, cemeteries, and playgrounds targeted. Synagogues are mobbed. It feels like open season on Jewish New Yorkers. But we've been here since 1654, and we're not going anywhere. We're entitled to equal rights and protection, full stop. We know proper buffer zones don't silence protest or stop sight and sound. They prevent intimidation. But there is a chilling effect here. The chill of parents afraid to bring their children to school or children hiding their faith. The chill of seniors unsure that they can walk through a hostile crowd. The chill of communities wondering if prayer is worth the risk, or if they even should simply be visible in their own city. That's chilling. We have buffers around courthouses, polling sites, abortion clinics, because access to constitutional rights matters. And the right to worship freely matters too. But there's no constitutional right to intimidate, obstruct, or threaten folks at the door of sanctuary. And if you look up there, our founder, Thomas Jefferson, said that no matter what the persuasion is, we should have freedom and equality. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I will now call to the testimony table Rabbi Daniel Sherman, Hindi Popkow, Mark Traeger, Scott Richmond, Yura Silber, Marcia Caban, Rabbi Abe Fowler.
And he's on Zoom, I believe.
I now call Rabbi Fowler on Zoom.
Hi.
Hi, Rabbi. You have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Okay, well, thank you very much to the committee. I was asked to give some of my thoughts about what it means to be a community rabbi. I'm the chief rabbi of Ohel David in Shlomo, which is a synagogue in Brooklyn. We had to spend quite a lot of money on security over the last year. Our regular budget is $50,000. This year we actually went up to $100,000. So it's been we take it very seriously, and I believe that it's important for the committee to understand that not just as a rabbi, but as a Jew, we're a bit concerned about the direction that things are going in the city. And certainly when we think about potential demonstrations outside any synagogue, it's something that it's not just unpleasant, but it actually can become a security threat. People feel very threatened, especially in light of what happened on October 7th. So we're dealing with crowds that are not just anti-Jewish, but crowds that support violence against Jews. And that's where we get scared, because we're very pluralistic. We're okay with people having different opinions. We respect different opinions. But for us to tolerate people who support the massacre of Jews is something that just makes us feel very uncomfortable with.
Thank you. I'll now call Bennett Katz on Zoom.
Ask him to stop unmuting.
Bennett Katz, can you allow us to unmute you?
Hi, here I am.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, and thank you to the council for allowing me to testify about a violent protest and my personal experiences with it at Park East Synagogue on November 19th, 2025. On that evening at around 7:30, I was approaching the synagogue on East 68th Street, that entrance between Lexington and 3rd. I was wearing a kippah or a yarmulke at the time, walking on the north side of the street. As I approached the synagogue, I observed a crowd of about what looked like 200 people stretched on the whole block on the same side of the street as the entrance to the synagogue, right up to the entrance of the synagogue, screaming loudly, death to Zionists, why don't you kill yourself, right at the people going right into the synagogue for an event. As I approached the rear of the protest, I was immediately surrounded by 10 to 15 masked protesters who put up their fists almost like a human wall to stop me from proceeding down the sidewalk towards the entrance of the synagogue. I was jostled. There were bright lights shined in my eye, and suddenly from behind this wall, from behind all these people, threw a punch which fortunately just glanced my shoulder, and I wasn't injured, again, fortunately. One protester said, "Where are you going? They're not going to let you down there." And my thought was, how is that possible on a New York City street that someone's telling me I can't go down there? That synagogue, that street rather, was being occupied by these people. And this was very shocking to me that there were folks who are being obstructed from entering the synagogue. And it should be noted, I was not carrying a flag. I was not carrying a sign. I was merely a person with a kippah on his head walking towards the synagogue. That was enough to provoke this kind of reaction, this violent reaction. Council, no New Yorker should be made to feel unsafe.
Thank you. Your time is up.
As they enter any house of worship. And I urge you to support these bills that are being discussed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Now I'm calling the in-person panel. You can go in any order you would like. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Marcia Caban. I will soon mark my 10th anniversary as the executive director of Central Synagogue, which is a very large congregation in Midtown East. When I arrived in 2016, in my role, I was surprised to learn that Central had armed guards. Today, we have twice as many guards, metal detectors, bomb-sniffing dogs, protective barriers in front of our sanctuary, which is beautiful and it is a shame, and much more. We have to. Synagogues around our country have seen violent attacks, arson, vandalism, and threats. The rise in anti-Semitism across America and in our city is deeply alarming. So too is the rise in hate crimes against all minority communities, with more than half of them anti-Jewish hate crimes, although Jews make up a far smaller percentage of our city's population. I am here in my role as a Jewish professional to share what keeps me up at night. It is the safety of my community. We have thousands of people, toddlers and teenagers, parents and grandparents walking through our doors each week. They deserve to enter a synagogue where they feel safe, where they can pray, mourn, celebrate, and gather without fear or interference, where every person is welcomed with dignity. And yet we have received threats. We have been targeted. We conduct regular active shooter drills. We place emergency instructions in our pews explaining what to do should the unthinkable occur. This is not how a sacred space is meant to feel. We are grateful that the City Council recognizes its responsibility to ensure that Jews and all people of faith can gather to worship in peace, safety, and without intimidation. Our community will continue to lead with openness, strength, and resilience, but we cannot do it alone.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Salam, members of the committee. My name is Yerucham Silber. I serve as Director of New York Government Relations at Agudath Israel of America, a nationwide advocacy organization. Thank you for this opportunity. We're here today to express our support for the package of legislation being introduced today, especially that to establish the clear security perimeters around houses of worship. This bill addresses an urgent and growing concern, ensuring that New Yorkers can enter and exit their houses of worship safely and without intimidation or obstruction. Recent events illustrated precisely why this legislation is needed. As we've heard, sadly as we know, anti-Semitic incidents have increased exponentially across the city. Last November, as was mentioned so eloquently before by some of the speakers, protesters gathered directly adjacent to a synagogue entrance during an event, hindering access and creating an atmosphere of intimidation for those attempting to enter. While peaceful protest is a protected right, obstructing access to houses of worship crosses a line and undermines both public safety and religious freedom. While we support efforts addressing similar concerns, state efforts, the city legislation is especially significant. New York City is home to the largest population of Orthodox Jews outside of Israel. Measures enacted here will have an outsized influence not only on public safety, but also on communal confidence and stability. The bill also sends a powerful message. New York City will not tolerate intimidation outside houses of worship. At a time when Jews around the world face rising anti-Semitic threats, passage of this legislation will affirm that New York remains a place where Jewish life is protected and respected. At the same time, we recognize this legislation is not a cure-all. It will not on its own end anti-Semitic incidents or hateful rhetoric. Nevertheless, it still represents an essential step forward. We commend Speaker Menon and her colleagues in the Council for advancing this measure, and we strongly support the Speaker's comprehensive five-point plan to combat anti-Semitism. We look forward to its implementation. New Yorkers of all, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to note for the record that we've been joined by Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you, Chair Salam and members of the City Council. It's great to be with many friends and colleagues. My name is Mark Traeger, CEO of JCRC New York, and I'm going to put aside my prepared remarks and just speak from the heart. Just a few weeks ago, the JCRC celebrated its 50th anniversary celebration at Park East Synagogue, and a 95-year-old Holocaust survivor, Rabbi Arthur Schneier, addressed our crowd, not as a politician, not as a lobbyist, but as a Jewish New Yorker who believed that he lived long enough that he would never again have to see Jewish people fearful to practice their faith. But unfortunately, he described exactly that at Park East. And I'm very happy that the council is setting the record straight that what happened at Park East was not peaceful. It was not peaceful. There is no constitutional right to bang on doors and scare the living hell out of people entering or leaving their house of worship. When you bang on the door of a house of worship and scare people and yell at them in their faces, that is not persuasion, that is intimidation. That's against the law. And I'm also pleased to hear the NYPD acknowledge that they did not meet the moment that day, which is also proof positive that you cannot rely on a piece of guidance. And I remind this body that I have so much respect for that guidance is very different than a law. Many laws the City Council has passed, including in my time, began as a piece of guidance in a city agency, and later to be cemented into law to require that agency to be held accountable, to perfect it, training, education, outreach. That's why we have a City Council. So I thank you all for creating this space and opportunity for the community to be heard and to make sure that we protect the rights of worshipers and the First Amendment for everyone. But we have to make sure that we act in this moment. Thank you, Chair Salam.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Salam and members of the Committee to Combat Hate. My name is Scott Richmond, and I'm proud to serve as the Regional Director for ADL's office covering New York and New Jersey. I'm pleased to be here today to testify in support of legislation sponsored by New York City Council Speaker Julie Menin. New York City faces an unprecedented crisis of anti-Semitism that demands immediate action. While we do not yet have finalized data for 2025, ADL carefully responds and tracks anti-Semitic incidents across the country and, of course, in New York City. According to our 2024 audit, New York State recorded 1,437 incidents of anti-Semitism, the highest number of incidents reported in any state across the country, representing 15% of all anti-Semitic incidents nationwide. And most importantly, 68% of those incidents occurred in New York City in the 5 boroughs. And we'd be happy to provide all of the data for 2025 when it comes out. This data is unique to ADL because it comprises both hate crimes and hate incidents, to which ADL responds and carefully tracks. We at ADL know all too well that a pattern of unchecked hate incidents leads to hate crimes. Indeed, the data on hate crimes in New York State reveals a disturbing pattern of escalating violence, with a record 69 anti-Semitic assaults taking place in New York City, with more than half of them perpetrated against Orthodox Jews. My team and I respond to anti-Semitic incidents every day and know this work firsthand, and our data shows that religious institutions unfortunately became targets of anti-Semitic incidents many times. By our count, in 2024 in New York City, this happened 157 times. Congregants have been harassed and even assaulted at Jewish institutions. Speaker Menin's legislation carefully balances the rights to peacefully protest and engage in free speech and the need to protect religious freedom and public safety.
Thank you. Your time is up.
We urge you to support Intro 1A.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hindi Pupko. I'm honored to be testifying today on behalf of UJ Federation of New York. Thank you, Chair Salam, and the members of the Committee to Combat Hate for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of this bill package, specifically Intro 1 and Intro 175. Today is really about upholding 3 sacred values which we all hold dear: freedom to practice our religion, freedom of assembly, and everyone's right to free speech. These bills find a way to uphold all of these values without compromise. What these bills aim to do is ensure that in protecting free speech, we are also not causing harm to communities, ensuring that families and children can enter their houses of worship and schools without being harassed. These bills take a practical and measured approach, requiring the NYPD to create and implement a clear plan to establish buffer zones when safety concerns arise. For so many New Yorkers of faith, our temples, church, mosques, and synagogues are not simply our temples and churches. They are community buildings. They are our sanctuaries. We pray there, we mourn there, we cry, we celebrate our life's milestones, and we teach our children there. We all deserve to feel safe in these spaces. New York is not only the greatest city in the world, but it is also home to the largest Jewish community outside of Israel, and we want to keep it that way. Images of Jews being harassed on their way to synagogue not only frighten Jewish communities everywhere, they are also a stain on our city's image, and we want it to end. We want New York to continue to be a place where everyone feels welcome. I remember visiting New York as a young child coming from Montreal, and my father would always say, "Look how welcome we all here. So many yarmulkes on the streets." It was also the only city where you can get a kosher hot dog at Yankee Stadium. We want New York to stay that way. We want to feel at home here. We want everyone to feel that this is a city where they could be most themselves, most at home. Peaceful protest is a cherished right in this city. Intimidation and obstacles are not. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify in support of this important legislation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daniel Sherman. I'm the rabbi of Westside Institutional Synagogue and Westside Sephardic in the Upper West Side. And our community serves approximately 300 families, ranging from young children to individuals in their 90s. The beauty of our synagogue is that it is comprised of individuals who fled their homes, whether it's Hungary and Ukraine on the one hand, Morocco, Tunisia on the other. And they have come to New York City to start their lives because of the freedom of speech that they want from the government and the individual in a society that accepts them and allows them to worship. The beauty of this bill is that it provides both the transparency on behalf of the government to ensure that protesters and the individuals that are being protested know the buffer zones that will be given to them, as well as on behalf of the individuals praying that they can enter and access into homes that have become not only their spiritual home, but their communal home as well, their home away from home, from the continents in which they now live in this wonderful city of New York. I'd like to conclude that every morning, or almost every morning, I leave my synagogue after morning prayers on 76th Street. I pass a church on 73rd, I go home to 68th Street where I pick up my two boys, and I bring them to their Jewish school on 75th Street. And I'm blessed every morning to also pass by the mosque at 72nd in Riverside. The New York City that I envision is one of where I left my synagogue and entered into it for morning prayers safely. It's one of where those entering the church on 73rd Street, that they are given the sense of sensitivity and safety as they enter and exit. And when I show my boys this mosque on 72nd Street with the true dream of coexistence that I really imagine everyone in this room wants, that my boys also understand what is happening in that mosque and that the individuals in that mosque feel safe as well. And my blessing to New York City is that those in the synagogues, those in the mosques, those in the churches, each feel equally access and safety, both in their homes, out of their homes, as they exit. And that's truly what New York City has always been and can be and continue with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I think we do have some questions for this panel. Councilmember Fernico.
Thank you, Chair. I have two questions, one for Rabbi Faour and one for Mr. Traeger. Rabbi Faour, some opponents of Intro 1A, the bill we're discussing here today, claim that synagogues are used to sell Israeli land, and therefore there should be no limitations on their right to protest. Can you talk about the religious and national connection of the Jewish people to the land of Israel and address how Israel is an integral part of Jewish identity?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for that question. And it's important to understand that when Jews pray, we pray 3 times a day, and we face the land of Israel. And we face the land of Israel because it's not just a religious connection with the land. Of course, the land is sanctified for the Jewish people, but it's also a national historical connection. That's where we come from. That's where we always want to return. And whenever Jews think about the history, which was filled with, unfortunately, anti-Semitism, pogroms, horrible events over the course of the last 1,000, even 2,000 years, Jews always thought about, well, one day we'll go back to Israel. So today we can go back to Israel, and that gives us a sense of comfort, and I want to just explain that without going over time. Today we have the state of Israel, and as a Jew who lives in America, and I love America, and I love New York, and I love being here, and I love the diversity of the city, but I'm also aware of what's happening all over the world, and I'm aware of my history. There was always anti-Semitism. In my mind, I can do something that my grandparents couldn't do. I view Israel as a place to go to if, God forbid, things went downhill in this country. So when we think about buying land in Israel, it's not just about the religious connection, and it's certainly not a commercial transaction. It has nothing to do with commerce. There's a lot of good real estate opportunities in the U.S. and many places in the world. Israel is not necessarily a real estate opportunity. We think about it as a place where we can finally return home and be safe.
Thank you. And Mr. Traeger, since JCRC is an umbrella Jewish organization working with Jewish communities across New York, do you believe these hateful demonstrations have impacted Jewish New Yorkers to the extent that they made them fearful of attending their synagogue and affected other aspects of Jewish life?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Absolutely, that is the case. I don't think a week goes by that I'm not at an event or a meeting where I hear from a parent who painfully tells me that they advise their child to wear a baseball hat over their yarmulke when they take the subway to get to school or to attend events in their Jewish institution or synagogue. That's painful. That is very painful because, I am also a grandson of Holocaust survivors. My family left the former Soviet Union because of religious persecution. And to have to hear and relive stories that I've heard as a child, it's unacceptable. It goes against everything that New York and America stands for. And I also want to say, council member, I heard questions before about the use of data in terms of making decisions. Let me give the council a piece of data. The nonprofit security program that was revamped in 2021 to provide security aid for houses of worship and institutions started at about $180 million back then. Do you know what it is now? Leader Hakeem Jeffries attended our breakfast to say that he's putting in a request for over $500 million nationally, of which New York City gets the most, not because it's a gold star achievement, but because the level of threat to synagogues and institutions of all houses of worship, synagogues, churches, mosques, you name it, that happens in New York. That's not a badge of honor that I share. That's just the reality and facts and data of what people are going through in New York City on a day-to-day basis. So I appreciate the question. I hopefully I provided a response.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I now call up to the witness panel Justin Harrison, Janine Wang, Nicholas Duyatkin, Riley Henderson, Sharada Joshi, Jonathan Bloom. You may begin in whichever order you like. You have 2 minutes each.
Okay. Good afternoon, Speaker Menon, Chairman Salam, and council members. I'm Justin Harrison, Senior Policy Counsel for the ACLU of New York. I manage our legislative First Amendment docket, and I'm here to testify about 001A and 175A, the buffer zone bills. These proposals are unnecessary and threaten New Yorkers' constitutional rights. Unnecessary because federal and New York state laws already protect access to places of worship and offer judicial relief when that access is threatened, and an affront to the Constitution because they would strip away New Yorkers' free speech rights. Both proposals encourage viewpoint and content-based enforcement against disfavored speakers and messages, in that they offer the NYPD wide latitude to decide when, where, and under what conditions they should set up buffer zones, an exercise typically reserved for the courts, which are very limited in their ability to allow any infringement on the right to protest on public streets and sidewalks. To enforce these proposed buffer zones, NYPD officers will be asked to address and contain the risk of injury, intimidation, and interference, a risk they will have to assess with little to rely on other than appearances. Any assessment that is not content or viewpoint neutral will run afoul of the Constitution. Given the concerns animating the Council's proposals, we think this delegation is a recipe for chilling and targeting and suppressing speech. Why? Because while the bills at least facially charge the NYPD with honoring First Amendment obligations, the proposals were introduced in response to constitutionally protected protests criticizing Israel and its policies, not a rising trend of criminal activity or an uncontained demonstration that got out of hand. It will present individuals exercising their First Amendment rights with a blunt instrument designed to suppress speech. That sort of censorship cannot be allowed.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good afternoon. My name is Jen Vinh Wong, and I'm a supervising attorney with the COP Accountability Project at the Legal Aid Society. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to join the opposition to Intros 1A and 175A, which would fundamentally undermine the protest settlement that was reached with NYPD in the city in the wake of the 2020 racial justice protests. That settlement required NYPD to minimize police presence at protests and demonstrations to ensure compliance with the First Amendment. The proposals direct NYPD to create and maintain security perimeters around places of worship and educational facilities, and doing so would necessarily increase police presence and risk greater surveillance of people of color. And for example, the repercussions of NYPD's documented surveillance over mosques and our Muslim neighbors are still felt in our city today. We, along with our co-counsel at NYCLU, represent plaintiffs in the NYPD protest settlement, Payne v. de Blasio, one of the consolidated cases. And under that settlement, NYPD is tasked with promoting, whenever and wherever possible, First Amendment activity. Both of these bills, even as amended, would upset that carefully negotiated balance of the settlement. Modern policing experts understand that police presence at protests can escalate crowd tension instead of promote safety, and we've seen that over and over again with NYPD. These bills do not incorporate the considerations that the tiered approach in the settlement considers, and it presupposes deployment of officers by requiring the creation and maintenance of frozen zones, which would require the deployment of officers, and this would fundamentally undermine the settlement. NYPD is required to use de-escalation methods before increasing officer deployments to protests. This proposed legislation would set up these buffer zones without balancing the best practices reflected in the protest settlement, and it would upend the tiered system. But even more than that, the sheer number of educational facilities and houses of worship in a city as dense as New York City could turn the city into a hotbed of speech-free zones and would unconstitutionally burden the speech of every New Yorker.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I just have one more thing to say. I think that we find it incredibly troubling
I'm sorry,
that we
your
are
time is
relying on the
up.
NYPD
Your time is
to
up.
combat hate crime
I'm sorry,
when
your
it is
time is
an
up.
agency that is still under federal monitorship
Your time
for
is up.
racially.
Also, I want to remind the public that snapping fingers or clapping or any of that is not acceptable in the chambers. We do, however, allow for any hand gestures this way or any of that other stuff is good. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Bloom. I'm a Jewish New Yorker and a union organizer at UAW. I'm also a proud member of UAW Staff United, an independent union representing our dedicated organizing staff here at UAW. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of my union, urging council members to reject the proposed security perimeter bills. These bills would be a disaster for organized labor and for free speech in our city. They follow the Trump playbook of muzzling protest instead of actually addressing the root causes of protest. I'll start with Intro 175A, which supposedly protects students outside their schools. The issue is that educational facilities are also workplaces. The ability to protest visibly outside the workplace is one of the most powerful tools that we have as workers. This bill would defang union actions without offering any additional protection against obstruction, violence, or property damage than existing laws already provide. And I saw the revised language, and it does not address that concern. Not only is this bill unnecessary, but it would also suppress union activity. The workers that I personally help organize are largely immigrants that are here on visas. Trump's attacks on immigrants have already created a climate of fear in our city. The mere threat that the NYPD could deem a protest illegal would create further barriers for immigrant workers to participate in union activity. Council members who support these bills would be working hand in hand with Trump to suppress labor in New York. As for Intro 1A, the issue is simple. At the end of the day, if houses of worship host activities other than worship, then we need the ability to protest directly outside. Rather than criminalizing protesters, the city should be targeting the illegal events hosted by houses of worship, as well as illegal union busting activity by educational institutions. As a proud Jewish representative of organized labor in New York, I strongly urge the council to vote no on both proposed bills. Thank you.
I'd just also like to remind the witness testimony, the witnesses who are testifying, that they have an opportunity as well to submit their written testimony to testimony at council.nyc.gov.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Devyatkin. I'm the Director of Legal Affairs for the Professional Staff Congress, AFT Local 2334. We are the instructional staff union for CUNY. We represent approximately 30,000 members and serve about 240,000 students across 26 campuses in the 5 boroughs. I'm here to testify about Bill 175-A, as that specifically affects our members and the students and publics that we serve. We do not believe that this statute would survive a First Amendment challenge, as many other speakers have indicated. We should take a look at the actual text of the bill, and there hasn't really been that much analysis of that today. But for example, there's been talk that the bill does not force the NYPD to do anything. Paragraph 4E states that the police commissioner shall implement the plan to establish these buffer zones. Furthermore, there is no oversight mechanism to review whether the commissioner's plan, once developed, will itself pass constitutional muster. Paragraph 4B says that this plan must accomplish its goals through the use of buffer zones. The purpose of this bill is to establish buffer zones. If it isn't the purpose of that bill, then your constituents are going to be really disappointed, because you just heard from about a dozen of them that are expecting this council to pass a buffer zone bill. Paragraph 4F says that nothing in this section shall be construed or interpreted to infringe upon rights granted under the National Labor Relations Act or the labor law. It's unclear what the term the labor law means. Finally, the NYPD already has a lot in its toolkit. I was shocked to hear today that the most vociferous defender of the First Amendment was the representative from the NYPD. The city council itself appeared to show almost ignorance of basic First Amendment litigation. And with that, I only have 3 seconds left, so thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm here representing the Crown Heights Tenant Union Palestine Solidarity Working Group. I'm here today to speak out against
What's your name?
Sorry?
Your name?
Riley Henderson. I'm here today to speak out against the buffer zones proposed in these bills. Protesting is supposed to be a constitutional right, but to give the police the discretionary authority over when and where protests may take place completely defeats the purpose of assembling in person and in solidarity around a given issue. It is also absurd to ban protests as a form of political action from institutions that themselves can host political events. This creates a scenario where anytime a group wishes to host a potentially controversial event or gathering, they simply need to find a religious or educational building willing to host them, and suddenly give them, and then suddenly they are free from the inconveniences of criticism and shame or accountability that they would otherwise face from their neighbors, peers, and fellow New Yorkers. The sale of stolen Palestinian land is an explicitly political action with real material effects on people's lives now and for generations to come. It has rightfully drawn criticism and anger from people all around the world, and this bill would effectively ban meaningful protests against it while creating the conditions to do the same for any controversial event that chooses a religious or educational institution as its host. I urge the City Council to reject these unconstitutional bills and to help preserve New Yorkers' rights to protect and fight for our neighborhoods and our ideals.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shraddha Joshi, and I'm a paralegal at the DOORS Legal Services Center working with our Detained Minors Project. The DOOR is a comprehensive youth development organization serving 9,000 young people in New York City yearly. For 54 years, we have provided a safe space for health access, mental health care, career and ed programs, runaway and homeless youth services, enrichment, and legal assistance for young people. As a staff member at an organization that works with vulnerable youth, I'm here to raise deep concerns regarding proposed bills 1A and 175A regarding educational facilities and places of worship. Despite recent amendments to these bills, NYPD established buffer zones would dramatically increase police presence across the city, serving as another tool for surveillance and selective enforcement, especially against communities of color. Black and brown youth are disproportionately profiled and targeted by the police, and buffer zones would further put the young people we serve at risk. Furthermore, in December 2025, DOOR members testified right here in this room regarding ICE presence in New York City, where we called on the city to end the NYPD's tacit support for extrajudicial ICE raids. Given that buffer zones require escalated NYPD presence and activity, we are worried about the increased vulnerability of immigrant youth, both around our facility and in New York City at large. In defense of immigrant youth, DOOR staff members regularly attend hands-off protests against the violent presence of ICE in our city. Because places of worship and educational facilities are everywhere, these bills would impact mobility and protest across the city, effectively criminalizing and policing demonstrations that our staff members take part in. We are worried that our ability to advocate for youth and exercise protected speech will be curtailed by these police buffer zones. Finally, as an organization that provides key health services to youth, we stand with the calls of reproductive justice organizations and healthcare workers who have broadly stood against these bills and the risks they pose to health access. As we witness an unprecedented crackdown that threatens our work in service of young people, I urge council members to vote against these bills. Young people in New York City deserve to feel safe from the harmful effects of escalated policing, and City Council must stand up for our right to continue advocating for social change.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe there are questions for this panel.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate some of the testimony. I appreciate that there was attempts to read the bill. And I appreciate, ICE and our fight against ICE and talking about sensitive locations that we want to protect from ICE, from undue infringement on our rights, such as schools and houses of worship. So I appreciate you articulating that, and that our houses of worship and schools should be safe spaces for all who go there. Okay, so I appreciate that we agree on that. I may not agree who gets to be protected. I think everyone should be protected in those spaces. It seems that only some people should be protected in those spaces, so that's a point of disagreement, but I appreciate you bringing up that point. There were a number of things that were brought up about reading the bill. I kind of want to read a little bit of it. But first, I just want to ask for the ACLU and Legal Aid Society, when the NYPD testified under oath that this bill provides no new powers to them and cannot, would not, and will not conflict with the court settlement they agreed to, as per Councilmember Caban's questions, were they wrong? Were they lying? Were they misinterpreting their own duties? Can you talk a little bit about that?
I would say that our reading of the bill is that the bill here is directing NYPD to create buffer zones. And as other people have testified already, that is the way that the bill reads. It is directing NYPD to create buffer zones.
But let me read that. I'm going to let you get back to your question, but I do want to read that part.
Sure.
Because what it actually says, I'm going to read section B, which one of you did a highlight from. No later than 45 days to present a proposed plan. And the purpose of that is to provide for feedback, right? We want that sunlight, that daylight on that. Submit to the mayor a proposed plan to address and contain the risk of injury, intimidation, and interference while preserving protest rights. So you left that part out. The purpose, and I'm going to finish the sentence, but the purpose is to address and contain the risk of injury, intimidation, and interference while preserving and protecting protest rights at educational facilities through the use of buffer zones. So the purpose of the buffer zones would be to protect against that and contain that risk. And then the other part that was, and this is a plan, by the way. It says a plan. And the other part that was left out, 4, you mentioned section E, I believe. But it's a subsection under line 4, and it says communicating with the public and individuals seeking to protest at or enter to from educational facilities when the police department has established such a buffer zone. So you have 2 lines in this legislation that's in the text that demonstrates that it is not a blanket buffer zone to protect and infringe free speech. It is saying in certain instances, and it affirms that later in the bill. So can you please speak to those points?
I just want to highlight that the carefully negotiated settlement that was reached in the protest cases in the wake of the 2020 racial justice protests really center around the social research science and modern policing experts acknowledging that an outsized police presence at the beginning of a protest, of a peaceful protest, is one that will escalate tensions with the crowd. And in acknowledgement of that, this settlement had negotiated a four-tiered response, a four-tiered approach, which is undermined by these laws, by these proposals, because what the law is directing NYPD to do is actually taking away the discretion to make these plans with the consideration for the tiered approach and actually directing them to create buffer zones outside of the tiered structure, which means there is a presupposition of a deployment of officers before there's a consideration of whether that protest or demonstration falls into the appropriate tier for officer deployment. And that is where the tension lies. Now, if the question here is really about what the execution will look like, I can't speak to that because I don't have a crystal ball. But I will say that just reading the text of the proposals and comparing it against the text of the settlement and the tiered approach, it is in tension.
Do you have anything to add to that?
Nothing to add to that.
I do have one more thing to add to that, and there is something else that was in consideration when the tiered approach was created. That the research and the data showed that when it came to protest arrests and protest violence between police and protesters, it was not just about the escalating tensions, it was about the fact that people of color, protesters of color, were the ones who were being targeted for arrest and violence at a much higher rate than white protesters, even when controlling for factors such as the content of speech, the size of the crowd, and other factors that would be considered relevant to that. And so that was another reason why the tiered approach was so carefully negotiated. It was to protect protesters, and that is something that these two bills have not addressed.
I would point out again that the bill calls for transparency, something I thought the ACLU and Legal Aid Society would want to see in our police system. It does not direct them to create buffer zones except for outside of these intimidations. And I would point out, actually, it's interesting, before this hearing, there was a protest outside. Great, fine. And you know what else there was? A buffer zone. There was a stanchion, or open stanchion, that separated the protesters from the entrance to the building. Now, that buffer zone was very small. Right, but that existed. That was something that was set up. So the notion that this would somehow create something that doesn't already exist, I think isn't rooted in the text of the bill. It's rooted in like feelings, but we're not legislating based on how we feel. We're trying to pass a law that protects New Yorkers and protects people's right to protest, and we do that through transparency. We do that through a plan, and as the NYPD testified, we are not directing them to change anything, nor can we direct them to change anything that was reached in a settlement.
I would just note that another witness at this table had pointed out that there are so many houses of worship and there are so many schools, so many facilities that are swept in under these proposals that it would necessarily increase police surveillance and police presence across the city. And again, whenever there is increased police presence and increased police surveillance, it is the people of color, people from marginalized communities that wind up bearing the brunt of NYPD police violence and brutality.
I'd just like to remind everyone that we have over maybe 150 or more people to testify that have not testified yet. So just be cognizant of that so that we can move things along in a manner that gets us out of here before midnight. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We will now move to the next panel.
And thank you to the people who responded to my questions. Appreciate it.
I now call to the witness table Simone Deng, David Zirkan, Avi Posnick, Barry Govenchik, Mayor Waxman, Rabbi Benny Kraus, Jonah Skoldos, and Megan Haller. We'll bring a chair for those members who wish to testify. In the meantime, you all can start. 2 minutes each in any order you would like.
Can you guys hear me all right? Okay. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. On November 5th, 2023, a few short weeks after the October 7th massacre, the synagogue of my then 97-year-old Holocaust survivor great-grandmother held an evening of solidarity for the local community. When my grandparents walked across the street from their apartment to the event, they were appalled to see a massive counter-protest right on top of their synagogue. Hundreds of people lobbing taunts, jeers, and threats at elderly citizens from close range. Had there been a reasonable buffer zone between the protesters and the synagogue, my relatives would have been able to enter their house of worship and pray for peace instead of having to retreat back to their homes in fear. I want to be perfectly clear about something. This bill is not meant to silence protests or in any way restrict the right of assembly guaranteed in the First Amendment of our Constitution. This bill merely ensures that everyone gets to exercise their First Amendment rights, including both freedom of assembly and freedom of religion, fully and safely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, members of the councils. My name is Simon Deng. I was born in Sudan. I was enslaved as a child because of my faith and my identity. I believe in protesting. I have protested my whole life. Peaceful protest is a right and it is part of our democracy. I have traveled the world. I spoke before the presidents, United Nations, and countries worldwide. I have seen protests everywhere. What is happening outside these days in New York, it is unlikely like anything I ever seen. Large crowd gathering to intimidate people, to scare them, so they would not attend their community events. People are being harassed, and the time physically blocks from access, and the effort is clear. People stop coming, events get canceled, community get silenced. The buffer zones doesn't protect. It makes sure people can attend without fear of being harassed or being attacked. We seen videos. We have seen what is happening. in New York. We can protect both free expressions and safety for all peoples. I'm asking the members of the councils, all of us together, let's pass this bill.
Thank you, Chair Salam. My name is Avi Poznik. I'm the Northeast Director for Stand With Us, an education organization that educates and empowers students and communities to fight anti-Semitism and hate. We support New York City Council Intro Number 1, and we thank Speaker Menon for introducing this legislation, as well as the many members of the Council who support as well, and we support the package of bills that are included today. This common sense piece of legislation ensures the First Amendment rights of members of any faith community have free access to their house of worship. It also ensures the First Amendment right for those who want to protest. It does not prevent protesters from declaring, for example, as they did outside the Park East Synagogue, we have to make them afraid, and it does not prevent them from proudly expressing support for Hamas, as they did in Kew Gardens Hills, Queens, though of course such speech is abhorrent. It would not prevent anyone from chanting Islamophobic, anti-Christian, anti-Hindu statements outside of a mosque, church, or temple, though of course such statements are abhorrent as well. Rather, by applying reasonable, content-neutral time, place, and manner restrictions, this legislation helps maintain order and rooted in law that has long been constitutionally upheld and protects the rights of all New Yorkers to worship freely while preserving the right of everyone to protest freely as well. At Stand With Us, we urge this committee and the full council to pass these bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to the council. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this critical subject, which weighs heavily on the minds of my community for two specific reasons that I'd like to outline. Our tradition teaches that it's not only good deeds that are rewarded in heaven, but the journey to and from is rewarded just the same. It's that sacred journey that we're here to protect today. My name is David Zirkind. I serve as the rabbi of Riverdale Jewish Center in the Bronx, a thriving community of many different religions and creeds. Our community is bursting with newly married couples and young children. Sadly, our community has also not been immune to terrible acts of religious hate. Vandalism, broken windows, bomb threats, and hate speech have all made their way to our doorstep. As a father and a congregational rabbi, I know how special it is to walk our children to school and how meaningful it is to bring our families to prayer. Going to school is not a political act of resistance. Heading to church should not require any courage. But when fear and intimidation are real and present, our parents are forced to ask themselves if these spaces are safe to bring their kids. No parent should have to worry what their child might see on their way to school. No mom should agonize over what her daughter might hear from within the stroller on the way for their family to go and pray. I respect every person's right to free speech, but we cannot allow houses of worship, schools, and community centers to become the easiest and most vulnerable targets of hate and intimidation. They already have, and it's our job to act. I support the safe access bills and testify to that effect on behalf of every dad in synagogue who worries if his children will arrive safely, and on behalf of every mom trying valiantly to shield their children from the hate that is already around us. I believe in this council and its ability to ensure that the narrow technicalities of politics don't erode the basic experiences of what it means to live proudly and religiously in New York. Please join us in protecting our sacred spaces and ensuring that our families can walk to worship with confidence and security. We pray that our comings and goings are safe today and safe forever.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Benny Krause. I serve as a principal of SAR in Riverdale. It's a community of 1,800 students and 400 faculty. It is almost 4 o'clock. Our students will now get a pass. The students that are testifying on our behalf are going to get a pass for the entire day. They sat through this entire hearing and learned a lot. But this is a testament to how important this is to them and to all of us. I want to begin by expressing genuine gratitude to Speaker Menon, to Chair Salam, to our local councilman Eric Dinowitz for championing this legislation. I also want to acknowledge the very serious and careful work that has gone into crafting the specific language of these bills, including over the last few days, the result of real collaboration between the City Council and NYPD to find the most effective approach, balancing the commitment to free speech with the very real security challenges of this moment. That balance matters, and it reflects thoughtful governance, and frankly, it reflects thoughtful people. But the most important words you hear today, I believe, are from our students, not just because they're our students, but our students. I ask you to listen to their experiences and equally to their fears. Both deserve your full attention. Children in New York City should not be afraid to walk to school. They should not feel unsafe on the streets of Manhattan or on the Bronx. Bills 327 and 175, reimbursing non-public schools for security cameras and establishing meaningful security perimeters at educational facilities, are concrete steps towards making that a reality. The Council has an opportunity today to both provide relief and to send a message to our kids that they matter, that their safety is important, and that they should be and feel seen, protected, and valued. Thank you very, very much for working to pass these bills.
Thank you.
My name is Megan Haller. I live in the Bronx, and I'm a senior at SAR High School, a Jewish day school in Riverdale. The synagogue I attend every week is Riverdale Jewish Center on Independence Avenue. The RJC has always been a place where I feel part of a community, and this is where I celebrate holidays, pray, and lead young children in services. It's not just a synagogue, it's our second home. Lately, things feel really different. I worry that one day when I'm least expecting it, I'll turn on the corner and there could be an angry mob of protesters screaming at me and blocking my way into the building. The story of what happened at Park East Synagogue scared me. Many protesters lined up right outside, shouting violent words and shoving people in ways that created an unsettling environment. I always have a fear that my synagogue is going to be next. Some weekends, our local police, the 50th Precinct, stand outside. I love seeing Detective Russia Jamshir there. She and I became really good friends, and seeing her familiar face provides me with a sense of relief. The police being there makes me feel safe, and as a token of my appreciation, every Thanksgiving, I bake cupcakes and bring them to the 50th Precinct. On weekends, when I notice that they aren't there, my fears escalate because I feel vulnerable. This bill is not about silencing anyone's right to freedom of speech. It's about my safety and the safety of the Jewish community and our ability to walk into our local synagogue and worship freely without fear of being harassed. The buffer zone would allow people to still protest. However, it creates a safe space around the synagogue for people to worship in peace. No New Yorker should feel worried about being able to walk into a house of worship or be who they are, and neither should I.
Thank you.
Chair Salam, I am Barry Grudenchik, President of the Queens Jewish Community Council. I've been joined by Rabbi Meir Waxman, who gave up his time to speak today. He's our Executive Director, and we also have several board members who you hear from. We're here to testify in strong support of Intro 1A to establish security perimeters at places of religious worship. The QJCC is a 57-year-old Queens organization committed to improving the economic, cultural, and social prosperity of our clients. Many of the QJCC's efforts are in regard to general social services, and the QJCC also provides Jewish cultural experiences through our concerts and other public events. Recently, we have focused significant attention on programming to repudiate harassment and hate speech. After the pandemic, QJCC partnered with groups from the Queens' large Asian American and Pacific Islander community to stand up to anti-Asian hate. On 7th October, thousands of Hamas members and their supporters broke barriers into the sovereign state of Israel and tortured and murdered over 1,200 people, kidnapping more than 250 people. Since that time, there have been a slew of anti-Israel rallies, often, if not always, featuring expressions of outright anti-Semitism in the city. We have focused our advocacy and programming since that time against hatred of Jews. While hatred is not illegal, threatening is illegal, menacing is, spitting on people is illegal, and physically accosting people is illegal. All these activities have been perpetuated by rioters since October 7, and we know about what happened. We've heard about Park East Synagogue and at the Young Israel of Kew Garden Hills last month in Queens. In light of these outrages, the Queens Jewish Community Council fully supports Intro 1A, which would require the NYPD Police Commissioner to develop and implement a plan of worship. I just want to say that this is a sanctuary city, and that sanctuary goes way back to even beyond Christianity and early Judaism to pagan times. And could there be a bigger irony than New York City preaching security for anyone as a sanctuary city?
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, I'll yield the rest of my time to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
have nothing left.
Any questions for this panel?
Just want to thank the students for testifying. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. And thank you for your testimony. I now call up to the witness table Simon Pellman, Kiera Kepetz, Greg Weiner, Scott Richmond, Zara Nasir, Chavnoy Yeoman, Queen Mother Dr. Blakely, Sharon Salam, Bishop Mitchell Taylor on Zoom, and Alan Shiner on Zoom.
The bishop said he had till 3:30. It's now 3:32, so maybe text him, see if he can manage it. But we can do Zoom first. He can go first if he's here. Do you see the bishop? Yeah, Bishop Mitchell Taylor. Yeah, we're supposed to be calling him, so try. If you want to call him, we see him on Zoom.
Bishop Mitchell Taylor, we are calling you first.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, Speaker Menning, Chair Salam, and members of the New York City Council. My name is Bishop Mitchell Taylor. I'm the senior pastor of the Center of Hope International. And over the last 40 years or so, I have worked closely with faith leaders across the city, including Jewish leaders, Muslim leaders, Christian leaders, Hindu, Sikhs, and other communities to promise understanding, cooperation, and respect. And we may not be monolithic in faith, but we're monolithic in worship and the freedom to worship here in New York City. And we share that common goal to ensure that families, children, elders can worship safely with dignity. Intro 1-2026, sponsored by Speaker Menning, would establish security perimeters around houses of worship to help achieve that goal. Congregants, especially children, seniors, should be able to enter and leave their places of worship without facing imminent threats. This bill does not prevent peaceful protest or silence dissenting voices. It provides modest, time-placed, and manner protections that allow protesters to express themselves while ensuring that congregants can fully exercise their right to worship. Across our city, houses of worship are more than buildings. They are sacred spaces where communities gather to pray, celebrate, and learn. Protecting those spaces from harassment respects both religious freedom and public safety. Faith leaders already work in collaboration with law enforcement when needed, including by participating in NYPD clergy councils and such alike. This legislation gives the NYPD the discretion to establish reasonable perimeters based on real-time safety conditions. Supporting this bill is about holding up the dignity of all worshipers, affirming our commitment to interfaith respect, and balancing the right to protest with the right to practice faith freely. By passing Intro 1, the council can ensure that New Yorkers of every faith can worship safely with honor. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the council to pass this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Bishop. Alan Shiner, if you're on Zoom, you can begin.
Okay, he should be able to go now. Just let him know he's unmuted.
Alan Shiner, you are unmuted. You may begin.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. You have 2 minutes.
Terrific, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Alan Shiner, Senior Litigation Counsel at the National Jewish Advocacy Center. NJAD is a nonprofit law firm advocating to protect the civil rights of Jewish people and organizations. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I've submitted written testimony citing facts and legal authorities that I hope you will review. Protective buffer zones around houses of worship properly balance the equally precious constitutional rights of freedom of speech and the free exercise of religion. Increasingly, some no longer treat houses of worship as sanctuaries from conflict, as protected neutral ground, but rather as preferred targets for intimidation and violence. Mobs use crowding, obstruction, menacing, following, confrontation, excessively loud and penetrating noise, slurs, taunts, harangues, and other abusive conduct to burden, frighten, and discourage and punish religious people entering and exiting their houses of worship. Buffer zones fit squarely within First Amendment jurisprudence as a time, place, and manner regulation to protect worshipers from these harms, even when the harms do not include physical invasion. Offensive, hateful speech is protected by the First Amendment, but that does not mean that speech can occur anywhere and at any time the speaker chooses. Civilization requires that we take turns exercising our rights. We cannot all do so at the same time and place. So, for example, it's well settled that you do not have the right to hold your own parade at the same time and place as another parade. It's one parade at a time. The First Amendment does not require that protesters be within sight and sound of the religious worshipers that they target for harassment. Time, place, and manner limits must leave ample alternative channels for communication. In other words, a realistic way to get the message out, but that channel could be in a different location or a different time, where unwilling listeners need not be burdened. The Second Circuit held that much in Markovage, the city of New York, in 2012.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
I'll now call the end panel. You can begin in any order you like.
Good afternoon. My name is Simon Shimmy Pellman. I'm the elected district leader of the 27th Assembly District, a 42-year veteran of Community Board 8 in Queens. I also serve as a board member of the Jewish Community Relations Council, the Queens Jewish Community Council, and many other civic and Jewish organizations. I'm also a child of Holocaust survivor. I was born in a displaced persons camp in Germany in 1947. Freedom of speech is absolute. Freedom of assembly is absolute. Freedom of religion is absolute. However, to intimidate and harass is not a constitutional right. We have witnessed protesters and inciters harass and obstruct individuals attempting to enter houses of worship in Manhattan and Queens. No one should be prevented from exercising their right to attend religious services or any cultural events. No one should feel threatened, intimidated, or unsafe while practicing their faith. For this reason, I strongly support the City Council proposal to prohibit harassment, incitement, and protest while the police department set up buffer zones for any religious organization, schools, or house of worship. We have seen chants intended to intimidate and hurt people. We have seen objects thrown. This behavior must stop and must be prevented. Protecting constitutional rights includes protecting people from harassment and intimidation when they're exercising these rights. Thank you for the City Council for all your consideration and for all your help. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Dear Chair Solemn and members of the Committee to Combat Hate, my name is Kira Kepitz, and I'm coming today as a concerned New York City constituent and, more importantly, a CUNY student. I'm here to express my strong support for the entire legislative package, specifically Intro 1, which would require an NYPD police commissioner to develop and implement a plan to establish security perimeters at places of worship across New York City. It is critical that New Yorkers of faith, like myself, are able to enter and exit religious institutions without fear or harassment or intimidation. Specifically, as a New York City Jewish college student, I attend many college events at religious institutions and never want myself or other students feeling scared to attend or leave the events. It is imperative that there be no security perimeter at places of worship so that students like me do not have to worry about even deciding whether they want to attend the college event or even going to class. According to ADL's most recent audit of anti-Semitic incidents, like Director Richmond had mentioned, there were 1,437 anti-Semitic incidents in New York State in 2024, the highest number of reported incidents in the country, representing 15% of all anti-Semitic incidents nationwide. Further, 68% of all documented incidents in New York took place in the 5 boroughs of New York City, and as a CUNY student, I have witnessed many of them. Particularly in the wake of high-profile incidents outside synagogues in our community, such as the Park East Synagogue and Young Israel of Kew Garden Hills, there's no question that American Jews are increasingly living in fear of being harassed and intimidated because of who they are or how they pray. I strongly urge you to give Intro 1 and the entire legislative package a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Sharon Salam, and I'm with Justice for the Wrongfully Incarcerated. And you might say to yourself, well, what am I doing here? Other than thanking the City Council for having me? Well, I'm here because I'm very concerned. I was more or less concerned when I came, but I'm here because I'm really interested in combating hate. I have lived through hate so many times. My great-grandparents going back were slaves right here in this country. They lived their Holocaust, and they still, in some way, have passed on that pain down through the years, and we're still living it. We lived through segregation. I was one of those people who sat in the back of the bus. I drank out of the colored water fountain. I had my experience with hate. And I'm here now to tell you a wall is not going to save you. You're not going to be saved by police on every corner. You're not going to be saved by police putting a blockade in front of your church. You're not going to be saved by more police being in your school. Your children are going to be traumatized. As a black mother, I want to tell you, our children go to school in fear sometimes because the police are there. They're not their friends. They're not their enemies. I have gone to department stores and other stores where people followed me around the store. And I said to myself, is it my color that gave me away? Because I didn't have the opportunity to put something over myself so I could change in front of them to be somebody new. I am who I am, the daughter of those who brought me here on the slave ships. I really would like to say, in a way, I support this bill, but I cannot. The shame of it and the pain that would pass on to our children cannot survive. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
I come in the spirit of my ancestors. And I guess that's why I'm the latest one to speak. I represent 55 million displaced Africans of the transatlantic ocean of the slave trade. We come from a Holocaust. The greatest crime ever committed against our people. We are the descendants, and we sit here today with you. We feel your pain. We see your pain. I am now reaching the age of 85. Yes, Reverend Jesse Jackson just made his transition. He would have understood what we're speaking about in terms of churches, in terms of synagogues, in terms of the mosque. The mosque. But we are here saying to all of us, no one will save us but us. Come together as brothers and sisters. Let us bring about a love that we all will understand through our pains and through our struggles. Let us join hands, as Joan Roth would say, my sister from another mother who happens to be Jewish, as we say to each other, hold on to each other. And I say to all of us in the chamber, pull together for peace and love amongst us. And I thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no questions for this witness panel. I'll call the next panel. So we didn't have some of the folks. Oh, I'd like to call Zara Nasir on Zoom.
Hi, thank you so much. Sorry, you called me earlier and I'm here now.
Thank you.
Thank
You
for
have
the
2
time.
minutes.
My name is Zara. I'm an organizer with the People's Plan NYC, a grassroots coalition that represents working class and poor New Yorkers and New Yorkers of color. I'm here to oppose the bills around the buffer zones. I and many in the grassroots coalition I represent are concerned about the implications to free speech and First Amendment rights. We take hate violence very seriously, and in fact, many of the organizations in our coalition specifically do work on the safety of vulnerable people, but many of them you'll hear today are opposed to these bills, which feel like they're being rushed through the council's process and have not gotten significant community input from a diverse set of stakeholders that represent different identities. Because places of worship and educational facilities are everywhere, these bills would make most of the city off limits to protests. The bills could prohibit and criminalize countless demonstration, even if a protest is merely passing by. We've done many demonstrations around the city, around issues that have to do with education, around budget cuts. We're really concerned about the First Amendment implications of this bill. Whose leaders have control public policy and bodily autonomy have also been essential to the reproductive health and queer activism. This tradition of protest is based on principles that no institution is exempt from public accountability, and that free speech protections cannot be selectively applied, both of which are being threatened by this proposed legislation. We're also concerned about the police presence that this would increase at places of worship and educational facilities. The legislation could become another tool of surveillance, of mass arrests, of selective enforcement, especially against communities of color and the movements challenging entrenched power. There's already widespread use of excessive force by
Thank you. Your time is up.
NYPD against protesters, particularly by the Strategic Response Group. And we're really concerned also with the way that the Trump administration is weaponizing
Thank you. Your
protests
time is
to
up.
prosecute anti-ICE and pro-ceasefire protesters as well. Thank you for the time. We oppose these bills.
Thank you. And I'll now like to call up to the witness table Jennifer Hertz, Abraham Hamra, Josh Kramer, Amy Maltz, Klum Tapal, Mohammed Razvi, Maung Sawedullah, You may begin. You have 2 minutes each.
Good afternoon, Chair Salam. Thank you, to Speaker Menon, to the council members, the members of the committee, for putting forth this package of bills and for convening this committee in the first place, forming it in light of this terrible need for such a committee. My name is Josh Kramer. I serve as the director of AJC New York, part of American Jewish Committee, the global advocacy organization for the Jewish people. AJC works across 6 continents to ensure Jews are safe and thriving. Today and here in New York, that mission is urgent. We've seen Jews attacked in all manner of location in person online, including, of course, outside of synagogues. AJC's 2025 State of Anti-Semitism in America report, released just a couple of weeks ago, reflects a deeply troubling reality. 91% of American Jews say they feel less safe as a Jewish person in the United States following major anti-Semitic attacks over the last year. More than half, 55%, say they have changed their behavior out of fear of anti-Semitism, and nearly 1 in 5 has considered moving out of the country due to rising anti-Semitism. National data only reinforces how urgent this issue is here in New York City, home to approximately 1 million Jews, the largest Jewish population of any city in the United States. In 2025, 57% of reported hate crimes incidents in New York City targeted the Jewish community. That figure has been cited repeatedly today, and it bears repeating. The impact is disproportionate and sustained. And of course, in January, we saw an average of 1 anti-Semitic attack per day in New York City. These statistics reflect daily calculations, whether it's safe to wear visibly Jewish symbols, to attend synagogues, to send children to school, to gather openly in public spaces, or to express one's identity online without becoming a target. For the first time in the history of our survey, more than 7 in 10 Americans, 73%, report experiencing anti-Semitism online or on social media. We stand in support of these bills, and we stand ready to work with this council, leaders of all affiliations, to ensure that Jewish New Yorkers can live openly and securely in this city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Intriguing and fascinating and away from is just the way that he says things that other politicians have never said.
Good afternoon. My name is Kulsum Tapal. I'm the Education Policy Coordinator at the Coalition for Asian American Children and Families, the nation's only pan-Asian advocacy org advancing equity for AAPI children and families. I'm here with many colleagues to oppose Intro 1A and Intro 175A and Intro 388. With the first two, which would allow police to establish buffer zones around places of worship and schools for an unlimited duration, for API communities, this raises serious alarm. Our temples, our gurdwaras, churches, masjids, synagogues are not only spiritual places, they are civic and organizing hubs. We cannot ignore the documented history, particularly post 9/11, of NYPD surveillance and infiltration of Muslim communities, particularly through houses of worship. Expanding discretionary policing authority around these spaces without meaningful guardrails or time limits risks deepening patterns of profiling and over-policing that currently still exist. At a time of heightened fear due to increased immigration enforcement, expanded policing parameters will not feel like protection to many AAPI families. It will feel like scrutiny and more risk. We strongly support addressing hate in all its forms. Our communities have experienced devastating anti-Asian violence. However, we are mindful of the risk that the AAPI community may be propositioned as a wedge in the legislative language of Intro 388. That elevates reporting for certain communities while failing to acknowledge the full spectrum of hate-based violence, including anti-Black racism, Islamophobia, violence against LGBTQ communities, etc. Efforts to address hate must be comprehensive, intersectional, and rooted in solidarity. Narrowly framed approaches risk dividing impacted communities rather than strengthening collective safety. Rather than creating a new hotline, we recommend strengthening and resourcing existing reporting systems and improving coordination through trust-based, community-based organizations. We're also concerned about increased policing around schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amy Maltz, and I'm a Jewish New Yorker and member of the New York City chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace, a grassroots organization representing thousands of Jewish New Yorkers. I am gravely concerned about the proposed city legislation to create a buffer zone around places of worship and educational facilities. Legislation that restricts protest undermines the open society we cherish here. This proposed legislation will restrict New Yorkers' right to assembly and free speech. As the federal government wages war on our cities, particularly targeting protesters and legal observers, we desperately need city and state governments to strengthen our First Amendment protections. The proposed legislation does not make Jews safer. It is anti-democratic, unnecessary and dangerous. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? Good afternoon, Chair. Ramadan Kareem and Mubarak to anybody celebrating. I felt it was appropriate to say that at this hearing this time. We heard a lot about people talking the impact of this bill to brown and black folk. Well, I am a brown individual. I am also a Jew. I am also a Syrian Jewish refugee, an individual displaced from Syria based on the same hatred that we are seeing take to the streets of New York today, what they call anti-Zionist anti-Semitism. I remember walking down the streets of Syria with my father, trying to get to synagogue, worrying about, are we going to encounter the chants from the river to the sea, and let me say it correctly, Palestine will be free? Or are we going to encounter the other chants, Palestine baladna wal Yahud kalabna. Palestine is our land and the Jews are our dogs. We came to this country and the promise was written on that Statue of Liberty. Give me your poor, your tired, and your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. And we were yearning to breathe free. We were yearning to breathe free and celebrate, to practice our religion free of any intimidation. When I first came to this country, walking down the streets, I found new hope, seeing people wearing yarmulkes without fear, without risk to their life that they're going to be attacked because they're a Jew. What we have seen in the last 2 years was a recreation of what displaced the Jewish community of Syria, Morocco, Tunisia, Lebanon, Egypt, 10 other countries. How many people sitting here today have spoken about the Jews of Arab countries? 850,000 or 1 million Jewish refugees have been displaced because of this hate. I see many wearing "not in my name." Well, this is in my name. In my name as a refugee from Syria that demands to be free, that demands to be protected in the United States, where we are promised, where we are guaranteed the right to practice our religion and our faith free from harassment and intimidation. I support this bill in my name. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leo Ferguson, sitting in for Jennifer Hirsch. My name is Leo Ferguson. I'm the scholar in residence at Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, on behalf of whose I'm testifying. We are united with the Speaker, this committee, and with the Council in our belief that all New Yorkers have a right to live, work, and worship free from violence and bigotry. However, we have grave concerns regarding elements of the proposed legislation, in particular its broad deference to the NYPD and its reliance on the NYPD for our safety. The data makes it crystal clear that the NYPD is simply the wrong tool for addressing hate in New York City. Over the past decade, a period of time in which the NYPD Hate Crimes Task Force has been the tool, basically the only tool that New York City has invested in to prevent hate violence, hate crimes have only increased. We've heard it from many people here. Hate crimes are going up, hate crimes are going up. Well, guess what? They've been going up on the NYPD's watch. The NYPD is not keeping us safe. In fact, the number of incidents dwarfs the number of arrests. The number of hate crimes convictions stands at a relative handful. Meanwhile, researchers have shown repeatedly that hate crimes laws have no measurable deterrent effect. The NYPD is just the wrong tool for this job. The goal that we all share, the Speaker, the committee, and the Jewish community that I represent, is to prevent violence. The only proven way to do that is community-based prevention that builds trust and relationships across difference and gives New Yorkers the tools and training they need to keep each other safe. We have the research, we know what actually works, but we have never had the resources or the focus and support from city government to bring community-based prevention to scale. During the campaign, the mayor made a powerful commitment to funding community-based prevention. It turns out that the amount that he proposed is, in fact, less than the amount that the NYPD has paid out in settlements for its protest policing since 2020. This is just not the right way to go. So I challenge you, I challenge this council to stop the cycle of pouring resources into the same failed strategies over and over again, and instead vote against these bills and vote for community-based prevention.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe we have questions for this panel.
Hi, Leo. I just wanted to ask you to elaborate more as a scholar who has studied this. What do you think are the proper investments and tools that will effectively combat hate in our city?
Absolutely. What the data shows is that investing in bringing communities together and specifically helping communities find shared stakes and shared resources and the things that they all need to stay safe is the strategy that works. There's also plenty of data showing that things like upstander intervention has a positive impact. In addition, we know that education and awareness are incredibly powerful tools, but in particular, it's this key piece of bringing communities together. That's something that the city should be investing in. It should be doing it at scale. It's the thing that will most likely keep Jews safe.
Do you happen to know right now if we invest a significant amount of city dollars in upstander intervention training?
It's a relatively small amount. I mean, I think the budget for OPHC is about $3 million for a city the size and scale of New York City. It's a drop in the bucket. That money is spread out over many different organizations. And frankly, I'll just say that as someone who's been making this case for years, I am just deeply disappointed in seeing the council again and again do things that are safety theater, which is exactly how I would characterize these bills. These are not things that are going to keep Jews safe at scale across New York City in the way that Jews need. We keep getting offered crumbs when we need real investments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no, we have more questions, yes.
Thank you so much. I guess I'd like to follow up on a question around data. Some of these bills have to do with data.
Yeah.
And we see the lack of data. We see data with no interventions that are connected with it. So can you talk a little bit about how you see the data landscape and what could we do that is actually meaningful in combating this horrible issue?
I'll echo what we heard from CCHR earlier, which is that the data that we have now is essentially meaningless. What we have is self-reported data to the NYPD, which means that you're only getting a small fraction of the incidents that are occurring, and it's only coming from communities that feel comfortable reporting to the NYPD. We know that many of the communities that are most targeted by hate are the ones that are least likely to report. So what we have is just a completely distorted snapshot of what's going on. Now, what that actually means is that there are more incidents, right? That we are undercounting and we are not taking this seriously, and this is the key thing that I want to keep coming back to. We are not taking hate violence seriously in New York City, and unfortunately, this is not a plan to do so. But sorry, I didn't answer your question about what would actually work. What we need, we need many more reporting channels, but we also need things like surveys, which can give a statistically accurate picture of what's actually going on and a much more granular picture of what's happening in communities rather than what we have now.
Thank you. We should be really laser focused on not only evidence-based interventions, but really funding interventions that we already have a good amount of knowledge that can be effective and need to be appropriately scaled.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll now call up to the witness table the next panel. A. Singh, Jamie Cohn, Kat Green, Margot Barat, Bernard Hoffman, Michael Zink, and Isabel Pinsky. What's the last name? I think they.
If you want to add 2 more people to fill out the panel, the italicized name, or we got 1 more or no?
We can do. Serena Smolinski. All right, you may begin in whichever order you like. You each have 2 minutes.
Hi. I first want to say thank you, honorable council members, Speaker Menon, and Chairman Salam. My name is Serena. I live in Lower Manhattan. I'm in Chris Marte's district. I hope he's following this. I'm just a regular person. I feel like we've heard from a lot of luminaries and scholars and children. And I'm in my mid-50s. I'm a woman. I'm a mother. I'm Hispanic. I'm a Jew. Indeed, I'm actually a Jew of color. But today, I'm here as a New Yorker who attends my house of worship. I strongly support the entire package. In contrast to many speakers today, I'm unfazed and not intimidated when I encounter anti-Jewish protesters and hateful speech. And I'd like to tell you why. I grew up with a Holocaust survivor. My childhood was haunted by the Shoah. My dad never fully recovered, and indeed died by suicide. Childhood for me and my sister overall was good, but it also involved martial arts training, knife fighting training in the garage, and even firearms training. So yeah, I'm pretty prepared for hateful speech and intimidation outside my house of worship, and it doesn't bother me. But I ask you, should I be the standard? Is it reasonable to expect that before anyone can feel safe going to a potluck dinner or to celebrate Diwali at their house of worship, that they have knife fighting training in the garage?
Thank you.
Bernard Hoffman. This buffer zone is part of a larger attempted buffer against right and just global disgust with genocidal Israel. Both efforts are failing miserably. I'm not here to sanctify the imperial fig leaf known as the First Amendment. I'm not going to talk about unintended consequences for reproductive rights. I'm going to talk about the intended consequences and stand with the conscience of the world and the Palestinian people. Council, this lawfare will make you a partner in ethnic cleansing, a crime against humanity. Israel's ethnic cleansing of the West Bank is currently on steroids. A defining feature is sickening Zionist violence against indigenous Palestinians. Anyone with a smartphone can see it in graphic detail. Speaker Menon, your bill is 100% an attempt to further the sale of stolen Palestinian land in the synagogues and yeshivas of New York City. Conducting these secular crimes in religious venues is strategic. Dissent must be condemned as anti-Semitic, but no one's buying it. Our eyes and our hearts know how to inventory a genocide in Gaza, proudly emblazoned with the Star of David. And since I'm in this House, I'd like to say shame on you, Mayor Mamdani, for condemning the Kew Gardens protest and not the crime being protested. A word about the Anti-Defamation League, one of the sponsors of this bill. Let's be clear, the ADL is not a civil rights organization as advertised, but rather a Zionist organization, therefore a racist organization. Objective number one of the ADL is to shield Israel from accountability for genocide, apartheid, and such ethnic cleansing as Speaker Menon's bill seeks to advance. Finally, Palestine advocates on this council, your opposition to this terrible bill has been faint. You need to be louder, bolder, braver. Tiffany Caban, where are you? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Margot Barrett. I'm here today as an organizer with New York City for Abortion Rights, a grassroots feminist collective fighting for reproductive justice, both here in the city and beyond. Reproductive justice is about much more than just abortion. It is about the right for all persons to choose whether to have children, to not have children, and the ability to raise children in a safe and sustainable environment. Palestinian freedom is a reproductive justice issue. Our organization has always been anti-Zionist. That is, we oppose Zionism, the ethno-supremacist and colonial doctrine that seeks to eradicate Palestinians. For years, we have marched and organized alongside our fellow New Yorkers because we understand that there is no reproductive justice until Palestine is free. This is why New York City for Abortion Rights stands in firm opposition to protest restrictions outside places of worship and educational facilities. These bills are clearly designed to stifle protests on college campuses as well as outside synagogues, hosting illegal sales of stolen Palestinian land. Instead of addressing the immorality and illegality of these land sales, some members of City Council are choosing instead to criminalize those who protest them. And these same council members have explicit support of organizations like the UJA, which, according to The Intercept, funds the groups who put on the illegal events. As abortion activists, we have seen firsthand the success of protesting outside religious institutions. In 2021, we organized a campaign to get St. Paul's Church in Brooklyn to stop hosting an anti-abortion groups. 3 months later, the church declined to host the anti-abortion bigots, saying they were tired of the attention. Our campaign was successful precisely because we were able to table and protest directly in front of that place of worship. As an organization, we believe it is our moral duty to inconvenience people who spread hate, violence, and bigotry, regardless of what they are. We will continue to fight until INT 1A and 175A are scrapped entirely. We will continue to oppose those who violate others' bodily autonomy, be they Catholic bigots or genocidal settlers.
I'm Isabel Pinsky from the Bronx's 13th District, and I'm just here as a constituent. Guys, we gotta reject these bills. This has got to be the most transparent attempt to collaborate with the Trump regime and stamp down on dissent in pretty much any form. There's a lot of schools, there's a lot of religious institutions, and this is gonna render just giant chunks of the city potentially inoperable to protests, pending if the NYPD approves of it or not, pending their discretion. It's asking us to, rely on NYPD to stop hate, kind of manipulating our very genuine fear of potential hate crimes. I cannot imagine a situation, guys, where someone's like, oh man, I was worried that I was about to be discriminated against for my race, religion, or national origin, but thank goodness the NYPD is here. And I gotta say, Eric Dinowitz, I apologize to him that he's not here right now. That's just the order in which we were called. But he was just saying the most blatantly manipulative stuff. He was saying, you had to come through a metal detector to get here, so aren't you a huge hypocrite for opposing these bills? You don't want ICE in the religious institutions and schools? Well, don't you feel stupid for opposing these bills? It was completely nonsensical. Council, I urge you to reject this package of bills.
Thank you.
My name is Ashvir Singh, and I'm a CUNY undergraduate student who just founded a human rights club on campus at John Jay. And I firmly believe that any imposition of buffer zones will violate the right to protest that we are all entitled to. I've seen many people first engage in activism as students. I feel that some of their first experiences and exposures to activism, including myself, was seeing protesters outside of our campus, directly in front of our entrances. Students may see their administration taking actions that they are opposed to, such as CUNY's investments in apartheid South Africa in the past. Seeing this, they take action to push their university to divest. These actions are only possible through activism, especially protest. CUNY students have also protested against ICE recruitment on John Jay's campus. Recently, leaders of student organizations on campus united to petition in favor of pausing all connections to ICE. CUNY students have also demanded an end to CUNY investment in apartheid Israel and engaged in many demonstrations just as their predecessors have against investments in apartheid South Africa. I feel this legislation attempts to legitimize the city's repression of protests in a way that has been on the wrong side of history time and time again. This includes the Stop the Church protest in 1989 at St. Patrick's Cathedral to oppose their stance on AIDS, abortion, and LGBTQ rights. It includes protests against illegal and immoral land sales at religious institutions. At a time where protesters are advocating for support against apartheid, as well as against ICE, I feel like it would be negligent and it feels almost malicious to attempt to silence them. I hope in the future our city council will prioritize issues that protesters demand be addressed, such as these illegal land sales, rather than work on ways to suppress the act of protest in the name of combating hate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for this time. My name is Michael Zink, and I am a New York City nonprofit leader and a proud Jewish person. I am one of the many Jews who is here today to oppose this legislation. I've directly experienced anti-Semitism. I worried in synagogue. In high school, my AP English teacher called me a godless Jew in front of the entire class. I was the president of my synagogue youth group. I had a swastika drawn on my playground. This bill does nothing about any of that. Now, personally, I did not want to protest a synagogue, but I would, and I nearly did. About a year ago, a synagogue near my home planned to host a luncheon with a U.S. nonprofit that fundraises for tactical combat gear for an Israeli Special Forces unit that is operated on the front lines of Israel's genocide in Gaza. And thankfully, after concerted public opposition, that event was ultimately canceled. But had it not been, I would have been on the sidewalk to protest. I'm here as a Jew who cannot find a home inside my local synagogue because of my devastation and moral outrage with the genocide. And for as long as my local synagogues fly the Israeli flag and fundraise for war criminals and host illegal land sales, my moral and spiritual home is on the streets. If you pass this bill, you are telling Jewish people like me that we are the wrong kind of Jews, that we cannot stand on public property and peacefully hold our own faith leaders accountable for contributing to violations of moral and international law. And you are telling Palestinians that supporting the genocide against them is protected activity and that their efforts to seek justice will be criminalized and suppressed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I believe there's some questions for you.
Chair, thank you. I actually had a comment. I just wanted to, for public awareness, I felt compelled to say something. My colleagues that might not be present physically here right now, I can assure you that people are watching this and have been watching it all day. It's been broadcast in our lounge. People are listening online. There are many reasons why people can't be here who are in the council. There's other hearings happening today. We're not in charge of that schedule. And also we make accommodations for people with visible and invisible disabilities to be able to participate. So I just want to name that if someone's presence isn't here, it's not because we don't care about what's happening. This is something we are paying attention to very, very deeply. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will now call the next panel. Dina Bax, Michael Cohen, Beth Swartz, Ross Glick, Barbara Birch Simon, Barbara Birch, Joey Saban, Talia Day, Eric Gerber. Erica Gerber. You may begin in any order you like. 2 minutes.
All right, I'm happy to start.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dina Baxt. I am a board member, proud board member of the ADL New York, New Jersey, and the JCC of Manhattan, as well as a public interest attorney and co-founder and co-president and president emerita of A Better Balance. And for nearly 20 years, I have worked to advance and enforce civil rights and labor rights protections for vulnerable New Yorkers. I am here in support of Speaker Menin's Schools and Houses of Worship Access and Safety Acts. These are measured constitutional steps to ensure safe access, not to silence speech, but to prevent obstruction and intimidation at the door. The data is unmistakable, as you've heard. Hate crimes against Jewish New Yorkers have surged to higher than anywhere in the country, and other vulnerable minorities have faced increased attacks, unprecedented attacks as well. Every New Yorker deserves to enter and leave houses of worship and schools without fear. As a board member for 9 years of my synagogue, and the mother of 3 daughters who attended a Jewish day school in New York City, I know firsthand what is at stake. This legislation will provide a critical margin of safety, especially for children who cannot reasonably be expected to assess and respond to threats. Seniors, families, and congregants deserve that protection as well. As a lawyer, I also know that buffer zones are not novel. They are firmly grounded in constitutional precedent. For more than 3 decades, courts have upheld narrowly tailored buffer zone, and in many states, broad coalition of civil rights and reproductive justice advocates have endorsed buffer zone legislation in order to protect safe access. The same principles apply here. Whether seeking medical care or exercising faith, New Yorkers have the right to enter and exit without obstruction, intimidation, or fear. This legislation is vital. No one should have to choose between practicing their faith and feeling practicing their faith or feeling safe. I respectfully urge you to pass this legislation without delay. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Talia Day, and I am the chair of the board of directors for the Rodef Shalom School, a nursery through 8th grade Reformed Jewish day school on the Upper West Side. I am also the mother of a 4th grader at that school. I am here today in strong support of the proposed legislation. Every morning, parents walk their children to our school, carrying not only backpacks and lunchboxes, but also the weight of anxiety. Our students are growing up in a time when they are constantly exposed to news of anti-Semitic attacks in synagogues, on school campuses, and in our own city. And yet their parents bravely choose to send them to a proudly Jewish school. That choice should not require courage. The emotional toll on our children is profound. They ask questions that children should not have to ask. Our families worry about what might happen outside our doors. If there are ever protests near our school or synagogue, we must be able to guarantee that our families, teachers and staff, and children can enter and exit safely. Security perimeters are not about limiting free speech. They are about ensuring safe passage for 5-year-olds holding their parents' hands, for teachers dedicating their lives to education, and for communities gathering to pray. Rodef Shalom is a small school of approximately 450 students, yet we already spend nearly $1 million annually, about 4% of our total budget, on security alone. We are committed to doing everything in our power to make our community feel safe, but we cannot do it alone. We are asking you to stand with us, to send a clear message that in New York City, every child deserves to walk into their school without fear. Every family deserves safe access, and every community deserves protection. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Rabbi Erica Gerson. I'm a native New Yorker. I'm the mother of 4 children that are school-aged, and I'm a former board member of a Jewish day school. I teach my children to be proud and unafraid Jews and to fight at every turn for our civil rights. I'm here asking you to do your part to help keep my children safe. I'm in strong support of all of the bills that are being proposed, but I want to speak particularly to Bill 165, which hasn't received much conversation. This requires the NYPD to report on the status of hate crime cases. In 2022, unprovoked, on our way out of school, our crossing guard, provided by the city, outside of our Jewish day school, unleashed Jewish hatred at me and my 9-year-old daughter. She then did the same to another family, letting the child hear as she spoke to the mother, saying she should push her child in traffic and hope she gets hit by a bus. We went immediately to the NYPD, and the precinct commanding officer agreed she needed to be removed from the intersection. But they removed her, but we never found out her name. They declined to tell us her name or to confirm whether she was reassigned to another place in New York City. There was no way to ensure that justice was served. My 9-year-old, now 12, never forgot, and she deserves justice. So please support that bill to ensure that we know what happens when we report these problems. The second bill I want to support is Bill 327. It reimburses non-public schools for the cost of video surveillance. As Talia Day just said, our school spends $1 million. That's almost $2,500 per student. Do the math. I have 4 children. It's not fair for Jews to have a security tax on us, which is what we effectively have. And it's absurd to blame the victims when we need protection. You need to help us so that we can afford to be safe like everyone else and have an equitable share in this city where everyone deserves protection. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman, members of the committee, members of the council, my name is Michael Cohen, and I serve as the Executive Vice President of the Auschwitz Jewish Center Foundation, a New York-based organization dedicated to combating anti-Semitism, prejudice, and hate through outreach and education rooted in the lessons of the Holocaust. We are here to offer our unequivocal support for establishing appropriate buffer zone plans around houses of worship and schools. Certain spaces in this city must remain beyond intimidation. Our synagogues, churches, mosques, and classrooms must be among them. The protests at the gates of the historic Park East Synagogue brought urgency to this issue. Park East Synagogue is the synagogue of our president, Jack Simoni. His children attend school there. What happened is not theoretical. It was experienced by children who hesitated before entering their place of worship and learning. No child in New York City should pause at the threshold of their synagogue, church, mosque, or school and wonder whether it's safe to walk outside. This is not solely a Jewish issue. Intimidation does not stay contained. After 9/11, mosques were targeted. During COVID, AAPI institutions were targeted. Reproductive health clinics have long been the faces of harassment. When clear lines are not drawn, targets simply change. Free speech is foundational. Protest is protected. But protest is not obstructed, and dissent is not intimidation. Clear, neutral plans developed in advance for houses of worship and schools protect both constitutional rights and the physical safety and transparency. Safety and liberty are not opposing values in New York, and these bills offer a way to transparently come to the right balance. The AJCF stands firmly in support of this entire package of bills. Thank you so much to the Council for all your help.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Beth Schwartz, a lifetime New Yorker. My husband and I raised 4 Jewish children on the Upper West Side, and I am an active member of the Jewish community in New York City. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. This package of bills was introduced because of the violent protests targeting Jewish spaces that began on October 8th following the brutal October 7th attack carried out by Hamas. Jewish institutions were targeted simply for being Jewish, underscoring the urgent need for protections to ensure safe access to places of worship, schools, and community life. As a lifetime New Yorker, I am appalled that it has come to this, that legislation is needed just to ensure that people can attend religious services and students can attend school safely in our city. Since October 8th, 2023, Jewish residents and institutions across New York have faced a surge in harassment, intimidation outside synagogues, schools, and community centers, including intimidating students, making it difficult for people to enter safely and exit. I know this firsthand because I was barricaded inside a Jewish space. the Nova Festival exhibit here in New York City to protect us from a violent mob protesting an exhibit honoring the 378 people who were murdered, along with many others who were kidnapped and attacked, including women who were brutally raped. No one in this city should experience that. Some protests have crossed into the line from protected speech into obstruction and intimidation. Chants such as Globalize the Intifada and the chant We Support Hamas, which was shouted outside the Park East Synagogue, are not heard as abstract political statements. They invoke a history of violence and trauma. When crowds block entrances, surround buildings, or intimidate students and congregants, it creates a hostile environment that prevents people from exercising their fundamental right to worship and learn in peace. Is it too much to ask that the police determine where protesters may stand so Jews can safely access their own institutions to pray, learn, and gather? This bill is not about silencing protests. Peaceful demonstrations must be protected, but that right does not include obstructing access to houses of worship or schools or intimidating those who attend them. I respectfully urge the Council to support the measures to protect religious freedom and public life and safety. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ross Glick. I feel like we're rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic here today. Honestly, the city is burning, and for the past 2.5 years, we've witnessed not just protests, attacks, harassment campaigns against Jews who stand with Israel. Now, you heard the testimony of what we would call a capo Jew just before because he's against Israel. And this guy is saying that as a Jew, that he should be able to go into a synagogue and protest. Well, this is unacceptable. I was at Park East Synagogue. I stood on the doorsteps and I arrived and I saw young men, thuggish men, fully face covered, wearing keffiyehs, screaming death to Zionists. We don't want Jews, Zionist Jews here in New York City. They were standing at the doorstep, pushing, screaming. I was pushed, I was poked, I was punched. And the Jews who were there to support the synagogue were penned and corralled across the street while the so-called protesters were standing in the doorway, screaming, yelling vile obscenities. What were they protesting? A group of Jews showing up at a synagogue for an event? How is that going to help the innocent Arabs in Gaza? Really, after 2.5 years, I was at 770 Eastern Parkway last May when a violent mob from within our lifetime, who's been marauding the city with impunity, costing the city millions of dollars in overtime and cost to the NYPD. Where are they? Why are they not being held to account? I was at 770 when they sent a mob of young kids to the doorsteps, starting a fight while I watched the police stand on the outskirts. I had to step in. I'm an old guy. This is bullshit. Sorry. But this is unacceptable. We're debating a buffer zone. I'm a free speech absolutist. Absolutely. As much as I find what they're saying reprehensible, go for it. This is America. But standing in the doorway of a synagogue, this isn't happening at mosques. Can you imagine if a group of Jews after October 7th showed up in a mosque? The worldwide condemnation, we would never do it. Because we respect a house of worship, even as much as we don't want intifada in New York City, and we're not going to stand for it.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Salam, committee members, and council members. My name is Barbara Birch, and I serve as the Executive Vice President of the Northeast region of the Simon Wiesenthal Center. We're here today in support of the Speaker's 5-point plan to combat anti-Semitism, as well as the legislation being heard today, especially Intro 22, which would require the Department of Education to distribute materials to students about the risks of social media and online hate. As you may know, the Simon Wiesenthal Center is a nearly 50-year-old global human rights organization researching the Holocaust, genocide, and hate in historic and contemporary contexts. The center confronts anti-Semitism, worldwide genocide, hate, bias, and terrorism, promotes human rights and dignity, defends the safety of Jews worldwide, and teaches the lessons of the Holocaust along with other historical moments for future generations. Our programs teach tolerance and empathy to thousands of students and educators across the city each year. In partnership with the City Council, the Simon Wiesenthal Center, and our team of educators have reached thousands of New York City public school students through our in-classroom Combating Hate in Digital Spaces educational workshops. Combating Hate in Digital Spaces is a learning experience designed for grades 7 through 12, offered in classrooms that aligns with the C3 College, Career, and Civic Life Framework, social justice standards, and the New York Department of Education Media Literacy Toolkit. Learners explore the formation of online identities and examine how digital systems such as AI and the algorithm influence and manipulate individual actions in digital spaces. At a time when manifestations of hate are increasingly visible across facets of society, particularly online, it is imperative that students receive direct instruction on investigating the harmful effects of fear-driven hate. The Simon Wiesenthal Center's programs, workshops educate students on the risks of social media, the harms of online hate, misinformation, bullying, and equip students with strategies and solutions to create a more positive online presence. Thank you for introducing such impactful legislation.
Good afternoon, Chair Salam and distinguished members of the council. My name is Joey Sabin, and I'm a proud member of New York's Sephardic Jewish community. I'm a district leader in Southern Brooklyn and serve as Chief of Staff to New York State Senator Sam Sutton, whose district includes vibrant Jewish communities that in recent years have faced a deeply troubling rise in anti-Semitic hate crimes. I'm here today in strong support of Speaker Julie Menon's proposal to establish safe passage protections to and from houses of worship. For many New Yorkers, a house of worship is more than a building. It's a sanctuary, a place of peace, identity, and community, yet too many families now approach that sanctuary with anxiety, my family included. I'm raising young children here in New York City. During the Jewish high holidays a few months ago, I had to explain to my young son why a man was shouting obscenities at us while we were trying to enter our synagogue. No parent should have to reassure their children about safety before they go to a synagogue, ever. No child in any faith community should carry fear on their way to pray. Religious freedom is not only the right to believe, it's the right to gather, to enter, and to leave peacefully. New York City has always stood as a beacon of free speech and lawful protest. Those rights are sacred. But when protest becomes targeted intimidation that obstructs access to religious practice, it crosses a line. Protecting the right to protest and protecting the right to pray are not competing values. They are co-equal civil liberties, and it is in the government's solemn responsibility to safeguard both. On the right-hand ceiling of this chamber is a quote from George Washington. He said that government should hold an equal and impartial hand. That principle applies powerfully here. An equal and impartial government cannot elevate free speech by diminishing the right to practice and pray free from intimidation or harassment. An equal and impartial government safeguards both. Holding that balance is not a restriction of liberty. It is the truest expression of it. Today, you have the opportunity to reaffirm that truth. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. We have some questions for this panel.
I just want to thank everybody for the time in testifying today, and I also just want to comment that we are here today because we take hate seriously. I hope that is something that all of us hold seriously and dear to our hearts. We did hear from a panelist who used, in my opinion, an upsetting anti-Jewish slur, and I would like to just draw attention to that and name that, because we in our council and in our body have the responsibility to call out hate even when it happens within our own members and also within our own hearings. So that is all I would like to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, this panel is excused. For the members on Zoom participants that we don't use the raise hand function on Zoom, but we will call by panel.
We see that people keep raising their hands. What? Have you done with the other person? No, not at all. It's just that people keep raising their hands, like
Trying to get up.
consistently, so I think they think that they're being ignored.
I'd like to call to witness panel Mohammed Jihad Ahmed, Noella Williams, Taj Sutton, Robert Briggs, Lucy Hornbeck, Jake Z, Sorjed Said, Bex,
Anyone come up? Let's do two more names here. We can do the top two. In italics, not her.
Sorrel Idols,
Sarah Lee, maybe? She got it. Okay.
Rachel Bryant,
We'll have to call Rachel Bryant again.
you may begin in any order you like. You each have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Mohammed Jihad Ahmed, a Palestinian New Yorker, public high school teacher, and current doctoral student. I'm here to testify against the bill's Intro 1A and Intro 175A, which attempt to codify NYPD practices that often abridge New Yorkers' right to assemble on public property and further empower the NYPD to continue their brutalization of protesters with impunity, most often black and brown protesters. Educational institutions are places where knowledge is made and shared. Protests maintain the integrity of educational institutions as counter-narratives to the top-down imposition of oppressive knowledge and institutional policy. Restricting the ability to protest at educational institutions relegates them to sites of indoctrination, not learning. It's clear that Intro 175A is in response to the student protests against Zionist genocide of Palestinians and an effort to empower the NYPD to continue suppressing and brutalizing students exercising the right to assemble. Is this what Councilmember Dinowitz and his co-sponsors are aiming for? The continued brutalization of students because he disagrees with them? Anyway, as a Palestinian whose family comes from the ethnically cleansed and erased villages of Lifta and Qazazeh, the continued illegal dispossession and theft of Palestinian land deeply troubles me. Equally troubling is the use of houses of worship here to conduct business in violation of international law, specifically the illegal sale of stolen Palestinian land. When foreign agents use houses of worship and their worshippers as human shields to protect their illegal activities, those agents endanger the community that they are hiding within. In the case of the incidents that caused Intro 1A to come together, those foreign agents also endangered my people, who are suffering an escalation to an almost 8-decade-long genocide. Intro 1A does not get to the root of the problem at hand, but brings into question the premise from which it was born. Not addressing the breaches of international law conducted inside these houses of worship with impunity makes the city government complicit in those crimes. Whose interests are Speaker Menon and her co-sponsors serving by pushing this bill? Not ours. It's no irony that the premise of these bills as safety at schools and houses of worship when we saw militarized police forces attacking college students at university encampments and the ongoing illegal sale of stolen land in the West Bank and Gaza being held in local synagogues.
There you go. Is this working? Hello? Hello, can anyone hear me? Okay, my name is Sajid, and I am simply a concerned citizen that is deeply troubled by this bill, and I strongly oppose this. I would like to bring up a couple arguments here. Firstly, I believe that everyone in this room can agree that rules are rules and they must be followed. And secondly, I believe that religious institutions are a place of worship, not to break laws. And finally, the sale of stolen Palestinian land is illegal under international law. I hope you know where I am going with this. This is a component that gets purposely overlooked when discussing this buffer zone. And for some reason, these previous panelists refuse to talk about that. I wonder why they don't want to talk about the crime that the religious institutions are committing. Synagogues are a place of worship, not places to harm Palestinians and displace them from their homes. These acts are disgusting and illegal. I want to bring up one final argument here, and it is that
People protest when they feel their government isn't doing its job of enforcing the law. And if our government wants to sit by and allow illegal land sales to happen under their watch, then these protests are going to happen. If you don't want these protests to happen, do not break international law. Do I have to repeat myself? Do not break international law. And to my city council, if you care about stopping these protests, then recognize that these land sales are illegal and criminal acts of terrorism towards Palestinians. Pass a bill that punishes those that sell land illegally, or these protests will continue. And one final statement, the council member over here was talking about combating hate. Where is that energy for Council Member Palladino, who said that us Muslim New Yorkers do not belong here? When will she be expelled? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Noella Williams, and I'm an organizer with New York City for Abortion Rights. I am here to oppose Speaker Menon and Councilmember Dinowitz's proposed bills around places of worship and educational facilities. By preventing First Amendment protected speech and protests, the intent of these bills is to stifle free speech on significant issues in public places like the streets. In New York, places of worship, healthcare facilities, and buildings associated with educational institutions are everywhere, and their close proximity would limit political protests and potentially criminalize countless demonstrators. This legislation mirrors the Federal Access to Clinic Entrances Act, known as the FACE Act, which the Trump administration is currently weaponizing to prosecute anti-ICE and pro-Palestine protesters, as well as journalists like Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. As a Black independent journalist, I find it deeply jarring that this bill could strip reporters of their press freedom and place us at risk of policing. This bill also arrives at a time of an escalating national criminalization of dissent, and there are countless examples of state-sanctioned violence enacted upon journalists, such as last summer in Los Angeles. Journalism is not a crime. Building solidarity with students, healthcare workers, educators, and activists to oppose this bill reminds me of the coalition fighting similar strategic repression and censorship in my home state of Florida. During my time at college in the city of Tallahassee, I've seen firsthand how bills like HB 1, Florida's anti-protest law enacted in 2021, target Southern organizers, and it's clear that this has the potential to be replicated here. Even after a blizzard, even after we were left outside to wait for over an hour, we're here to share our personal reasons to why, as New Yorkers, as the inhabitants of New York, we care. And so I urge all council members, particularly those who claim to vote against these bills, please listen to us, and we need our city council to stand for New Yorkers' freedom of speech and assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheena next?
Oh, no.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Briggs. I'm here today to oppose the buffer zone bills, or more appropriately named the far enough away so they can't hear you zones. Council Member Dinowitz, you mentioned the protest before this hearing earlier. You said how it was great and how there were in fact buffer zones there. Well, for the record, I was there along with several other community members who are opposed to this bill. Speaker Menon simultaneously held a rally inside the building with no buffer zone applied to the supporters of the bill. And when the dozens of us subject to the buffer zones tried to enter to testify, we were told by security that chambers were already full and we had to leave, only after insisting that we had a right to testify about these deeply problematic bills and waiting for over 2.5 hours were we finally allowed in. I understand that you like buffer zones, but this morning was an example of their disproportionate impact on people based on their views and whether or not they support certain bills. Protesting at schools and places of worship has long been a part of positive social change in New York City. In 1964, students, parents, teachers, and activists marched on New York City schools to protest segregation. These protests brought about immense positive social change. Now imagine the NYPD setting up buffer zones around these schools and arresting anyone who dares to get within shouting distance. In 1969, James Foreman famously interrupted the service at Riverside Church to protest white supremacy and to demand that religious institutions that benefited from slavery pay reparations. This council passed a bill in 2024 to study the city's role in slavery and explore reparations. Now this bill asks the NYPD to set a barrier around Riverside Church and arrest James Foreman for having the courage to go inside. People protest at certain places because of the hateful injustices occurring, being planned, or propped up inside of them. This is the Committee to Combat Hate. Is more policing really the best we can do? As Councilmember Nurse, the ACLU, the Legal Aid Society, and many other experts made clear in their comments, these bills will not actually achieve their stated goals. These buffer zone bills are symbolic and reactionary. They're meant to chill dissent and repress students and activists who protest against their schools funding genocide in Palestine and illegal land sales in the West Bank.
Thank you
Claiming
so
otherwise
much.
is gaslighting.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I want to start my remarks requesting that I'm able to finish since that grace was allowed to a panelist on the first panel and in the interest of equity of voice today at this hearing. If the legislative bodies that comprise this committee want to have a conversation about combating hate, I would advise we use a historical lens. That requires us to start at the beginning. And this country's beginning rests upon the bones of Native American ancestors and the backs of African American enslaved people's labor and exploitation, who happen to be my ancestors. There can be no conversation about mass displacement, violence, brutalization, mass murder, interpersonal violence and hostility, and fear of walking down the street, or hate that does not include Black people in a city that sits on the bones of unmarked graves just blocks away from Wall Street and our educational headquarters. Because we have not rooted ourselves in that history, and the shadows that chattel slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, and fascism continue to cast over our city and society, we lack a collective understanding of the fact that anti-Blackness exists. More than this, anti-Blackness is so pervasive, so insidious, so normalized that it does not even show up in the legislation already on the books to supposedly combat hate. It is implied but never insisted upon, assumed but never uplifted. We also have to root ourselves in the history of policing. The NYPD, regardless of how diverse it becomes, is an arm of an aggressively fascist state derived from the tradition of slave catching. In the past 7 years alone, I have witnessed this firsthand as I had the pleasure of serving on my local school board and endured the trauma of placing myself between not only NYPD officers and our students while they protested, but also the New Yorkers emboldened by the behavior of this police force and the elected officials who blindly swarmed the city with them under the guise of laws, which can be unconstitutional, and order, which cannot exist in the absence of justice. Because of this, I know that regardless of the supposed intent of these bills, their impact will be the further criminalization of Black, brown, immigrant, Muslim, Arab, South Asian, Palestinian, disabled, queer, poor, low-income families, educators, and worshipers. It is no coincidence that these bills coincide with a 5-point plan to promote safety and fight anti-Semitism. And while I support that, as a former member of the first iteration of the Anti-Hate Crimes Task Force, which was charged with addressing anti-Black, Islamophobic, anti-LGBTQ, and anti-Semitic hate crimes.
Thank you so much.
I was on the front lines in Williamsburg,
Thank you for your testimony.
no such 5-point plan exists for Black people,
And just as a
for
reminder to
Latinos,
everyone,
for queer people.
You have 2 minutes to testify, and that's going to be very consistent. And if you have additional... Thank you so much. The 2 minutes, as now that I'm chairing this hearing, is going to be consistent. And if you have additional testimony, you may submit it in writing. Thank you. Next panelist, please.
Members of the Council, my name is Sarala Idels. I'm the co-founder of the Queens Jewish Alliance. On Election Day, this past November, I stood outside a polling site in my neighborhood, as I have for years, greeting voters. I don't campaign. I simply say hello and thank people for participating in our democracy. I stand 100 feet from the entrance because that is the law. In Burson versus Freeman, the United States Supreme Court upheld that boundary to prevent intimidation and to protect the integrity of the vote. The court recognized that democracy works best when citizens can approach the ballot calmly without confrontation at the door. Worship deserves that same protection. In New York City, synagogues are filled with New Yorkers of every age, children to seniors, and seniors who remember times when gathering openly as Jews was not safe. When protests take place directly outside synagogue doors during active services, it does not feel abstract. It feels personal. It feels targeted. And at a time when anti-Semitic incidences are rising in our city and across the country, even the appearance of intimidation carries real weight. This is not about silencing protest. The First Amendment protects protest, and it should. This proposal is narrow, content neutral, and applies equally to all viewpoints. It simply creates a 100-foot buffer so people can enter their place of worship without being confronted at the threshold. Federal law already recognizes, through the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act, that houses of worship deserve protection from obstruction and intimidation. We are not inventing a new principle. We are applying an existing one consistently. No one should have to walk through anywhere with anyone shouting at them to reach a ballot box, and no one should have to walk through shouting to reach a synagogue. New York prides itself on protecting diversity and religious freedom. Protecting 100 feet of space for worship is how we turn that principle into practice.
Thank you. And the last on the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Bryant, and I'm a Brooklyn native and Jewish New Yorker. I'm here today on behalf of Met Council, one of America's largest Jewish charities dedicated to fighting poverty. We operate 19 affordable housing buildings, comprehensive social services, including to Holocaust survivors, and the country's largest kosher emergency food network. Since 2020, our emergency food service has also provided halal food to Muslim New Yorkers in need. Through these programs, Met Council proudly helps 300,000 New Yorkers a year from all races, religions, and walks of life. Met Council strongly supports the City Council's proposal to prohibit harassment, incitement, and protests within a buffer zone around any religious organization, school, or house of worship. As an organization founded on Jewish values, we are unfortunately familiar with the rising anti-Semitism in this city. Our events require increasing security, and we often hire armed guards. Jewish staff members have been increasingly subjected to anti-Semitic language and incidents outside of work. I've personally witnessed the anti-Semitism and aggression of protesters towards Jewish New Yorkers. On one occasion, I walked with a colleague who wears a kippah after work. We walked past a group of protesters, and without provocation, the protesters immediately targeted my coworker and began shouting at him. The hatred and anger they displayed was horrific and was shocking to me as a Jewish New Yorker who often passes as non-Jewish. This behavior is harassment and extends beyond the bounds of what should be protected free speech. It makes New Yorkers afraid to go to synagogue and Jewish events. Allowing protesters to harass individuals visiting houses of worship infringes upon our right to freely practice Judaism and a right to assembly. We ask the Council to prohibit harassment, incitement, and protests within a buffer zone around religious organizations, schools, and houses of worship. I just want to end by noting that there was some suggestion earlier that community building and building bridges is a substitute. That's not a substitute for the security measures here.
Thank you so much. All right, I would like to thank this panel for testifying. I will call the next panel. Melinda Thaler, Peter de Blasio, Josh Melman, Sam Weinberger, William Steele, Maya Sekand, Imad Gad, Annabelle Ruggiero, and I apologize for any mispronunciations that you will correct when you testify. If you heard your name, please come up. I'm going to read the names again because all the Melinda Thaler, Peter de Blasio, Josh Melman, or it says Meckelman, that's probably a typo, Sam Weinberger, William Steele, Maya Sekand, Imam Gad, and Annabelle Ruggiero. Okay, we'll go from my left to your right. We'll start. You may begin your test. We're going to do this panel, and then we'll discuss with committee council about that. Thank you. We'll go from your left. Make sure your microphone's on. You may begin when ready and state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Mr. William Steele, and I'm just here to represent humanity. Okay, to let you know, I sat patiently listening to all of everyone's differences of opinions and based on this bill. These bills that are being passed to safeguard humanity, to safeguard people's First Amendment rights. I think that we need to really understand that we are in a time that this country is burning down. We don't have time to be bickering and fighting amongst each other with principles and all these other different values. What we need to do is collectively come together and respect each other's rights, dignities, and worships. If we do not do this, this country and the civilization as we know it is going to fall right before our very eyes. We need to understand that passing these bills to protect the Jewish synagogues, to protect any persons of worship, it is a basic humanity. We need to be passing a bill on just basic human dignity. That's the bill that we need. Because what this Trump administration and what they are actually really doing, they are rotting this country from the inside out. And no matter what bill you pass, no matter what you sign into legislation, it's irrelevant. There is a war against humanity. But I respect this panel for having this type of open setting for the public. Everyone has their own different opinions. Everyone has a human right to exist upon whatever purpose, whatever value, whatever worship that they have. And it is not neither of our positions to mock, to discriminate.
Thank you. Thank you, William. Next panelist, please.
Hello, I'm Annabelle Ruggiero, an active member here to speak on Intro 1, 175, and buffer zones in state-level bills. During the early years of our country's founding, we did horrifying and cruel acts. Central to the founding of New York City was the displacement of the Lenape people from the land that cradled their civilization. This was explicitly an act of ethnic cleansing. Wall Street ran along the walls of the city that barred the Lenape from part of their millennia-old homeland. It would be remiss of me to not mention some of the good decisions made during our country's founding. For example, the First Amendment gives us civil liberties that are core to a functioning democracy. It allows me to say things like, our president is a pedophile protector that is building concentration camps for immigrants and erasing trans people from the US. There are some narrow carve-outs to the First Amendment. The applicability of these depend on the government's goals. The goals of these laws, not only to protect patients, worshipers, and students. However, the goals of these laws are inextricably bound to the protests that prompted these laws. On November 19th, there was an anti-Zionist protest outside of a synagogue. Inside the Park East Synagogue at the time was not worship. A Zionist organization was conducting discriminatory recruitment of Jewish people for immigration to the state of Israel. To be blunt, our city and state legislators are trying to crack down on the First Amendment to squelch the dissent of Zionism, a political philosophy. They do so while buying into the conflation of Zionism and Judaism. Our legislators' actions have a few implicit messages. First, it suggests politics that supports the genocide of Palestinians, which directly parallels the genocide of the Lenape people, is part of Jewish faith. I fully reject this implication. Second, in a time where we seek shelter from our fascist overreach at the federal level, our city and state are trying to shatter our civil liberties to stop us to voice our opposition to an ethno-state abroad. From Lenape-Hoking to Palestine, no one is illegal on stolen land.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good afternoon, members of the Committee to Combat Hate. My name is Iman. I'm the policy manager at Girls for Gender Equity, or GGE. GGE is a Brooklyn-based organization which works intergenerationally through a Black feminist lens to center the leadership of Black girls and gender-expansive young people of color. We offer this testimony today in opposition of both Intro 175 and Intro 327, which called for establishing buffer zones at educational facilities and reimbursing non-public schools for the cost of video surveillance cameras. The creation of buffer zones around schools would increase the policing and surveillance of students and infringe on their rights to organize and stage protests and walkouts. At GGE, we know that police do not create safety for all students, and that Black and brown students are disproportionately targeted by police. A study conducted by NYCLU found that while Black and Latino students constitute 2/3 of the student body, they continue to represent approximately 90% of arrests and summonses in school. Moreover, at a time when the fear of ICE is keeping some students from attending school, the last thing parents and students need is more policing of their schools. Historically, young people have used their school grounds and positions as students to have their voices heard. Protests and school walkouts were integral in the fight for civil liberties and desegregation in the civil rights era. One of the 5 cases that made up Brown versus the Board of Education was sparked by 16-year-old Barbara Johns, who led her school of 450 Black students on a walkout to strike and protest the poor conditions of her segregated Virginia high school. In our time, young people have staged walkouts to protest gun violence in schools, the genocide in Palestine, and most recently to protest ICE. At GGE, we believe in the power of student organizing and recently also launched the Alliance on Gender Equity base of organizers, who are currently organizing in support of the Schoolgirls Demand Campaign. We want to ensure our young people and their peers all feel safe and empowered to use their voices in their schools to call for the change they want to see. At a time when there's heightened fear around law enforcement and police are increasingly brutalizing students and protesters, the city should not give the NYPD increased discretion to police and surveil our schools.
Thank you, Iman. Make sure your microphone's on and then state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Maya, and I am a resident of New York City, an immigration attorney who represents low-income New Yorkers from all faiths and walks of life, and the granddaughter of a New York City pastor. I grew up attending the New York Chade Church in Queens, which my grandfather founded to be a spiritual sanctuary for the Korean American community of New York City. I am here today to strongly oppose Bills 1A and 175A. Increased police presence outside New York City places of worship or educational facilities will not make us safe or protect us from hate. Rather, increased police presence will fill congregants with fear, especially immigrant congregations and congregations of color, and lead to the erosion of religious spaces as a safe and important sanctuary for New York City's faith communities. We are all too familiar with the horrific violence that the NYPD unleashes on New Yorkers every day from all walks of life, and the idea of trusting them with enforcing these bills is absolutely ludicrous. The hypocrisy of these bills is blatant. Rather than actually protecting New Yorkers from hate, they are weaponizing fear to target the movement for Palestinian liberation. The places of worship proposal is intended to strengthen the city's protection of illegal sales of stolen Palestinian land. Instead of listening to widespread calls for ending the illegal sale of Palestinian land, these bills silence and punish New Yorkers, further expose us to police brutality, and distract everyone from grave violations of local and international law. I urge all City Council members to vote against these bills and to listen to New Yorkers asking for an end to illegal land sales and protect our right to protest these illegal events.
Thank you so much. Maya? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Council Members Dinowitz, Aviles, and Wong for allowing us the opportunity to speak here today. These hearings can be very demanding, and I appreciate you taking the time in your busy schedules to stick around and listen to this hearing. My name is Sam Weinberger, and I am speaking today in a personal capacity. I am here to express my support for the proposed legislative package that has been discussed today. And in particular, I would like to speak in support of Intro 1A, which enables the NYPD to implement buffer zones around houses of worship when necessary. There must be clear protections to ensure all residents of our city can practice their faith and enter and exit their sacred spaces in safety and peace. All people of faith, including but not limited to our Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Jain, Sikh, Buddhist, and Hindu siblings, deserve to be safe in and around their houses of worship. This bill strikes a thoughtful balance. It does not criminalize protest, nor does it suppress free speech. Rather, it empowers the NYPD to assess each situation and establish reasonable buffer zones where needed, zones that protect individual safety without unnecessarily restricting First Amendment rights. Critically, this policy affirms that freedom of worship and freedom of speech are not mutually exclusive. One person's right to protest should not overwrite another's right to worship without fear or obstruction. By supporting this legislation, we reaffirm that New York is a city where people of all faiths and all backgrounds can pray, reflect, and live without intimidation. In closing, I just want to applaud and thank Speaker Menon and the entirety of the Council for standing up against hate, and I urge the Council to advance this bill and the entirety of the legislative package. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Sam. Last on this panel.
Thank you, council members, for this opportunity to testify. My name is Melinda Thaler, and I'm General Counsel to the West Side Community Organization, a civic group focused on community affairs. We strongly support these bills, and I want to address two arguments raised by those opposing the floating buffer zone bill. First, The rights to free speech and protest are not absolute. No one has a right to march into the Oval Office and demand to exercise their freedom of speech there, and no one has a right to exercise their speech while impeding access to a house of worship. Restrictions on these rights in the form of flexible floating buffer zones have been repeatedly upheld by our Supreme Court and are entirely constitutionally valid. Second, opponents of this bill suggest that protests outside houses of worship enjoy some special status because activities inside those spaces, quote, violate international law. Mayor Mamdani expressly stated after the Park East Synagogue debacle that, quote, sacred spaces should not be used to promote activities in violation of international law, close quote. Not only is it false that the legality of activities in a space enlarge the right to protest the activity, but not one adherent to this unsupported idea, including Mayor Mamdani himself, has ever identified any law, treaty, or international compact governing New York City that has been contravened by activities inside a New York City house of worship. If activities going on in houses of worship violate a law governing this city, which law is it? No one in opposition to this bill, including our mayor, has come up with an answer. The stalking horse of vague violations of never identified laws do not give rise to a new elevated status for the right to speech and protest, nor does it give rise to immunity from restriction. Please protect access to all houses of worship alongside the constitutional right to free speech and protest. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank this panel for their testimony today, and I will call up the next panel.
Yes, I'm good, sir. Thank you.
Okay. The following people, please come up. Queen Arson, Drew Finkelstein, Samuel Finkelstein, Stanley Slater, Yerucham Selber, Rabbi Eli Cohen, Suzanne Gordon, okay, and we're going to start with our Zoom panel. As part of this panel, Khalid Rahman, Miriam Fisher, and Hiba Khalil. And we'll do the in-person testimony, and then the staff will call the... I was kidding. We're going to do the Zoom first for this panel, and the staff will call the Zoom member. We'll call the... I will call... I'm kidding for a second time. I'm going to call your name on the Zoom, and then staff will unmute you, and then you'll begin your 2 minutes. So we'll start with Khalid Rahman.
You may begin. Thank you very much. I applaud the council for taking the time and the effort to work on the hate issues and hate crimes. However, I do not support the bills as they're written. To me, there seems to be a lot that needs to be fleshed out. The last time I looked at, there were about 7,000 registered houses of worship in New York City, and as many as that which are not registered. And there may be thousands of schools. So when you create 100 meters or 100 feet around all of them, there is really no space left for the protest. So that is one. The other thing that has not been brought up is that the sale that was going on inside the synagogue was being carried out by the group called Nefesh B'Nefesh. Please make a note of it. Nefesh, N-E-F-E-S-H, Nefesh B'Nefesh. And if you go to their website, they will help you find this organization works the social work, Aliyah, as well as immigration to Israel, but it also helps them find places to live and communities. So if you go into their webpage and look for communities, you will find all these red dots, which are in the West Bank, in the East Jerusalem, all in the occupied lands. And that is where these sales are being offered for. So let's be very specific. This is whether international law or local law, but this is somebody else's land that is being sold in a house of worship in New York City. Legalities aside, whether it's international law or the local law or the New York State, but just morality-wise, a house of worship should not be carrying out activities.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Sale of
Thank
stolen
you.
property.
Thank you for your testimony. Just sergeants, I'm not sure they hear the buzzer on Zoom, so just a reminder, if you can let them know that it's time on Zoom. Thank you so much. Next on Zoom, Miriam Fisher.
You may begin.
This is Miriam Fisher. I am a lifetime New Yorker. I am a Jew, and I'm extremely offended by the rage-baiting, demagogic characterization of anti-Zionism as anti-Judaism. I'm not a capo, and that's offensive too. I'm anti-Zionist, and conflating anti-Zionist illegal, like what we're protesting is illegal and completely criminal and morally bankrupt, stealing land and selling it in synagogues. My belief is any synagogue that allows that to happen on their premises should get their tax-free status as a religious institution absolutely revoked. Also, so many speakers are referencing the Shoah. I also learned about the pogroms that happened before that, but you know what? There's a Shoah happening now in Gaza and in a different way in the West Bank, but they act like that doesn't exist. And we all see it on our damn phones every day for years. So, you know, the hypocrisy of these, I'm against these bills, I'm for the First Amendment, and the police de facto would become the assessors on the ground of what to do. They're not equipped for that. What they've got is anger management issues and weapons, and they cannot adjudicate things, but they would be put in a position of adjudicating which things are what and deciding on the ground. And, you know, I don't really love their history. They're going to be rougher on people who are defending.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on Zoom, we have Hiba Khalil.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Hiba Khalil, and I serve as the State Director for MGage New York. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We support Intro 388 and Intro 327. Intro 388 should be strengthened in two ways. First, by explicitly including anti-Muslim hate as a distinct reporting category, and second, by ensuring strong language access requirements so immigrant communities can report incidents without barriers. We have concerns about Intro 1A and Intro 175A, and we thank the sponsors of the bills for the changes already made before the hearing. As a Muslim New Yorker, protecting houses of worship and schools is essential. As CM Santosuso mentioned earlier, in January 2026 in Bay Ridge, 3 visibly Muslim women, including a 12-year-old girl, were attacked and targeted. These are not abstract fears. They affect whether families feel safe attending Friday prayer and now prayers during the holy month of Ramadan. Protecting houses of worship is crucial, and these efforts must not erode First Amendment protections, regardless of the viewpoints expressed. The First Amendment protects minority communities like ours from government overreach. We must be careful not to create a framework that can later be exploited. As Muslims, we have lived through eras of surveillance and profiling justified in the name of security. We know how quickly expanded authority can be misused. The Supreme Court case in McCullen versus Coakley makes clear that buffer zones are disfavored when existing laws already address obstruction and harassment. For that reason, we urge the Council to reconsider whether buffer zones are advisable at all. If you are to proceed, we strongly recommend a required public comment period before the laws are passed, annual reporting and data collection, including where zones are deployed, their size, duration, and enforcement actions, so the policy can be evaluated transparently and equitably, a sunset clause requiring review and clarification.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for the recommendations to strengthen or amend legislation. We appreciate that, Heba. We will now start with the in-person, starting from my left, your right, and please turn your mic on and state your name for the record.
Hello, I'm Sam Finkelstein. I'm speaking today as a fourth-generation New Yorker, a student, a Jew, and the representative of Jews Against White Supremacy, which opposes Introductions 1 and Introduction 175, no protest security perimeter outside places of worship and educational institutions, for 3 reasons. It's unconstitutional, it weaponizes the language of Jewish safety to shield criminal activity, and it demands that New York City endorse the ideology of Jewish supremacy. Proponents frame Introduction 1 as neutral protection for houses of worship. In reality, this bill is a direct response to the recent mobilizations of Palestinian and allied communities protesting the sale of stolen Palestinian land inside New York synagogues. It is a veto on the movement for Palestine. The city is not concerned with the sanctity of religious spaces. If it were, it would not have spent 2 decades subjecting New York's mosques to infiltration and surveillance. This bill selectively weaponizes the concept of safety to protect Zionist institutions. Julie Menin and the bill's sponsors claim that protesting outside a synagogue is an act of anti-Semitic harassment. But what is happening inside that might draw a protest? These religious institutions are hosting sales of stolen, ethnically cleansed Palestinian land, which is illegal under US law. They provide material support for the displacement and extermination of Palestinian people. This bill seeks to veil the crimes of settler colonialism in language of religious worship. Its sponsors ask New Yorkers to accept that the real estate arm of the occupation is entitled to legal impunity. This is not protection, this is supremacy. We do not seek safety purchased with the silence of Palestinians. We demand no buffer zones around places of worship or educational facilities, and we demand that City Council prioritize stopping these land sales in New York. Additionally, in the interest of combating hate, I have to point out, I have been harassed and intimidated multiple times in this chamber today by proponents of these bills. If you need any evidence that they are not actually supporting this in the interest of free speech, it's that they are not supporting free speech right here, right now, nor are you equitably enforcing the time limits on testimony.
Thank you so much. That's not true, but thank you. Next, please.
Thank you so much. Originally, I said good morning, then I said good afternoon, but now it's good evening. Thank you for hearing us. I actually am not going to say what I had planned to, because hearing what other people feel, listen, the 2 women that spoke, I'm here as a mother, and I have children in New York City Public School, and I have a child in a SUNY school. And I really empathize with the mother. When I see a police person, and I'm with my son, I feel safe. I understand that if you're a person of color and you see a policeman and you're with your son, you might be nervous. I am a huge proponent, and I also wanted to invite that other guy who said that he wasn't allowed in his synagogue or welcome to come to my house Friday night for a Sabbath meal, Shabbat. I would love to have you. We can agree to disagree, so please find me if you're still here or someone who knows him, because I feel we're still family. 2 Jews, 3 opinions. But what I wanted to say is I wanted to go over some things that have happened that have not necessarily been in the news. I don't want to talk about my children because they're not at Columbia University. I have 2 friends who are that are professors at Columbia. Anyway, faculty workers, 4 were trapped in Hamilton Hall. 2 filed lawsuits. They were people of color. Someone at Barnard, who they will not name, was a guard. He was also hospitalized, and the labor union came out against it and condemned that assault. Brad Lander also said, quote, let's be crystal clear, this vile anti-Semitism, said the city's former comptroller, should not have been said. You cannot oppose land sales in the West Bank without supporting terrorism.
Thank you so much. And as a reminder, it looks like you got a lot of notes there. Testimony at council.nyc.gov to submit written testimony. Our last in-person panelist for this panel, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Awali, and I'm reading a testimony for Queen, a Brooklyn resident. And I quote, I'm a parent of a New York City public school student and a New Yorker who is deeply involved in both the labor movement and the movement for Palestinian liberation. I'm urging my city council to vote against proposed bills that would create major and targeted restrictions around educational facilities and places of worship. These bills clearly target Palestinian solidarity protests, and by infringing on this crucial political speech, these bills seek to curb our basic freedom and our moral duty to protest injustice. These bills are not content neutral. They have been invoked explicitly to target pro-Palestine protests. The places of worship proposal is intended to derail scrutiny around the city's protection of illegal sales of stolen Palestinian land. The Educational Facilities Bill is intended to criminalize protests on college campuses, especially in light of student protests against university complicit in the U.S.-Israel genocide of Gaza. New York is lucky to be a city full of education institutions and places of worship of all kinds, and a city full of densely built neighborhoods. These bills would create even more surveillance and policing of New York's speech. I want the city to focus on providing for residents, not criminalizing us. I would hope that the Committee to Combat Hate would focus its attention on something that actually promotes hatred and disenfranchisement. The illegal land sale that so many people are discussing today. The protests outside of these land sales are doing far more to combat hate than these short-sighted and deeply concerning proposed bills. Again, I urge the City Council to think about what these bills will actually do to people of New York and decisively vote against them.
And thank you for being here on behalf of your friend. I just want to confirm that Drew Finkelstein, Stanley Slater, Yerucham Silber, and Rabbi Eli Cohen are not here. Got it. Well, then he doesn't get a second bite at the apple. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your testimony. I'll now call the next panel. Okay. Rebecca Goyette, Ken Schless, Garth Simmons, Juan Escalante, Emily Adler, Pamela Sporn, Irene Siegel, Dora Finns. Would you please come to the table? And then on Zoom, be ready. We have Maureen Silverman and Chaskell Bennett. Chaskell Bennett. Oh. Apologies. We will call the Zoom panel first, as we did in the last panel, and we will start with Maureen Silverman.
You may begin.
I'm going to submit written testimony. I just want to say I'm clearly against these bills, but I'm not going to testify now. I'm going to submit written testimony.
Thank you, Maureen. And as a reminder to everyone, testimony at council.nyc.gov. If you'd like to submit written testimony, and if you do have to have conversations, that's fine. Please take it outside so we can hear everyone who's here on the panel. On Zoom, Chaskell Bennett.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, good evening, Councilman Dinowitz and the Committee to Combat Hate. My name is Chaskell Bennett. I'm the co-founder of the Flatbush Jewish Community Coalition, an executive board member of Agudath Israel of America. I'm a child of Queens and a longtime Brooklyn business owner. I was a first responder to the terror attacks on September 11th, and I'm a proud Jewish grandchild of Holocaust survivors. All were New Yorkers. I know what happens when vulnerability is ignored, and my family understands the deep price paid when threats to our people are not taken seriously. I testify today in strong support of Speaker Menon's intro number 1A, establishing a safe protected buffer zone around places of worship and the full package of bills that accompany it. We are grateful that this was introduced as the first bill of the session, number 1. That sends a clear message protecting New Yorkers from hate is not secondary, it is essential. The need, as has been discussed over and over and over again throughout the entire day, and I've sat through every hour of today's testimony is undeniable. And our beloved city has seen an alarming surge in anti-Semitic incidents. Jewish New Yorkers have been assaulted, harassed, and intimidated outside synagogues simply for attempting to attend their houses of worship. The First Amendment, as has been mentioned many times, protects both speech and religion. But our founding fathers, in their wisdom, chose to lead that amendment with the language of free exercise of religion, recognizing that the right to worship freely is fundamental to a free society. So let me be clear, no matter how loud and how irrational some might be, let's talk about what is the fact. A safe, large, protective buffer zone is not about restricting speech.
Thank you for your testimony. Time has expired.
Let me finish this
Thank
one
you.
sentence.
No, that's time. Thank you so much. We will now go to the in-person panel, starting from my left and your right. Please state your name for the record. Yes, and you could speak into the microphone. Make sure the red light is on. Try again.
Is that good? That's good. Oh, I can hear me. Good afternoon. My name is Janet. Thank you for burning the midnight oil on this very long hearing.
Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Your name's Janet?
Janet, I'm sitting in for Pam.
Okay. Okay,
It was
thank
clear.
you.
It was
Okay,
clear.
thank you very, yeah, I just wanted to clarify because we're on a list. Thank you very much.
Okay. As a Jewish woman and New Yorker and constituent of Eric Dinowitz, I hereby submit this testimony urging the upcoming buffer zone legislation be rejected. In the last 2 years, I have stood with my fellow Jews, including Holocaust survivors, in opposing the civilian tragedy unfolding in Gaza. Despite smears, every one of these rallies have been peacefully conducted, even when assailed with violence by the pro-Israeli side, ironically often against fellow Jews. All too often, I've also witnessed the use of religious locations to hold events of a political and sometimes criminal nature. For example, the sale of stolen Palestinian land in synagogues and stump speeches by war criminals such as Ben Gvir in his 2025 violent visit to Brooklyn. Where is the city's condemnation and legislation for that? Such events should face opposition. Creating a buffer zone cuts the legs out from under the concept of peaceful protest itself. And giving discretion to the NYPD to decide what is sufficient is a recipe for oppression. Protest that isn't seen and heard by those being oppressed cannot work. And to criminalize those who speak up for human rights is the very definition of fascism. I stand against the enactment of such draconian legislation as a Jewish woman, as a New Yorker, as an American who is acutely aware of how precious and vulnerable our right to free speech is. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to give you 20 extra seconds for the time I took from you, but if would you like the 20 extra seconds? Okay, thank you so much for the testimony. Please, next speaker.
Council members, thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Irene Siegel, and I'm here with Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, with whom I've co-facilitated trainings against anti-Semitism and other work to promote community safety. I'm also a JVP member and Arabic Studies professor at CUNY and teach in after-school Jewish education programs for kids. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the perimeter bills. As a Jewish New Yorker, I care deeply about Jewish safety, and thus I know that it is inextricable from the safety of my Muslim and BIPOC neighbors, who are the most likely to be targeted and racially profiled by this legislation. As an organizer and a CUNY educator, I have repeatedly witnessed the police brutalizing or intimidating principled and courageous student protesters, most of whom are BIPOC or Muslim, while protesting the genocide in Gaza. Some of these same demonstrators have stood side by side with Jewish New Yorkers, like myself, to peacefully protest the illegal sale of stolen Palestinian land at fully secular promotional events being held at synagogues like Park East. Dozens of CUNY faculty and staff, including myself, have also been targeted with doxing or even fired for expressing support for Palestinian liberation. People speaking their conscience against atrocities should not be subjected to intensified surveillance and control, which is what these bills would encourage, all justified through a weaponized Jewish identity. As the Trump administration wages outright war on our cities and educational institutions with everything from violent mass Gestapo to FBI investigations and lawfare, the last thing we need right now is to direct more resources to increase policing that will make us less safe while undermining our rights. What we need is more resources for data-driven interventions that meaningfully build safety infrastructure from within and across communities, such as upstander, anti-racism, and restorative justice trainings. Please oppose these bills and feed initiatives that keep Jews and all New Yorkers safe. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Goyette, a public artist standing in resistance for a free Palestine. On Thursday, January 8th, 2026, an angry lynch mob of Zionists in front of a synagogue in Kew Gardens launched serious threats at pro-Palestine protesters. "Fuck you, faggot. I'm going to follow you home and rape you," they cried. Zionists have been conducting illegal land theft and pre-selling Palestinians' properties in the West Bank and in Gaza while people are living inside. After Palestinian properties are pre-sold here in New York City, settlers violently remove Palestinians from their homes, murdering, imprisoning, raping, and torturing them. Make no mistake, these are acts of terror. Illegal land sales here in New York City must be stopped, and we demand Mayor Mamdani take this on as top priority. No ethnic cleansing of Palestinians through illegal land sales in New York City, period. We protest with no buffer zone until this is all accomplished and Palestine is free. Israel's apartheid state, occupation and genocide of Palestinians is illegal under international law. It is Palestinians' right and our duty to resist and protest the illegal occupation carried out by Israel and the US. It is legal and morally essential to disrupt this thievery. Protesting sales do not disrupt worship. It is an ungodly manipulation of public perception to hold these land theft pre-sales in synagogues. Allowing these war crimes to take place in synagogues is no different than when the KKK organized their crimes against humanity in churches. The KKK historically used churches as recruitment and staging ground, making black communities targets for terror and destruction. Churches and religious organizations were integral to the systematic abuse and cultural destruction of indigenous peoples in the United States. No matter where these war crimes take place, the public has a right to protest in close proximity and to resist until these war crimes stop. Palestine is for the Palestinians. Free Palestine!
Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, my name's Ken Schless. I'm a father, a lifelong New Yorker, and a Jewish member of JVP, Jewish Voice Peace. I'm also a childhood survivor of anti-Semitic violence. I strongly oppose Intros 1A and 175A to create arbitrary deployable buffer zones around places of worship and educational facilities. These bills, presented as part of a package to combat anti-Semitism, pit parts of New York City's Jewish community against the right to protest. They don't address hate. They threaten New York's storied tradition of activism, protest, and the public's ability to speak truth to power. These bills give police discretion to criminalize proximal acts of protest. In Minnesota, it was also discretion that DHS officers murdered peaceful protesters deemed to be in the wrong place. Constitutional rights should never be contingent on police discretion. Intro 1A was written in response to incidents at synagogues where stolen Palestinian land was illegally auctioned. Synagogues should not be a cover for illegal acts. In our upside-down world, even valid claims of anti-Semitism have been weaponized against us. In places of higher learning, anti-Semitism is used as a pretext to eliminate research funding, to threaten accreditation. My daughter currently studying for her master's at Columbia tells me how fearful students and faculty are to speak their minds now. She describes a chill that has befallen the campus. These bills will do nothing to reduce hate, nor will they have safeguarded me from the anti-Semitic violence I experienced as a child. They follow upon a pattern of federal civil rights reversals that allow egregious violations of rights to flourish. I implore the City Council to reject Intros 1A and 175A. Consider seriously that only in a free society will New Yorkers be safe.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Juan Escalante. Loved ones know me as Jess. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I am transgender. I am also a Columbia alumni who graduated a few months before October 7th. On October 7th, my Salvadorian mother was visiting Jerusalem. My stepfather is a Persian Jewish man who fled Iran during the Islamic Revolution of 1979. I also want to add that there has been zero mention by a lot of the people in Kafias here today of the Iranian genocide that has killed nearly 100,000 people. I really resent, as a person of color, the hijacking of terms like person of color and black and brown by all of these gentrifiers in Kafias here today. But I want to address something. Earlier, there was talk about how anti-Semitic speech and hate speech is protected under the First Amendment. Under that logic, Islamophobia after September 11th is also protected. The demonization of Arabs and Muslims in this country is also protected. We have seen what happens when rhetoric turns entire religious and ethnic communities into political symbols, as has been the case with the Jewish people over the last 2 years. After 9/11, Muslims in America were collectively blamed, harassed, attacked, and our city must protect the right to protest. And protect political Our city must protect the right to protest political policies, our First Amendment right. But we must also be vigilant when protest language shifts from criticizing policy to targeting people because of who they are. The rule should be consistent for everybody, Muslims, Jews, everyone. I urge you to pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Last on this panel.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Dora Finns, and I'm a lifelong New Yorker, granddaughter of Holocaust survivors, and member of Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, NYC for Abortion Rights, and Jewish Voice for Peace. I'm here to urge city council members to vote against the proposed buffer bills around places of worship and educational facilities. I'm aware the bills have already been revised because they are so overwhelmingly unpopular, but that is not sufficient. These bills are being presented as part of a package to combat anti-Semitism, positioning supporting New York's Jewish communities and defending the right to protest against each other. This is divisive and disingenuous. This legislation emerged in response to protests outside of synagogues that were hosting illegal, non-religious political events, including sales of stolen, occupied Palestinian land for exclusive Jewish audiences in violation of international law, as well as federal, state, civil rights, and fair housing legislation. I have been disgusted to see synagogues I grew up attending desecrated by these events and dismayed that this is the council's solution to the issue. Additionally, reproductive freedom and queer rights have been defended and expanded for decades using tactics like protests at places of worship whose leaders have tried to control public policy and bodily autonomy. This has been essential to progress from ACT UP and WHAM in the 80s to reproductive justice groups combating clinic invasions today. No institution is exempt from public accountability. Giving the NYPD discretion over these buffer zones would make them another tool for surveillance, mass arrests, and selective enforcement, especially against communities of color, the LGBTQIA2S+ community, and movements already disproportionately targeted by law enforcement. There is already documented widespread use of excessive force against protesters, particularly by the NYPD's Violent Strategic Response Group. The federal government is currently waging war on our cities, targeting protesters and legal observers. We need this council to protect us from these attacks, not add to them. I urge all council members to vote against these bills and stand for New Yorkers' freedom of speech and assembly. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And just to the last thing, Janet, just for the record, would you state your last name for the record? Good, thank you. That is all for this panel. Thank you so much for your testimony this evening. Okay, for our next panel, as always, I apologize if I say your name incorrectly. You'll correct me. Calvin Harrison, Benjamin Nager-Sadoff, DJK, Walter Masterson, Andrea Ortiz, Vladislav Spector, Natasha Bujosa, Adrian Easterling, and on Zoom we have Tanisha Grant. And we, as in the previous two panels, we'll be starting on Zoom.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so I am Tanisha Grant. To my esteemed Chair and committee members, I am Tanisha Grant, the Executive Director of Parent Support and Parents New York. I address you today in my professional capacity as well as a Black woman, mother, and grandmother. I will first like to commend your efforts to combat hate. However, your 5-point action plan to combat anti-Semitism and strengthen community safety appears to be narrowly focused on a single demographic within our diverse communities. As a Black woman descended from enslaved African people, I must highlight that these 5 proposed bills fail to address the protection that Black people deserve and have historically been denied in this nation and this city. Our Black community has been subjected to anti-Black hate and anti-Blackness for over 400 years. This systematic issue has been consistently dismissed or treated as illegitimate. Yet across this country, documented video evidence exists of numerous attacks targeting Black children, women, and men. Having been removed from my Black family at birth, I experienced early on the profound nature of anti-Black prejudice simply for being born Black. It is an affront to our ongoing trauma that council members would draft legislation that could potentially further marginalize our voices under the guise of combating anti-Semitism. Such an approach suggests a tiered system of protection where only certain groups are prioritized. In this, the 100-year anniversary of Black History Month in the year 2026, Black individuals continue to strive for equity and equal protection under the law. A recent example is the February CEC 3 meeting, which illustrated the presence of anti-Blackness and the lack of immediate, meaningful action to address it. We were compelled to advocate strenuously simply to bring attention to this issue despite the involvement of Black children.
Thank you. Your time expired.
These proposed bills.
Thank you, Tanisha. We will now go to the in-person panel, and we're going to start from left to right. Unless you have other plans.
Yeah, we agreed that I would go first, sorry.
Perfect.
Adrian Easterling.
Thank you.
In
Thank you, Adrian.
1766, the lawn outside saw the erection of the Liberty Pole, protesting the British government, leading to the very revolution that gave us our constitutional right to protest. The Triangle Shirtwaist Fire triggered the labor rights movement, which swept the country. Stonewall gave birth to the queer rights movement and the ongoing war on AIDS. And these are only 3 of the thousands of demonstrations and movements born within the 5 boroughs that you have no right to revoke. This bill is not only unconstitutional, it is the next step in a fascist USA shrouded in false altruism. You claim it protects those who, quote, are trying to go about their lives, but it only protects you. The ever-changing buffer zone, now decided entirely by a group that killed a man over a $2 fare and uses weapons against unarmed civilians that are illegal in warfare, closes off any number of blocks, meaning that no one would be able to hold a ULP strike, which is the only type of strike protected by the NLRB. The Pride Parade and all parades will be barred due to the fact that routes pass multiple houses of worship and schools, and you could forget about protests against religious leaders committing sexual abuse. But what really gets me is the fact that Kathy Hochul's regional office in Manhattan qualifies as a house of worship due to the Heritage Baptist Church being in the very same building, which means that no one in the city can inconvenience her with our peasant problems. This bill protects you. Don't act like we're too stupid to see that.
Thank you for your testimony. Have you decided who's next? Okay, so we'll go from left to right. My left, your right. Start with you.
Hi, my name is Ben. I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, a grassroots organization of thousands of Jewish New Yorkers. I was proud that we were able to turn up many to the hearing today, many whom have waited hours to speak. I'm here to express fierce opposition to the proposed legislation to restrict protest outside places of worship and educational facilities. The legislation was proposed in response to specific demonstrations protesting the auctioning off of Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank. These sales are both illegal under international law and discriminatory under US law. Organizations are increasingly carrying out this theft inside synagogues with a strategy to make the story into one about protests outside synagogues rather than about the heart of the matter, the illegal theft and sale of Palestinian land. This proposed legislation communicates a dangerous message that if you want to violate international law or US law, you need only do it inside a house of worship and you will be insulated from protest. We call on New York City's legislators to work to prevent such discrimination and violations of international law in the first place, rather than suppressing constitutionally protected dissent of such violations. When houses of worship host non-religious political events, including real estate sales, they are making a choice with the knowledge that they might be protested for doing so. As a Jewish New Yorker, I encourage our city council members to vote no against this dangerous and unnecessary bill that does not keep Jews safe and instead criminalizes free speech, which speaks out against the genocide in Gaza and settlement expansion in the West Bank.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening, council members. My name is Calvin Harrison, and I'm a member of Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, here to voice opposition to Bills 0001 and 175. As a Jewish New Yorker, I care deeply about my community's safety, but I do not believe these bills will make us safer. Quite on the contrary, they have the power to significantly curtail our First Amendment rights to protest and would further empower the NYPD, which has been known time and again to violently over-police protest, to make arbitrary decisions about who is allowed to say what and where. I've personally attended many protests that would fall under the purview of this law. At one in particular, I served as a safety marshal for a group demonstrating on a rainy evening outside a Midtown synagogue that had chosen to host a real estate event for land in West Bank settlements, which are illegal under international law. We were separated from those entering the event by barricades and were under the eyes of at least a dozen NYPD officers. As marshals, our job was to help demonstrators be their best selves, to help our voices be heard while ensuring the safety of our demonstrators. Voices were raised and there was palpable tension, but no violence occurred, and we ended peacefully after a short march to Bryant Park. Protests, like any exercise of democracy, can be difficult and can make people uncomfortable, but we need to reflect and work through that discomfort together to move forward and build the world we wish to see. That synagogue made a choice to host an event that, in my opinion and that of many other Jews, is antithetical to our religion and the moral code it imbues us with. That night, we chose to let those who attended the event hear and see our disagreement. We did not prevent anyone from entering the building. Had we done so, the NYPD would have been able to arrest us under existing laws. Had one of our demonstrators attempted harm on someone entering, again, we could have been arrested under existing laws. While claiming to be combating anti-Semitism, this law does nothing to further protect Jews. On the contrary, it could actually end up criminalizing certain Jews for rightful criticism.
Thank you for your testimony. You make sure the red light's on when you push the button.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Happy Black History Month. Happy Ramadan. My name is Natasha Bohosa. I am an educational organizer with New Settlement Parent Action Committee in the Bronx, the Great Boogie Down, and I'm also here with many colleagues for educational educational rights. I'm here to oppose the bill in its entirety. While it's a vague disguise as inclusive, it's clear as demonstrated today that it only uplifts one group while leaves the rest of us vulnerable. I represent many schools who are mostly Black and brown kids who don't have the greatest relationship with NYPD, unfortunately. So while the increase in police presence may benefit some schools, it does not benefit all schools, and that's just not unacceptable. Would you hold the same concerns or hearing in the future when those students are subject to hate crimes by other people that oppose them? Did this council even consider the impact that these bills will have outside for other minority groups? I guess we're gonna have to find out if you pass this in a couple months. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Andrea. I'm with the Dignity in Schools Coalition, which encourages students, parents, and educators to engage civically. The bills being debated today in the name of safety would essentially prevent protests and demonstrations from taking place and increase police presence and surveillance at a time of heightened fascism and political repression. Our schools and public institutions are most effective when communities have agency and protected rights to speak and assemble to help shape the systems that serve them. Therefore, we urge you to oppose all proposals to create protest-free buffer zones zones around healthcare centers, places of worship, and educational facilities. Stop targeting all protected free speech activities, and do not waste public funding on private school camera surveillance systems. Suppressing free speech does not make people safe. The buffer zone proposals will inevitably increase the intensity of encounters between civilians and overzealous law enforcement, a result that will disproportionately endanger not only certain viewpoints, but also Black and brown communities that are already over-policed. Policing and surveillance in and around schools is harmful for all students. We cannot waste $35 million to get private school surveillance cameras at a time when the city is proposing cutting restorative justice and mental health services in public schools due to budget cuts. Additional police presence is also problematic because NYPD school cops are able to contribute names to secret lists of people it deems gang members with little or no evidence. In a time when Trump and other political leaders are prioritizing youth criminalization and expediting deportations and detentions of gang members with no justifiable evidence, we cannot let more NYPD officers contribute to the ongoing surveillance and criminalization of our young people. It would be a grave mistake for the council to react to peaceful protests, including the youth and community groups protesting for Palestinian human rights, by imposing buffer zones that would restrict free speech. If our elected leaders are truly concerned about our safety, they would make a concerted effort to push the federal government to reinstate sensitive location policies and establish real sanctuary zones where ICE and police cannot terrorize our communities, including in schools, courthouses, hospitals, parks, religious institutions, and our demonstrations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right in that 2 minutes, perfect.
I'm Walter Masterson. I'm here to express opposition to the Buffer Act. Last month, myself and several protesters went to a congressman's town hall. We disrupted it, and we were thrown out. A few days later, I opened up Twitter to find that Trump's Department of Justice was opening an investigation into myself and my friends. Great day, amazing day. You see, because the town hall was held inside of a synagogue, the Trump DOJ was able to use that to weaponize protesting against myself and my fellows. So we're here today because Council Member Julie Menin and Eric Dinowitz are drafting a law called the Buffer Act. Under the Buffer Act, I can be arrested not just for being inside, but also outside of a religious institution, healthcare, education facility. Now, outside, that seems very vague, right? Like, what are the boundaries of that? Well, according to your bill, the NYPD determines these boundaries. I mean, what could go wrong, really? A few months ago, the real estate group decided to sell stolen West Bank land inside of a synagogue. This attracted protesters. No one that spoke here today in favor of this bill mentioned that this was a land sale of stolen West Bank land. This is not just a violation of civil rights law, fair housing law, it's a violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention, okay? Julie Menin and Eric Dinowitz are pushing the Buffer Act so that a real estate company can continue to sell Palestinian land inside a place of worship. Why? All right, this is being framed as keeping Jewish New Yorkers safe. All right, yes, our Jewish neighbors should be safe. All right, does selling stolen West Bank land inside of a synagogue keep Jewish New Yorkers safe? Does Jared Kushner's Mara Gaza keep Jewish New Yorkers safe?
Thank you so much for your testimony.
You know, the IDF
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate your testimony and your time. Everyone has testified. And seeing no questions, I want to thank this panel for testifying today, and I will call up. And we also been joined by Councilmember Gennaro. Panel 20. Panel 20. Okay. Going to read the names.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say that I was chairing a hearing across the street like all day. So
thank you, Councilmember Gennaro. He's one of the hardest working guys in City Council. Fania Vasilevsky, Samantha Epstein-Rubenstein, Rachel Storch, Ricky Baker Kuch, Joshua Waterman, Awali Samara, Alan Sherman, Rabbi David Feldman, and on Zoom we have Lisa Katz. And we're going to start with Zoom again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful.
Well, good evening, council members. My name is Lisa Katz, and I'm the Chief Government Affairs Officer of the Combat Anti-Semitism Movement, and I'm also a former elected councilwoman and town supervisor with a decade of public service. Through CAM, I work with mayors, council members, law enforcement, and community partners across North America on practical public safety and policy tools to address anti-Semitism and hate. We strongly support this package of bills, and other cities have adopted similar legislation. Anti-Semitism in New York City is a public safety issue, a civil rights issue, and a test of whether government will act before harm escalates. Of course, people have a right to protest and express their views, even views we find offensive, ignorant, or misguided. That is the strength of our democracy. But no one should have to weigh their safety against learning or worshiping. When Jewish New Yorkers must calculate risk just to pray, bring a child to school, or report an incident, that is not only a Jewish problem, it's a public safety failure for all New Yorkers. And that is why these bills matter. They are not symbolic. They address how anti-Semitism and all forms of hate actually show up. They're combining prevention, preparedness, transparency, and accountability, exactly what serious municipal governments provides. Some critics, as we heard today, will say these measures infringe upon free speech. They do not. They do not silence anyone or prevent lawful assembly. They protect safe access. And while I'm in 100% in favor of these bills, I do request the change incorporated into Intro 1A and 175A that buffer zone protection should be left to NYPD determinations be removed. Clear, objective rules are
Thank you. Your time expired.
Standardless discretion.
Thank you. You may start the panel, starting from my left, your right. And turn the mic on, state your name for the record, and your 2 minutes begins.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Waterman. I oppose Intros 1A and 175A. I want to begin by acknowledging the 1,057 Palestinians, including 230 children, who have been killed in the occupied West Bank since the so-called Gaza war began. These lives lost 6,000 miles from this room, many of them victims of settler violence. Ultimately, that's why we're here today. This bill came to be because of a number of protests outside synagogues in the past year. Protests that opposed what was happening inside those synagogues. Not Jews going to study Torah or to pray together, but to make plans to leave New York and make Aliyah, and in some cases, to become settlers in the occupied West Bank. That's included an Israeli real estate event last month in Kew Gardens Hills that offered turnkey real estate help to purchase homes in Ma'ale Adumim and Modi'im, both in the occupied West Bank. That also included an event at Park East Synagogue last December, hosted by Nefesh B'Nefesh, which provides resources for American Jews to become settlers in the occupied West Bank. It is widely accepted under international law that the settlements in these occupied territories are illegal, settlements that are being populated by New Yorkers who attend these events at synagogues. And that's what was being protested and led to the genesis of these bills. This bill does not protect my fellow Jewish New Yorkers who are exercising their First Amendment right to practice their religion by going to synagogue, praying, and being in community. This bill provides cover for the illegal sale of Palestinian land, which is taking place in our city. How can this body, with a Democratic supermajority, take a page from the Trump playbook of squashing constitutionally protected free speech? I'm not talking about protesters being violent. That's already illegal. I'm talking about the ability to peaceably assemble in the face of injustice, which this bill stands to prevent. In closing, as a Jew, I strongly object to the use of synagogues to enable the expulsion of Palestinians from their homes. That events supporting the theft of Palestinian land in full violation of international law are occurring at all is unconscionable. That they are occurring in our sacred spaces is a moral failure of proportions. When people protest against sales of stolen Palestinian land, elected officials like Speaker Menon rush to decry the demonstrations. But this outrage obscures the real questions. Why is Palestinian land stolen and sold? Why is it sold inside our synagogues and temples? Thank you for your time. Please let this bill die in committee.
Thank you for your testimony.
My name is Rivka, or Ricky Baker-Koish, and I'm an organizer with Shoresh. Shoresh is a movement of anti-Zionist Israelis in the diaspora who work toward freedom and justice for all, from the river to the sea. I'm here to oppose Speaker Menon and Councilmember Dinowitz's proposed bills around places of worship and educational facilities. Since the 2014 war on Gaza, I have protested Jewish institutions that play a role in perpetuating the occupation and the subjugation of Palestinian people, whether through miseducation on Israel, obfuscation of anti-Semitism in the US, or by directly donating to settlement projects in the West Bank. We have picketed outside Jewish federations, been arrested outside AIPAC, and protested outside synagogues. Synagogues in the US have been targeted by the extremist settlement expansionist project so that those aligned with the far right have cover to sell property in Palestine, including within the West Bank, despite these settlements remaining illegal under international law, according to Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. By hosting these real estate events within synagogues, right-wing bad actors are able to decry our protests as anti-Semitic. But we're not protesting our families making Shabbat, we're protesting illegal settler colonialism. While 2.2% of the Israeli population are US citizens, 15% of settlers in the West Bank are US citizens, with 1 in 10 recent American immigrants moving to the West Bank. This isn't accidental, it's intentional, because for too long we've given cover to these settlement expansionist projects as they illegally sell Palestinian land to New York residents. This tradition of protest is based on the principles that no institution is exempt from public accountability and that free speech protections cannot be selectively applied, both of which are threatened by the proposed legislation. I urge all council members, particularly those who claim to value democracy, to vote against these bills.
Thank you for your testimony. You may begin. Make sure your microphone's on, and then state your name for the record. You'll see the red light.
Oh.
It's on.
Okay.
You may begin.
Before I testify, I want to say that no Jew, I repeat, no Jew can talk in the name of all Jews. On the term stolen land, we're here not to adjudicate Palestinian-Israeli conflict, especially when there is use of inflammatory, insulting language and questionable statements. I'm start testifying. My name is Fanya Vasilevsky. I was born in the Soviet Union and lived there for 30 years. I experienced firsthand anti-Semitism on the state level. Lucky for me, I came to the United States and made my home here. Never in my almost 50 years of my life in this beautiful country, I was ashamed or afraid to be a Jew. The sad truth that now the Jews are not feeling safe in our city. It is the time the city government protects its residents. I commend the committee for proposing these laws. Unfortunately, I could not find in the final proposition the 100-feet buffer zone that was written in the original documents. I urge the committee to bring back this 100-feet buffer zone for the places of religious worship and the schools. I also would like to propose one more item, to allocate funding for professional self-defense and de-escalation training programs for Jewish youth and congregational members. Jews should feel safe in our great city, and Jewish children should not grow up thinking fear is normal. To be sure, the prejudice will always exist in society. Yes,
Thank you.
Okay.
I know. Thank you so much. And I'll pause here, and I want to acknowledge, 2 minutes doesn't feel like a lot. And there's a lot more I think everyone testifying could say. And I just want to first say we do value every single second that you are testifying, no matter how you feel about these bills. And also want to acknowledge that the time limits are in place to ensure as many people as possible have the opportunity to share at least a couple of minutes of their perspective. So with that, I'd like to call the next person on the panel, and please state your name for the record and make sure the red light's on.
Thank you, Chairman, and the rest of the council members. My name is Rabbi David Feldman. I'm representing a number of organizations that hold public events here in the city with 25 years of collaboration with the NYPD. And I'm here to oppose these buffer zones outside of synagogues. As a religious leader, I definitely appreciate when politicians are working towards the freedom of religion. But I want to make clear that attacking a shul, attacking a synagogue because of or during prayers or religious conducts, that's an affront on the religion. But protesting criminal activities taking place in synagogues, this is not against religion. On the contrary, supporting crimes in a synagogue is a desecration of the religion. Selling stolen land in synagogues or supporting occupation of Palestine, this is not only a crime, but this is a violation of Judaism. Killing and stealing, oppressing an entire people, these are violations of Judaism. The concept of the Zionist movement, ending Jewish exile by physical means, is in total contrast of Judaism. Therefore, protesting the state of Israel or any of its actions is not about hate, it's not against Judaism, and it's not anti-Semitic. We have to remember the difference between Judaism and Zionism. Judaism is a religion, Zionism is a political movement, should never be confused. Masses of Jewish people oppose the state of Israel. When people stand up for righteousness, for justice, these activities should be admired, should be supported under the First Amendment right. If administrations of religious institutions are concerned about these demonstrations, I encourage them to keep their institutions to religious activities only and not to crimes supported. I encourage to oppose these bills.
Thank you. And last on this panel, please state your name for the record.
Well, good evening. My name is Alan Sherman from the great borough of Queens, New York. At least we have the Mets. Anyway, I had this whole speech prepared I wanted to say, but you know what? I've learned a lot today. I am totally in favor of these buffer zones, but only temporarily. You do not take it far enough. You need to start educational programs to teach people not to hate each other. I tried talking to some people who oppose my views. They called me a child and they would not shake my hand. That is what we have to stop in this city. We are all New Yorkers, we are all here together, and I want one of, see, he's laughing. I want one of you to come up and say you're willing to make peace and shake my hand.
Please direct your comments to the chair.
I want one of you to stand up and shake my hand
Kind of asked for
and say
that,
you're
didn't I,
willing
huh?
to make peace. Shows you where the problems are. A buffer zone is just like a DMZ line. We've got it, it's only temporary. You need to educate people, start in your schools where children learn all people are good, basically good. We may disagree with each other, but we're all good. And that's what the city council has to do. Educate the children so future generations don't hate each other. And CUNY needs to be revamped. There are too many professors teaching hate. We have that at Queens College. It's sickening. You guys on the city council have to stop this hatred of anyone. I have 7 seconds left. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I want to thank this panel for their testimony as well.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes.
Oh, sure. I just want to comment on Alan, the last person who testified. He's my constituent, and I agree with you trying to get to the people getting to the better angels of their nature. But you were out there on in Kew Gardens Hills with me when the protests started up, and thank God the PD did what they did because with all the talk we've heard about here about freedom of speech or whatever, the people who showed up that night were not talking about what was going on in the shul. They were screaming, "We are Hamas, and we are here." And so, given that that is what is going on, measures need to be taken. And so, you know, this is a step that needs to be taken because people come into my district screaming that they are, you know, that they are Hamas and that, you know, we're here and we're not leaving. You know, this is a direct threat to the community if anyone knows what happened on October 7th, 2023. And so you're a better man than I in appealing to, you know, the better angels of people's natures. But I'm a councilman and has to represent my constituent, and I know you support these measures, as I do. And I want to thank you for all you've done for the Jewish community in your long career of community advocacy. And that's my comment. You know, no need to reply. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, council member. Thank you so much. I'm going to call on the next group of panelists. Mark Grenzler, Sammy Ariani, Anna Pereira, Bridget Dayan, Bill Pinsky, David Wapner, Stephen Samirstein, Jamie Cohen, Shapsi Saperstein, and on the Zoom, Nick Devine. And I'll start with Nick Devine. Nick, you have 2 minutes. Okay.
You may begin.
Nick, you may begin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nick Devine, and I am speaking to you this morning on behalf of, or this evening, wow, on behalf of the Association of Legal Advocates and Attorneys, UAW Local 2325, a union of nonprofit legal workers where I serve on the executive board. We strongly encourage all of you to vote against these bills before you, and in particular, intros 1 and 175A, 1A and 175A. Last summer, hundreds of our workers at 10 of our bargaining units went on strike. Legal service offices are often embedded in the communities in which they serve, as a critical part of our success is our access to our clients. As such, during the 2025 strikes, many of our pickets were next to churches and schools, which are similarly embedded. In one instance, a unit that was on strike for almost 6 weeks picketed in front of their employer that is directly next to a church. Another unit of that same employer, the Canba IT Workers Union, remains on strike as of now. And if this bill were to pass, it would directly impact their ability to continue picketing in front of their employer. These bills would attack protected union activity more effectively than any union busting activity that management could deploy. Many on this city council have claimed in the past that they stand with workers. Some of you have visited our picket lines for photo ops, and our workers have ended up on your social media. Many of you have come to us for endorsements. As elected leaders of this city, we appreciate your support. Visible support from you adds pressure on our employers to bargain with us. But no politician is as influential or as important in forcing management back to the table as the workers are, and we make our presence and our demands known on the picket line. In limiting where we can picket, you silence our voices, and in doing so, you speak and act for our employers. In closing, these bills fail to accomplish their stated goals while preventing workers from securing our economic rights and further criminalizing existence in the city.
Okay, you may start from my left. Yes, please.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. My name is Mark Gensler, and I'm an Episcopal priest in District 39 in Cobble Hill. So good evening, Councilmember Hanif as well. I wish to speak clearly in opposition to this bill, and to do so specifically as a religious leader who is responsible for the safety of those who gather in my building. And I really would urge council members to pay attention to those sorts of questions. My own particular location, we deliberately welcome a variety of communities to share our space, our small Episcopal church in Cobble Hill. These are, and I'd want the room to know this, these are Jewish groups, These are Muslim groups, these are Buddhist groups, many of which do not feel they have a place to gather within their own wider community, so they gather at our little place called Christ Church, Cobble Hill. I am intensely concerned with their safety and with their access to the practice of their religious observances, their prayer gatherings, any number of reasons for gathering in our space. I am offended, though, at those who would wish to hide behind religious edifices. And so much of this discussion has been utterly disingenuous, and I have been disgusted to hear a lot of that over the course of the day. And I don't use that word lightly, because there's been so much outrage theater here already, truly. The other reason I'm opposed to this bill, though, speaks to, I think, our common need for civil liberties. Last week, a week ago, it was Ash Wednesday, which was the beginning of the season of Lent, and I gathered with many of my colleagues in front of the Federal Building, 26 Federal Plaza, right up the way, and we gathered to sing, to protest, to chant in defense of our immigrant neighbors. It was protected speech, it was moving on a sidewalk, right? It was in protest at activities taking place inside that building.
Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Yes. Next speaker.
Hello. Hi, I'm Sami Ariani. I'm a New York resident. I oppose these bills, and I want to echo the previous panelists that there has been an incredible amount of disingenuousness happening here today. This is about Palestine. And I just came back from Palestine, legally called the Occupied Palestinian Territories, because it's an occupation that's been ongoing since 1948, but specifically since 1967. And what an occupation is a temporary military administration of a piece of land, temporary. It is a war crime to settle civilians on occupation, okay? And I saw what those war crimes look like. I saw the burned fields, the uprooted trees, the destroyed homes, the burnt mosques, the bullet wounds, the broken bodies, the terrified children, and the story after story after story of Palestinians murdered by settlers. Over a dozen villages have been wiped off the face of the earth in the West Bank in the last 2 years. That's what this is about. Where do these settlers come from? They come from here. They come from land ethnically cleansed and sold here. And if the thing that makes me so disgusted is the idea that there's any other reason we're there protesting. We wouldn't be protesting if those illegal, under international law activities weren't happening. Nobody cares that you're Jewish. This is not what this is about. My God. This is international human rights violations that are happening under your watch. And you're choosing to criminalize the people that are fighting it, that are trying to uphold international law. We're doing your job.
Thank you for testifying. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Anna. I come speaking as a everyday constituent. I'm not religious, but would find myself more aligned with the protesters and how this bill would affect that. I would like to draw attention to a former testimony giver whom used an anti-Jewish slur. This man was outside harassing people, some of whom are Jewish, as we patiently waited in the cold this morning. His hypocrisy is a microcosm of the hypocrisy many proponents of this bill exhibit. In my understanding, this bill is about outlining NYPD's power. As the police commissioner stated numerous times, buffer zones are already a strategy in place. My concern is this bill would encourage NYPD to establish new, more aggressive tactics to control protests. I'm questioning if this is the intent of the bill. A council member questioned police commissioner about who would be consulted in development of guidelines for buffer zones per this bill. He did not speak to or name any organization which would be consulted. Thus, my concern is this policy would empower NYPD to be more aggressive with no outside input. Additionally, I want to remind everyone that someone's religious affiliation does not make them immune to committing crimes. If a religious person commits a crime in the name of their religion, the First Amendment would. If a crime is committed in a church, wouldn't protesting be encouraged? At a time where I can pull up a recent video of police brutalizing onlookers of ICE, even police cooperating with ICE in Brooklyn yesterday abducting a father. What will this bill do to protect New Yorkers?
Thank you for your testifying. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jamie. I am a proud CUNY graduate and currently a public school teacher. I'm a member of the United Federation of Teachers, and I am a supporter of Palestinian liberation. I strongly oppose this legislative bundle. I have attended protests organized outside of synagogues. I did not attend these protests to terrorize Jewish people. I attended because officials from synagogues have partnered with Zionist real estate companies based in Israel to hold real estate events open only to vetted Jewish attendees. At these land sales and recruiting events, land that is recognized by international law as Palestinian-occupied territories is being offered to ethnically restricted groups. This is clearly illegal under US law. How can anyone with a conscience let this happen? I would like to bring up another point in regards to the discourse around violence at protests outside of houses of worship. The Islamophobic, homophobic, transphobic, and misogynist violence of Zionists at protests has been documented thoroughly, and yet the narrative that continues to dominate is that the people who are standing up against the genocide of Palestinians are the violent ones. Further, I have no interest in giving the NYPD more authority to decide when and how buffer zones should be implemented. There are 2 pending class action lawsuits against the NYPD that allege that they have treated Palestinian solidarity protesters with increased levels of brutality and issued elevated charges. I have personally witnessed this targeting countless times, including that of students. I have also witnessed the generosity of everyday people organizing mutual aid for arrested and brutalized protesters. This is the kind of care that I value.
Thank you for testifying.
I'm proud to be an American. I'm grateful every day for the freedom that I have. I love free speech. But in the U.S., hate speech is not protected if it constitutes true threats, incitement to violence or harassment. When I'm at all these protests, I've been at all of them. I don't know why we're talking about Park East. That wasn't the worst one at all. Borough Park is the one we should be talking about. The cops got caught with their pants down. That's why we're talking about Park East. But Borough Park was insanity. Okay, I was assaulted. I'll get to that hopefully. But when you go to these protests, you're not hearing free speech. You're hearing say it loud and say it clear. We support Hamas here, not the Palestinian people's Hamas, a terrorist group, a no doubt nothing but terrorist group. Kill yourself, death to the IDF, NYPD, KKK, from the river to the sea is a genocidal slogan. It is nothing but a genocidal slogan that is being normalized by these people like this white little liberal capo Jews. Oh my. Shut them.
Please. Hey, talk.
Okay, so this is such a breadcrumb.
Yeah.
This is such a breadcrumb.
Comment should be directed.
This is such a
at the panel.
breadcrumb. Okay, 100 feet in front of a synagogue to walk in freely. That's too much to ask. That's a breadcrumb. Okay, the revised bill gives the police commissioner the power to designate how many feet the protesters would be placed from a house of worship, and her boss is the mayor, who is a Jew hater. Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, hello. My name is William Pinsky, Rabbi William Pinsky. Some people here consider themselves rabbis who aren't really rabbis, so maybe I'm a rabbi. I'd like to say that I've been to the same protests. I put that in quotes. And these are not protests. They're hate fests. There's a mob of people many of whom are dressed up wearing Hamas headbands. Hamas kills ordinary Palestinians. If you're for Palestinians, how can you possibly wear a Hamas headband? It's evil. All right. I've heard a lot of statements about that it's going that having these barriers, whatever buffer zones, are going to affect black and brown folks. The majority of people, the vast majority at these protests are white. In fact, I was at protests in Crown Heights, where they were trying to stir up a horrible Crown Heights riot again. And in fact, the black people of Crown Heights kicked them out. They didn't want the trouble that these people were trying to stir up. All right. Finally, I'd like to add that a lot of the people who come to these protests are wearing full mask veils, shouting hate speech. What does that remind me of? That reminds me of the KKK. Why are we allowing this? I mean, there should be an additional thing added to this bill, whatever you want to call it, and we should get rid of masks at protests. It's evil. I wouldn't go to any other place wearing a mask. There's no reason to do it other than to intimidate. Thank you very much for your time, Chair
Thank you.
Wong.
Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Again, you are commenting at the committee. You're talking to us. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, Councilmember Gennaro. My name is Steven Saperstein, and I'm a New York City resident residing in Kew Gardens Hills, a neighborhood in central Queens that has been at the forefront of much of today's discussion. I serve as the Community Outreach Coordinator for Queens Shmira, the Queensboro Safety Patrol, a volunteer public safety organization that works closely with the NYPD to help protect residents and respond to community safety concerns. I also serve as the assistant to the publishers of the Queens Jewish Link, a community newspaper serving thousands of families throughout central Queens. I'm here today in strong support of the Schools and House of Worship Access and Safety Act, legislation that I believe is necessary given the very real public safety challenges for our communities are facing. We're living through a moment of heightened tension and a documented rise in anti-Semitic incidents across New York City. For many Jewish residents, particularly those who are visibly identifiable, while attending synagogue or community events, the question of safety is no longer theoretical, it is personal, and it is immediate. My perspective comes from firsthand involved in coordinating community outreach and safety communications surrounding a pro-Hamas protest that took place in central Queens near an educational event promoting real estate opportunities in Israel that I helped publicize through the Queens Jewish Link. Due to credible safety concerns and escalating rhetoric, the NYPD's 107th Precinct deployed a significant police presence to maintain order and prevent confrontation. Working alongside law enforcement, my Shmira volunteers assisted with situational awareness, communication with community members, and helping ensure that attendees, including families and religious participants, could safely access and leave the event. What we witnessed was deeply concerning. Even protests remain legally permitted. The atmosphere created with demonstrations occurred directly outside.
Thank you for testifying.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to address the last witness. Thank you very much, Shabsi. As many may know, that he's my constituent, and I, represent that area in Kew Gardens Hills. I want to give you just a public shout out of, recognition of grateful recognition for all you've done in order to make sure our streets are always safe through working with the PD, through Shmira, and your events and your actions of that night of the protest that we were both at, led to, the best outcome which was possible, which is that everybody was safe, everybody went home safe. So I thank you for that. But the echoes of "We are Hamas" and to stay, will haunt me for a long time. So thank you for your good work, Shabsi.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Gennaro. Thank you, panel members. I'm going to call the next panel. Kaiser, Jonathan Silverman, Paul Werner, Brianna Silberberg, Bayan Mastel, Trevor Norwitz, Dane Elihu. And then two people from the Zoom, Tazan Azad and Linda Sadaka. And we'll start with Tazan from the Zoom. Tazan?
Yes, good night, everybody. Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me. My name is Sazina Azad, and I am a Brooklyn constituent, and these statements are mine. The bills establishing requirement for buffer zones are intimidating. I've heard here today people incite violence. I've heard here today council member directly use a Muslim speaker as her way to directly attack them just because she was Muslim. I've heard testimonies here that alluded to knife wielding and guns, and then centering all those at the beginning of the testimony and silencing everybody else and delegating them to the background is an act of intimidation. Yet, Chair Dinowitz mentioned that we cannot legislate feelings, then what is intimidation? By tactfully weaponizing already militarized NYPD to restrict assembly, not just protocol, intimidates those that are already fearful and brutalized by NYPD. There is clear overreach clear overreach by this administration by that bill that allows NYPD more power over educational institutions already surveilled by the law enforcement, increasing probability of BIPOC young people's contact with them. I am worried about giving an institution with history of systemic racism, bias, and inequitable implementation of protection, determining rights of what is intimidation or a buffer zone. For example, NYPD allowed a sitting member here to have to carry a gun at a protest without ever confronting her, yet intimidating schools or school-going students for marching, while brutalizing BLM protests, anti-ICE protests, and anti-war protests.
Thank you. Your time expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'll go to in-person speakers. I'll start from my left.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Silverman. I'm a lifelong New Yorker, proud member of the city's Jewish community. The American Republic has Jewish roots. From the Liberty Bell's Torah verse to the very word federal, it's a translation of the Hebrew Brit, word for covenant. An attack on Jewish communal life is not an attack on a minority, it's an attack on the very traditions that founded the American democracy. Yet today, that tradition is under coordinated assault. Chants of we support Hamas, or shouts of we don't want no Zionists here. This is not spontaneous outrage. Scholars of modern conflict describe it as a networked, multi-front, and strategic thing that's targeting not military objectives, but civilian morale and institutional legitimacy. That's what it is. Hostility towards Jews has always repackaged itself. So in 1870s, they said, oh, I don't hate Jews, I'm just anti-Semitic. In 2026, they say, oh, I don't hate Jews, I'm just anti-Zionist. So the vocabulary changes, but the target never does. And the strategy is working because parents hesitate before bringing their kids to services, congregants quietly quit, intimidation, causes smaller synagogues to drop programming if they can't secure funding for the security. So the opposition counts on tricking you. They are counting on this committee to accept a mislabeled product, intimidation marketed as free speech, a campaign of fear sold as political protest. So buffer zones are not radical. They've protected abortion clinics for decades. And George Washington promised the Jews of Newport, to bigotry, no sanction, to persecution, no assistance. And George Washington is right here, by the way. He closed with the prophet Micah, that said that every person shall sit under their own vine and fig tree, and none shall make them afraid. So council members, please vote for the buffer zones around synagogues and schools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for testifying. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Brianna Silberberg. I'm from Forest Hills, and I'm here today as a proud supporter and advocate representing Aunties and Friends for Liberation. I've come to voice my opposition to Speaker Menin's proposed bill, Intro 1A, regarding houses of worship and protests in their vicinity. I want to be clear that this is not an issue I take lightly. I'm a Jewish woman born and raised in this city, a former youth group president who has passed many a treasured hour within the walls of my synagogue. I deeply cherish the sanctity, solemnity, and safety of houses of worship. But just as sacred and special to me is the right to free speech. We must ensure that people have these rights to speech and, yes, to protest. And we must be vigilant in opposing any act that attempts to curb these sacred rights. I worry about the potential consequences of this bill. When a house of worship decides to host a non-religious political event, the public has a right to protest it if they so choose. To target that right is to fundamentally threaten the viability of free speech in New York. We must not let that happen. Please vote against this bill so the vibrancy that makes this city so great can continue unabated. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Kaiser. I'm the community organizer for the Alliance for Quality Education. I'm a parent and former NYC DOE teacher here to oppose Intros 1A and 175. Many Black, Brown, and Muslim students and families feel criminalized and in fear when interacting with the NYPD. Councilmember Dinowitz, in absentia, you took the reins of the Education Committee overseeing a school system consisting of majority low-income Black and Brown New Yorkers. Their visceral, mental, and emotional reactions when interacting with the NYPD will always be different than yours or mine. Immigrant families are already rightfully hesitant to send their children to school because of the threat of violence and abduction by federal agencies. Buffer zones will needlessly add another barrier they are forced to contend with before their child can access the education to which they're entitled under the Constitution. As a teacher, I've witnessed foundational educational experiences that would be criminalized by this bill. My middle school students organized a walkout to protest school shootings. Staff supported the action, and we incorporated it into our curriculum. Students leaned into their inherent sense of justice, raised their voices in protest, and in the process, learned the kinds of lessons you can't get from a textbook. Under this bill, according to Mr. Gerber, those kids could be subject to arrest. I am Jewish, and the goal of these bills is to prevent anti-Semitism and keep Jewish people safe, but existing laws address violence and hate speech. This legislation will only chill lawful speech, just like the buffer zone outside today dissuaded some people from coming inside to testify. And there's a co-sponsor of these bills who is repeatedly and publicly Islamophobic. There were supporters of the bill using hate speech, intimidating trans people trying to use the bathroom all day today. So I'm really not buying that this is about preventing bias and intimidation. If it was, you would have broader support. We can take steps to make schools safer for everyone by mandating anti-bias and anti-racist training for educators, increasing mental health support in schools, and teaching the truth about oppression and protest so students know how to stand up to hate and injustice. The knee-jerk reaction to limit expression and increase police involvement will...
Thank you. Thank you. I'll call the next panel of speakers. Eitan Steinbaum, Natalie Raquel Sanandachi, Jerry Kestenbaum, Eugene Major, Rabbi Yishak Deutsch, Tasnim Mowad, Isabella Abraham, and then the two people from Zoom, Jennifer Hirsch, Mala Kumar. I'll start with Jennifer. Jennifer.
Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, yes.
Good evening, Speaker Menin, Chairperson Salam, and council members. My name is Jennifer Hirsch. I'm a Jewish New Yorker and a member of Jews for Racial and Economic Justice, here to voice my strong opposition to the perimeter bills, which will not make any of us safer. I speak as a Columbia professor and one of 12 arrested at the February 6th action, calling on Columbia to reinstate its commitment to being a sanctuary campus, an action that would have taken place in the so-called frozen zone. It was probably not ideal for me to get arrested with a broken arm. My mom certainly wasn't happy about that. But we need to meet this moment. We need to face a rising tide of authoritarianism, and if we fail to speak up now, we may lose entirely the right to do so. We're coming up on March 9th, 1 year since the federal government piloted their kidnap first, ask questions later strategy by detaining Mahmoud Khalil because they found his constitutionally protected free speech distasteful. Our campus remains on lockdown, and so faculty and staff have gathered every Monday since April for a silent vigil outside the gates to protest ICE overreach and our own campus's silence about our detained students. Those vigils would be in the so-called frozen zone. Both on and off campus, actions taken in the name of Jewish safety have created conditions of danger. I have colleagues who regularly receive death threats. Threats which are largely regarded because they do not fit the narrative that all Jews are ardent Zionists. We need policies that will protect all of us in the city, regardless of religion or policies, not politics that pit some Jews against others. As the federal government seeks to silence protest in all corners, we need more free speech, not less. As a Jewish New Yorker, I need this city council to protect me and my fellow New Yorkers from the federal government's criminalization of free speech, not to add to it. Please do not support this legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for testifying. Mala Kumar, you may begin.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mala Kumar, and I am a concerned constituent in strong opposition to Intro 1A and 175A. These security perimeters will infringe on free speech, and they will not make our community safer, and they will leave most of the city off limit to lawful protests of all forms, including student-resistant forms like sit-ins, marches, occupations, and vigils. It will make Black and Brown students and families more vulnerable to criminalization, and they will not make our community safer. Let's be honest about this bill really is. It is a means of further silencing those speaking out about the inhumane treatment of Palestinians, suppressing advocacy for immigrant communities, journalists reporting on resistance movements, and enabling corporate interests to crush mass union labor organizing and sell stolen Palestinian land. This bill package is designed to protect a small group of people and disenfranchise the rest. We are seeing this double standard right here, where people are spewing hateful Zionist rhetoric and allowed to speak and take up space, while those speaking calmly against this bill have been subjected to name-calling, mockery, and intimidation. Giving the NYPD with broad, flexible authority to establish security perimeters around houses of worship and schools with no fixed standards, no clear thresholds, and enforcement left entirely to police discretion is not a targeted anti-hate measure. It is a blank check for the NYPD to violently suppress speech at their discretion. I'm also troubled by the speed at which this package is moving. The mayor's own law department has not completed its constitutional review, and rushing a vote before that review is finished is not decisive action. It is reckless and unconstitutional. I urge the council to reject these bills. If the speaker is committed to protecting New Yorkers from hate, there are ways to do that which do not empower the police to decide when and where political speech is allowed in the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for testifying. I will now go to the speakers in person, starting with my left.
Okay, hi, my name is Jerry Kesterbaum. I'm a businessman in New York. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I sat here all day. I'm 72 years old. This is a fascinating, this is why there's no peace in the Middle East. On this stupid little bill, this is like we are building skyscrapers of drama. Eric Dinergy commented earlier this morning that people were completely misunderstanding the bill. The bill has been gutted. It does not require 100-foot buffer zones. Michael Gerber from the police department under oath swore that this bill would not change their enforcement policy at all, that they already use buffer zones at their discretion. The bill that has been revised that you're all talking about simply requires the New York City Police to put together a plan of how, in situations where there will be injury or intimidation, they could deploy buffer zones to prevent it. propose a plan as to what they could do to prevent injury or intimidation. And under oath, Michael Gerber swore this wasn't going to affect anything that they do in person. So we've built this entire tower of drama over a very simple proposal like this. I think that it's unfortunate that Julie Menin and his bills got gutted. I think that we could have been arguing about, well, what should a buffer zone be? 100 yards is too much. Let's make it 20. Let's make it 18. This council itself maintains a very strict 18-foot distance between us and them. Anytime anybody approaches, the guards panic. Why? Because you want safety. Does that stop any of us from being seen or heard? No. So the city's requirement to be seen or heard can be met with it. So why don't we at least have an 18-foot buffer like you have?
Okay. Next speaker.
My name is Nalisa Andaji. I'm a Persian-American Jew born to Iranian and Israeli parents. On October 7th, I was at the Nova Music Festival in Israel. A lot of people will stand up and talk about what happened on that day, but I didn't just study it. I didn't just watch it on a screen. I lived it. I ran for my life for hours. I watched Hamas terrorists shoot people right in front of me. I survived. I was one of the lucky ones, but over 1,200 others were not as lucky. They were slaughtered on that day. I'm one of the few American survivors of October 7th. When I came back to New York City, the place I've always called home, I thought I would finally feel safe. I thought I'd be able to breathe again. But instead of relief, I felt tension, like my body was still in survival mode. I came home to angry crowds chanting in our streets, to slogans glorifying the very terrorists who carried out the massacre that I survived. Let me be clear about something. My issue has never been with the people caring about the innocent lives in Gaza. Of course, people should care about innocent life. My issue is with people chanting for another October 7th. My issue is with people celebrating martyrs who butchered, raped, burned, and kidnapped civilians. You can care about Palestinians without praising Hamas. You can want peace without glorifying the deadliest massacre of the Jews since the Holocaust. That distinction matters, and that is why leadership in this city matters. At a time when Jewish New Yorkers are feeling increasingly unsafe, we need concrete solutions to fight this hate. Because anti-Semitism in New York is not theoretical. It's happening in our schools, on our subways, on our campuses, in our neighborhoods. For me, watching protests that glorify October 7th forces me to relive that day over and over again. The city was supposed to be my safe haven, but increasingly, it feels like a place where Jewish trauma is minimized and Jewish fear is dismissed. We can't normalize calls for violence. We can't allow intimidation to become background noise. And we cannot treat anti-Semitism as just another political disagreement. Combating anti-Semitism requires leadership, it requires accountability, and it requires a clear plan. I'm not here as a partisan voice. I'm here as a survivor,
Thank you
New
for
Yorker, and a
testifying.
Jewish woman who feels safe in her own city.
Thank you.
Phil,
Next
if I
speaker.
could, I just want to make a comment to the witness. I just want to thank you for being here today and bearing witness to what you observed and were able to survive. Your words are the most powerful. I haven't been here all day. I was chairing my own hearing, but I really appreciate you bearing witness to the evils of Hamas and those that parade around the city claiming that they are Hamas. And a lot of people have said at various times, this is what this hearing is about, or that is what this hearing is about. That what you said is what this hearing is about. So thank you very much for being here and bearing witness.
Thank you, Councilmember Gennaro. Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Tasneem Mawad, and I'm a community organizer for Melika Safety Center, a Queens-based anti-violence nonprofit. I'm testifying today regarding Intro 388, which would finally provide a proper hotline for reporting incidents of bias and hate. In our grassroots work with the North African community in Astoria, we've seen a sharp rise in Islamophobia. Mothers in our immigrant women's programs share countless stories of racial slurs, employment discrimination, and physical attacks simply for having an accent or wearing a hijab. While families are concerned with rising violence, incidents go unreported because community members don't trust the system or can't access it, which isn't random and impacts the well-being of our streets, businesses, schools, and mosques. Growing up in a mainly white neighborhood, I was harassed, called a terrorist, a dirty sand bitch, got told I caused 9/11 and to go back to my country as someone born and raised in New York. And not only was I subjected to hate crimes myself, the mosque my own father founded was too. In 2022, the Islamic Crescent, a symbol of our faith that once stood tall and proud in front of the mosque, was lit on fire by a white supremacist. And now as Muslims, we are forced to live with the fear of not only our places of worship getting set on fire, but now our own selves, families, and community members too. No hotline existed back then, but one that can truly be accessible can now. To ensure this bill truly protects communities, I urge the Council to adopt the following amendment: the addition of anti-Muslim hate as a distinct reporting category. I also urge the Council to explicitly require compliance with NYC's language access law so the hotline is accessible in Bengali, Arabic, Urdu, and French for non-native Muslim New Yorkers to ensure equitable reporting and implementation. From a data perspective, this would allow us to understand the rising
Okay, thank you for your
scale of
testimony.
the challenge facing our community and
Thank you.
advocate for effective solutions. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Isa Abraham. I'm the program coordinator at Melika, an anti-violence nonprofit in Queens. We've worked with the communities most vulnerable to hate-based and gender-based violence across the city for over 10 years to empower them with safety resources, self-defense, bystander intervention trainings to protect and advocate for themselves and their loved ones. I urge the Council to amend Intro 388, meaningfully include Islamophobia as a distinct category, and I urge against Intro 175A that put resources towards video cameras and policed buffer zones. Let's instead invest in programs that meet people's material needs, promote social well-being, and build cross-cultural understanding and interfaith dialogue, such as our Islamophobia and anti-Semitism joint trainings, which we conduct with Jewish social justice organizations, addressing hate at the root. You've been asking for solutions. We have them. Are you listening? In facilitating self-defense and safety trainings in houses of worship, schools, shelters, low-income housing, and immigrant neighborhoods, we've seen an increase in reports of physical and verbal hate-based attacks. Women of color, specifically women wearing hijab, are consistently targeted on the street, in their workplaces, and on public transportation, but these incidents go unreported because, frankly, many don't feel the city takes anti-Muslim bias and other forms of bias, such as anti-Blackness, seriously. How can we expect to ask our communities to trust a system with a deep legacy of state and police violence against them? Or did we forget Win Rosario? Or did we forget targeting of mosques after 9/11? Start by adding Muslim hate, anti-Muslim hate, as a distinct reporting category. But we've also seen increased retaliation for speaking against hate-based bias. Specifically in my work with public school youth, I've seen students suspended for expressing their rights to a safe school environment. Muslim and other minority students have been violated, stripped of their rights, subject to intimidation, while this same school system fails to protect them from racist harassment, Islamophobic admin, and physical attacks.
Thank you for speaking. Next speaker.
Thank you for taking the time and staying here, members of the council. And I reiterate what the panelists down there said. I think and somebody, even a survivor of Nova, the Jewish community, we want peace among the Palestinians and Israelis. We want to get along with Muslims. We really do want to build bridges. We would welcome that. I'm a lifelong New Yorker. I'm a son of Holocaust survivors and victims of communist Hungary. I have here, tough to see, it's a picture of a little child, a kindergarten child, together with policemen with submachine guns and riot gear in front of the Ramaz School on 85th Street in Manhattan, in front of the Congregation Kilat Jeshurun, a synagogue. And the question is, my wife shows this to people, and they say, oh, he's giving cookies to the policeman. And people say, oh, how cute. My wife goes, what's wrong with this? And that's the thing. Why does a kindergarten kid have to be guarded by policemen with submachine guns? Something is very, very wrong. We feel some of the hatred in the room as well, some of the palpable hatred. On February 1st, Bret Stephens spoke at the 92nd Street Y, a Jewish Y uptown, and there was a protest outside. And I'll just play a couple of seconds for you of that.
Hey, hi, hello, please, you cannot do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
This woman was saying, you know, you genociders, screw you, that kind of thing. It was hateful, intimidating, horribly and threatening. So we need this legislation approved, and we support it. And thank you, members
Thank you.
of the
Thank you for
council.
testifying. You may submit your testimony to the council. It includes the video. Thank you. I would like to call the next panel of speakers. Jock Meckman, Colin Buckingham, Maury Brown, Ken Campbell, Capel, Rustin Barber, Eleanor Gross, Raul Rivers, Jeannie Bergman, Jasper Nathaniel in the Zoom, and Alex Malesia also in Zoom. And I'll start with Jasper in the Zoom. Jasper?
Unmute. Hi, can you hear me? Okay, great, thank you. I'm a Jewish New Yorker. Many of my ancestors were exterminated in the Holocaust, and I'm also a journalist who reports from the occupied West Bank. I want to just contextualize what the protests outside of certain synagogues are actually about. So in October, in a village called Termasaya, I was attacked by a mob of dozens of masked armed Jewish settlers. It's not an exaggeration to say I was running for my life, narrowly escaped with my life. I then filmed a Jewish settler clubbing a Palestinian grandmother unconscious and then standing over her and striking her twice more in the head as she lay motionless. Some of you may have seen the video, it went pretty viral. But here's the key thing. Those settlers had descended from a nearby settlement and are part of a coordinated campaign to terrorize local Palestinians in order to chase them off the land and expand their settlement. And the thing is, it's working. It's working really well because since October 7th, more than 80 Palestinian communities have been forced to abandon their land amid these relentless settler pogroms. Just last week, a Palestinian American teenager from Philadelphia was killed by a settler during one of these attacks. How many people here even knew about that? The pattern is remarkably consistent. Settler violence drives Palestinians from their land, settlers move in, and then the Israeli government retroactively authorizes their gains and integrates them into the formal settlement system. This is thoroughly documented in the Israeli press. And they are creating new settlements in the West Bank at a record-breaking pace, quite literally, and they have their eyes set on settling Gaza next. So just to spell it out, these settlement homes are built through violence and terror. They are unambiguously illegal under international law, and then they are marketed and sold at events hosted inside synagogues here in New York. So that is, in the most literal sense, direct material support for terrorism. And I believe that if there's anything New Yorkers should have the right to protest, it's that. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. And Alex? Alex on Zoom?
Good evening, council members. Sorry, it's hard for me to see exactly who's there on my screen, but my name is Alex Malesio. I am a Jewish New Yorker here in strong support of Intros 1 and 175 of 2026, introduced by Council Speaker Menon and Council Member Dinowitz to establish security perimeters around houses of worship and educational establishments. I want to frame my support clearly. This bill is not a departure from liberal values, it is defense of them. Liberalism, at its core, rests on two foundational commitments: robust freedom of expression and equal protection under the law. It protects the right to dissent, protest, and criticize, but it also protects the rights of individuals to live, learn, and worship free from excessive coercion and imminent threats of violence. These principles are not in conflict, they reinforce one another. New York City has long been a beacon of free speech. Peaceful protest is a constitutional right and an essential part of civic life. However, the First Amendment has never been absolute. The law has always recognized limits when speech creates imminent harm or intimidation. Liberal democracy depends on boundaries that protect pluralism and ensure that one group's expression does not extinguish another group's ability to safely participate in public life. In recent years, we have seen tensions turn into direct confrontations at the entrances of houses of worship. Families attending services have faced aggressive demonstrations at extremely close range. Regardless of real or perceived viewpoints held by congregants or protesters, it is reasonable to demand that belligerent parties should not convene within striking distance of their targets. Anyone who has witnessed protests and counter-protests firsthand can affirm that for decades, law enforcement officers have routinely separated parties to protect all involved. This bill does not ban protest, it does not silence dissent, and it does not discriminate based on viewpoint. Instead, it applies a classic time, place, and manner approach that allows protests to continue while establishing a modest and contextual perimeter to reduce the risk of danger or intimidation at vulnerable points of egress. The legislation appropriately gives New York
Okay,
City
thank
Police
you.
Department...
Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
I'm going to call for more speakers to the panel. Lena Moman, Peter Feld, Ariel Gordon, Jean-Pierre Segon. Okay, I'll start from my left to the right. Yeah, please begin.
Good evening. I want to start by saying very clearly, Israel is committing a genocide. It has been committing a genocide for 8 decades. Zionism is an ethnic and racial supremacist ideology that calls for and requires the extermination of my people, the Palestinian people. And it is the ideology that Israel is founded on and has been pursuing long before October 7th. People here have talked about how the stolen land sales are violations of international law, specifically Article 49 of the Geneva Convention, which prohibits the transfer of a population to occupied territory. I want to talk about how they're also in violation of local New York State fair housing laws and federal fair housing laws. In order for people to access these sales, they have to submit an application that explains their connection. You know, they have to swear that they're Jewish, they have to give the name of their shul and their rabbi, and then that person is called to make sure that not only are they Jewish, but they're the quote-unquote right kind of Jews. We heard many people who are in support of these bills today testify, engage in actual anti-Semitism, and use anti-Semitic slurs against other Jewish people who are anti-Zionist. So not only are the sales accessible in a discriminatory manner, but they are also selling land in occupied territory that by law is only available to Jewish people. Instead of this city council, instead of the mayor prosecuting and preventing these sales, under existing laws, we're trying to create new laws to prevent the protests of these sales. And there's a logical gap in the justification. Speaker Menon listed a statistic of an increase in anti-Semitism from Hillel. Hillel is a student group that's largely funded in large part by the Israeli government, and who they are by definition people who consider any speech in favor of Palestine to be anti-Semitic.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Next speaker.
My name is Colin Buckingham. I work in disability in the context of war and genocide. If the Park East Synagogue and other houses of worship were not holding land sales and settlement recruitment fairs in direct violation of international law and human rights, we would not be out here protesting. The semantics of the bill and its amendments fail to address the core of the problem, that houses of worship are being used to, at best, tacitly endorse and in reality enable crimes against humanity. The UN International Court of Justice has ruled that Israel's occupation of Palestine, including Gaza and the West Bank, are illegal under international law in a ruling handed down in July 2024. This includes settlements and the apartheid actions of blocking aid, food, and medicine. Therefore, it stands to reason that both the land sales and the settlement recruitment fairs would also be illegal under international law. I don't need a law to tell me that forcibly displacing people from their land is wrong, that Israel's ethnic cleansing, as agreed upon by the UN, Doctors Without Borders, and more, is wrong, that events enabling these atrocities should not happen at all, let alone in our neighborhoods. The bill in question limiting protests blatantly ignores the reason why these protests are happening in the first place. And with the US's long history of using houses of worship to enact harm to indigenous and black communities, this latest iteration, though unsurprising, is beyond immoral and should be treated as such. Protesting these atrocities is not only our moral imperative, it is upholding international law, laws that our mayor has claimed to want to uphold per his declaration of arresting Benjamin Netanyahu should he enter New York City. It is our constitutional right and duty to protest crimes against humanity, whether foreign or domestic, and limiting our right to protest at all, let alone protest events which again are an direct violation of international law, is a slap in the face and an infringement on our rights that are supposedly inalienable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for testifying. Next speaker.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to everyone here. My name is Rustin Barber. I'm a visitor from Cincinnati, Ohio. My host family are Sephardic Jewish Lower East Siders. Protests need to be peaceful and kind in plan, words, and tone. Human beings have the right to peacefully protest on public streets and ought to in front of hospitals, first, public schools, synagogues, churches, mosques, and government buildings. Criticizing the nation of Israel is not anti-Semitic. The quote-unquote Israeli Defense IDF is not defending anyone. It is the IOF, Israeli Offensive Force, and is a terrorist entity and needs to be dismantled immediately. Namely, the governments of the United States, Germany, United Kingdom, Italy, France, and India, the lying, thieving, rapist Europe, England, Britain, United Kingdom, New South Wales, Australia, United Colonies of America, United States of America, are the biggest global terrorist entity, and guilty parties deserve no mercy from true defense forces against global colonial industrial military land grab intimidation agendas and ICE. The Native Americans are the Palestinians of the United States, and the African Americans are the Native Americans. To my understanding, under law of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, all residents deserve the rights to stay where we are. No residents deserve power or running water. The national and corporate authorities and national and corporate allies are people complicit in centuries of genocide, and it keeps escalating. My first Quran teacher explained the violence Israeli settler genociders did to his Muslim and Orthodox Christian childhood neighbors and family, and his story was not an isolated incident. For Palestinians, this has never been a religious conflict and never will be a religious war. It has been over 70 years of struggle against colonialism. Sadly, most Jews, Christians, and Muslims have been misinterpreting their scriptures to justify colonial violence and have a perverted understanding of Solomonic sciences and law.
Thank you for testifying. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Jean-Pierre Segan. I'm an Episcopal priest serving in Queens. I'm here to oppose Speaker Menon and Council Member Dinowitz's proposed bills around places of worship and educational facilities. As others have mentioned, these land sales are not only illegal locally, nationally, and internationally, they are also ethically horrendous. Uprooting a people from their home systematically is a grave violence. There are young Palestinian Christian theologians I have spoken to who think of their people as the olive trees that the occupation in the West Bank also rips up and burns. I have seen firsthand the violence inflicted by the state of Israel in the occupied West Bank, by the violence of settlers, and I continue to follow the situation there as it deteriorates. This is a situation of genocide. I speak as a faith leader who cares for and nurtures a faith community, and also as a faith leader who finds her home in organizing. And I say I find God's presence similarly in the sanctuary and in the streets. The streets and the sanctuary are both sacrosanct. The right to protest, secularly defended, I also defend theologically. This is a right defended by folks like Lucy Parsons, Emma Goldman, John Brown, Nat Turner, and it is about justice.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Raul Rivera. I'm a native New Yorker, and for the record, I have no phobias. Chairperson and members of the committee, I am here to express my concerns about Intro 0001-2026. This bill is a Band-Aid on a fatal wound, and it won't protect anyone. If we do not identify the true enemy, I urge our elected officials, including Speaker Menon, to be bold and call out Mayor Mamdani's actions for what they are, anti-Semitic. When our mayor says, we came here to remake this state in the image of our people, that is not a call for unity, but a call for a takeover. We won't be silent. We will fight for our city and identify the true enemies. If you cannot do that, then you are the enemies of the Jewish people, New York City, and America. The people hold the power. I believe in freedom of religion. The Constitution grants that. However, Islam is not a religion. Zohran Mamdani is a raging anti-Semite, hater of America and Israel. And for the record, God bless America, Donald Trump, ICE, and the NYPD. Dr. King stood with Israel, free Iran, and fuck Palestine.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Excuse me, it's my turn. We've listened to you all day. Thank you. My name is Ariel Gordon. I'm a New York City resident, a mother, and a member of the Jewish community. I live 3 blocks from Park East Synagogue, and while walking home from dinner one evening, my husband and I unexpectedly encountered the protest blocking 68th Street from Lexington to 3rd Avenue. I want to share what that experience felt like from the perspective of someone on the ground, as a neighbor, as an activist who simply walked into it. And I also want to mention that it is very intimidating being one of the sole non-keffiyeh wearing members here today. Hearing this in the background is something that I'm very attuned to, and it's very, very intimidating. What I witnessed on the day of the Park East protest was not just political protest. The atmosphere was loud, emotionally charged, confrontational in an incredibly hostile way. And although barricades and police were present, the impact did not remain contained to one block. Protesters were spilling onto surrounding residential streets, continuing chants and confrontations that carried into what is normally a very quiet neighborhood. That night, I became newly aware of the large Jewish star on my ski hat. It was a cold night. I found myself wondering whether that made me even more visible as I walked home. Regardless of anyone's political views, houses of worship should not become environments where congregants feel hesitant to enter. The proposed buffer zone recognizes this balance. It protects the right to protest while also protecting the right of New Yorkers to practice their faith safely and freely. I ask the council to consider what this feels like on the ground and to support protections that allow all communities to gather without fear. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
I would like to call the next panel of speakers. Jane Paley, Kunza Amin, Amy Wagner, and from Zoom, Christopher Leon Johnson. Christopher, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, can
You may
hear
begin. You may begin.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, sorry about that. I'm at a gala. Sorry about that. Hello, my name is Christopher Leon Johnson, and I am here to show opposition to this bill. And the reason I'm showing opposition to this bill because this bill is nothing but a blank check to the NYPD to do what they want when it comes to police and protests. People in the city council need to be transparent and say that the people that was out there standing next to Julie Min this morning at the press conference all get discretionary funding. So of course they're gonna be for the bill because they don't want to lose FY27 discretionary funding. And Eric Dinowitz being a record to admit that he's the son of Jeffrey Dinowitz, and Mrs. Sarah Salam is the mom of Yusuf Salam. So of course there's gonna be a big interest in supporting this bill because family involved. But I want to make this clear that I support Israel. I love my Jewish people, but this bill. This last minute amendment of the bill does not help Jewish people or anybody. It doesn't help anybody at all. And I'm calling on Zohran Mamdani, our mayor, to veto this bill when it gets to the desk. If we want to get vetoed, it dies. And I'll make that clear. Like I said, I support freedom of speech, and I understand we need to be protected, the Jews and the Muslims and everybody be protected. But this bill is a waste. It's one of the biggest watered down bills of 2026. And I support Julie Min. I wanted to succeed, but she messed up. She messed up in the end. But that's all I gotta say. And God bless you. And yeah, I'm against these bills, and I hope these bills die in the city council. I'm not for this bill. If it had a number on this bill, I would support the bill 100%. But there's no number. It's like giving a blank check to NYPD to do what they want to do, and does not help anybody at all. This is nothing but pay to play. What's going to happen in the future if the bill get passed? If the bill will get passed by the city council, it's going to be pay to play. But I got called Madani, our mayor, to veto this bill and let it die. I'm for free speech, but this is a disastrous bill. So thank you so much, and sorry about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your time
Thank you for
expired.
testifying. I would like to start from my left. You may begin.
Hello, council members. My name is Kunsa Amin, and I'm here as a member of the Crown Heights Tenant Union, as well as the Union of Pinnacle Tenants, both autonomous tenant unions by and for tenants and our struggles. Speaking on behalf of the CHTU's Palestine Solidarity Working Group today, and with the backing of our larger union, we wholeheartedly reject any version of the establishment of so-called buffer zones or any limits on our right to protest near places of worship and educational institutions. Even as these bills stand, which is to say that they exist at all, would implement immense restrictions on our constitutional rights to free speech and assembly, given the high density of educational and religious spaces in our communities, and effectively criminalize protest in much of the city. As tenants, we know the power of protest intimately. We have organized rallies to insist on our neighbors' rights to electricity and heat, to protect our neighbors from the violence of eviction, and to demand safe housing. Protest is a crucial tactic and a necessary forum enabling our neighbors' voices to be heard. The two proposed bills seek to undermine our collective power and consequently allow for the perpetuation of violence and theft from our communities. We reject this. Under the guise of combating hate and anti-Semitism, when violent behavior near places of worship is already prohibited by law, these bills further endanger our neighborhoods. Laws like these have time and time again led to the over-policing and brutalization of our neighbors, particularly our long-term Black and brown neighbors. Emboldened by these new restrictions, the NYPD would be able to further target those with dissenting opinions and stifle needed voices of opposition. Moreover, the establishment of any kind of buffer zone or any kind of amorphous protest control at educational institutions and places of worship would constitute direct attack on the growing movement for international solidarity with Palestine. These have been key sites of protest and organizing against the ongoing genocide. In addition, sales of stolen Palestinian land are often conducted at synagogues. The stakes are high. Bills like these would empower further sweeps and lead to attacks on neighbors fighting for reproductive justice.
Thank you for testifying.
As somebody with a landlord who is investing in Israel, I
Next
reject
speaker.
these bills wholeheartedly.
Good evening. My name is Benyamin. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, and I'm here to testify in 100% support of the two bills. We're not talking about what's going on in the Middle East. We're not talking about what's going on in Gaza. We're not talking about what's going on in Israel. We are in a New York local law. Local law means that Jewish people and any group of people have a right to peacefully gather in a church, a synagogue, or a mosque without having their lives threatened. Now, there's been discussions about Jewish people possibly selling so-called fake Palestinian land. I am a Zionist Jew. I am a proud New York Zionist Jew. I do not believe that the Palestinians have legitimate claim to any part of Eretz Israel, because long before the Palestinians existed and long before the Christians existed, King David lived in the Jewish sacred land in 1000 BCE, thousands of years before Muhammad was created and thousands of years before Jesus lived on this planet. So the Jewish people have a better claim to the Holy Land than any Palestinian, Muslim, or Christian. Therefore, Jews have a right to sell any land in any country at any time in their houses of worship because they're not violating any federal law. No state law or no federal law is being violated by any Jew selling any land in Israel, England, Great Britain, or New York, nor is any New York state law. So I challenge any of the critics here to cite in the Code of Federal Regulations that prohibits Jewish people, Christians or Muslims, from selling Jewish land in a mosque, a synagogue, or a church. So I would hope that this council remember that we're speaking about local laws protecting religious people in houses of worship. That's it. We're not concerned about what's going on overseas because that's not the jurisdiction of the
Thank
city
you for
council.
testifying. I missed your name. Can you repeat your name again?
It's Benjamin or Brian Magden from Brooklyn.
Brian Mac. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dr. Jane Paley. I urge you to reject Council Speaker Menin's unconstitutional bill that would task the New York City Police Commissioner to create and enforce buffer zones around all places of religious worship, and Councilmember Dinowitz's similar bill for all educational institutions. That includes healthcare training hospitals. I am a native Jewish New Yorker, a psychologist, and a parent from a family that includes Holocaust refugees and survivors of pogroms, people that did not survive those incidents. I grew up in the late 60s and 70s in a New York City that was infused with the liberation and anti-war movements of that time. My formative understanding of what it meant to be a Jewish adult that I learned in Hebrew school included the right and the responsibility to protest injustice and speak up for human rights. I was taught that questioning and dissent are essential Jewish values, critical for a healthy, ethical society. I learned that all institutions, even the most seemingly altruistic, are vulnerable to corruption, racism, and greed, and that we as citizens are required to remain vigilant and hold them accountable. Protest is an immediate form of communication that transmits information and airs truths that otherwise remain hidden. The highly restrictive buffer zones that would effectively block much of our city from protests at the discretion of the NYPD are proposed at a moment when an authoritarian government is wielding anti-Semitism as a bludgeon to silence free speech, creating exceptional protection for some Jews and exceptional criminalization of Palestinians and those who advocate
Thank you for testifying.
Palestinian rights.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Amy Wagner. I am the founder and co-director of the Yaya Network, Youth Activists, Youth Allies. I'm here to speak in opposition to this package of bills, especially Intro 1A and 175A. Activism in and around schools and houses of worship have been powerful catalysts for social change. Think of the ACT UP actions at St. Patrick's Cathedral at the height of the AIDS crisis, the anti-war and anti-apartheid actions on campuses across the country throughout the years. If this bill is passed, it would stifle these activities. The Yaya Network is an organizing hub for youth ages 15 to 19. Over the years, our young people have been repeatedly confronted outside of schools by school administrators, school safety agents, and NYPD, and told that there was no right to free speech on our public sidewalks near schools. When told to move, one of our young people was arrested for not moving fast enough. As a result of our lawsuit, Yaya Network v. NYPD, the right to protest on public sidewalks in front of schools was reaffirmed and codified. And since then, we have made these court documents available to other organizations and the public who wish to exercise their First Amendment rights in public spaces near schools. I'm going to skip a bunch of this. Students are already trying to learn in schools where there are more police than in the entire Seattle and San Francisco police departments combined. Their communities are heavily over-policed as well. Police perimeters around schools will not create safety. It will only further criminalize our young people. Even if these bills pass, they will most certainly be vetoed by our mayor and could never stand up to a court challenge. I therefore urge you to set them aside and focus instead on ways to truly combat racism, anti-Semitism, and hate.
Thank you. At this point, I want to do a room check. If there's anyone in the room that who signed up to speak and who believe that we missed you, please fill out a slip, and then I'll call you. Thank you. Next, I would like to turn to Olive Harbor on Zoom. Olive?
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Olive. I live on the Upper East Side within Councilwoman Menin's district. I'm speaking in opposition of this bill package. I live in the neighborhood that facilitates the illegal sale of stolen Palestinian land to prospective settlers, using synagogues as a shield, so when the community protests these events, accusations of anti-Semitism can be weaponized against them. I'm well aware of the context these proposals emerged from, and it is by no means because some people had a problem with Jews going to worship in a synagogue. It is a context of Zionist pressure that is only interested in preserving the state of Israel, with no genuine regard for the safety of Jewish New Yorkers. If the sponsors of these bills are concerned about Jewish New Yorkers, these bills will only harm them further. Jewish New Yorkers and all New Yorkers will be harmed by the suppression of their freedom of speech. Places of worship and educational facilities are everywhere in the city, and this bill will effectively criminalize dissent and protesting. These bills, if passed, will only encourage the NYPD to further target Black, brown, queer, and trans New Yorkers who are disproportionately victims of police brutality. It will endanger Palestinian, Arab, Muslim, and Jewish New Yorkers who stand in solidarity with Palestine, further criminalizing such a stance and legitimizing this violent state repression these groups face. Also, these bills will lead to the further criminalization of abortion justice activism as well, who have Black and brown women, queer and trans New Yorkers at their forefront. Again, populations who have been disproportionate targets of the NYPD's brutality, particularly the unchecked violence of its strategic response group. Councilwoman Menin, who has claimed to unequivocally support the right to reproductive care and abortion, is opening the door for abortion activists to be brutalized with these bills. Finally, at a time when the federal government is severely curtailing civil liberties, abducting people from their homes, schools, and places of worship, the City Council should be doing everything in its power to protect New Yorkers and their First Amendment rights. If ICE happens to arrest someone within the buffer zone under this new legislation, could priests, parishioners, or anyone who tries to stop the arrest be arrested themselves under this law? I urge the council to support New Yorkers.
Thank you for testifying.
by rescinding
Thank you.
these bills. Thank you.
Israel Peskowski on Zoom. Israel? Peskowitz. Apologize. Israel?
The co-host unmuted me.
Yes, you may begin.
I'm not Israel, but I'm happy to make my statement. Can I give you my name?
Yeah, sure. Please do.
So my name is Karen Bale.
Okay, please begin.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. I am here today because something has gone deeply wrong in our culture. It's showing up at the doors of our houses of worship. This is not just about Jews. It's about hatred towards anyone becoming acceptable. And we have to be honest about how it's showing itself right now. Jewish New Yorkers are being harassed at synagogues in the United States because of events happening in Israel. And that should alarm every one of us. Why are American Jews being blamed, confronted, and intimidated for geopolitical decisions that they do not make and do not control? We keep hearing the same argument that opposition to this bill is about international law and land policy. But if that were truly the concern, then protests would be directed at governments, courts, or institutions, not at synagogues, not at families that are walking in with their children, and certainly not at Jews who have never lived in Israel, never voted there, and have no authority on what land is sold or bought. Most of the people making these accusations have probably never even been there, yet they feel entitled to scream allegations of the worst crimes at Jewish houses of worship thousands of miles away. And this is not justice, this is scapegoating. It's also not a First Amendment issue. That protects speech. It doesn't require us or tolerate intimidation and harassment at the doors of sacred spaces. Proximity matters, and that is why the city already recognizes zones. But we need to start protecting dignity, and we need more safety. So I strongly support this bill, and I look forward to celebrating it when it's passed, not as a political victory, but as a moral one. And let me be clear that this bill is not a fix. If we're seriously thinking about combating hate, we have to do more in our schools, our campuses, public discourse. We have to teach empathy over ideology and kindness over outrage, humanity over blame. Social justice without compassion is just cruelty. And we need to stop hating everyone. We need to start choosing compassion, and we shouldn't have to scream all day for safety. Jews should not have to, and neither should anyone else.
Okay, thank you,
Nobody should
Karen.
be
Thank you for
afraid
testifying.
in a free country.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does Israel Peskowitz plan to testify? Karen? All right, guess not. We'll go to the next Zoom speaker, Ali Afifi. Ali? You may begin.
Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate your time. As a proud New Yorker and yet another descendant of both Holocaust survivors and victims, I first want to say for the record that from the river to the sea has been a phrase used by the ruling Israeli Likud party for 50 years, and that intifada simply means shaking off. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising during the Holocaust was an intifada. It does not in and of itself mean anything about violence toward Jewish people. Lastly, as a Jew, Jewish houses of worship would face no opposition if they weren't used to lobby American funding for Israeli war crimes and facilitate land sales in Israel. To act like they have nothing to do with one another is as disingenuous as it gets. Scattered chants are not an excuse to provide cover for international law violations and to strip away our rights. And people accusing you of genocide shouldn't upset you more than the genocide itself. If you're appalled by chants and intimidated by kafeyas, imagine how angry you'd feel after decades of people burning your farms and attacking your kids and elders with sledgehammers. With that said, I reject these bills for failing to target the root cause of the question protests, which is using synagogues as shields to sell stolen Palestinian land, abusing anti-Semitism to silence and criminalize anyone who rejects Zionist violence, and screaming bloody murder over protests and words, but doing nothing about the material violence that's being protested. The insidious, ahistorical, and deadly conflation of protest against reprehensible Zionist actions with a hatred for all Jewish people will only guarantee the ongoing slaughter and subjugation of Palestinians while increasing hatred for Jews. And this has been the playbook of the Zionist lobby for half a century or more. These dynamics reflect New York City's excruciating complicity in Israeli apartheid.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
Shiri Gibson, you may begin. Shiri, you are unmuted. You may begin. We'll go back.
Sorry. Thank you.
Please begin.
Good evening. Good evening, all council members of the Committee to Combat Hate. My name is Cherie Gibson. I'm a proud New York City public school parent and a public education advocate. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in opposition to the 5-point legislative and funding package focused on education, protecting schools and houses of worship, and resources to confront hate. I want to start by saying I appreciate the council's intention to take on hate in our city. That work matters, but I am deeply concerned that anti-Black and anti-immigrant hate are not named anywhere in this package. I'm choosing to believe that was an oversight, not intentional, but in this moment, those omissions send a harmful message. We cannot fall into what I call the oppression Olympics or the hierarchy of pain that's being pushed nationally. Instead, I ask that the council build on and strengthen existing laws and community work rather than creating new ones that could cause harm. Most importantly, let's protect people, not just buildings. My written testimony has responses to some of the other bills in the package. My comments now are in response specifically to Intro 001 and Intro 0175. I have to ask, when has a buffer zone ever stopped hate? I save you time, never. Through history, it has never been police actions that changed hearts or minds. It's always been truth, education, and love. These bills would take power away from school and faith communities, the very people who know what safety means for them. They prioritize property and distance over people. Real safety happens when communities are engaged, informed, and connected. As a Black Christian woman, mother, I know harassment intimately, unfortunately, from these many identities. So I do not take what others have shared about their real fears lightly. However, the majority of the harassment that I face comes from police and men. So tell me, how does
Thank
the
you for
buffer zone
testifying.
protect me at church and schools from the agents who will define the
Thank you,
protection?
Sherry. Okay. Yes. Israel Peskowitz, you're back online. Are you there?
Hear me?
Israel.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
First, before we begin, I'd just like to comment on the irony of how quite a few people testifying earlier today called themselves free speech activists.
Israel, please direct your comments at the committee, not at the audience.
To silence others.
Please.
All right. I am here live from Kew Garden Hills. I am standing right in front of the synagogue that was protested at. There is a synagogue. This was the corner where the pro-Palestinian protesters stood. This is the corner where the pro-Israel protesters stood. Other than that both sides were being illegally kettled, the cops did an excellent job of managing the event. My point is, this is where our protest is. It looks nothing like 92nd Street. Every synagogue, every church, every house of worship is different. You cannot have one rule that fits them all. On top of that, you might like the police commissioner right now, but there'll be a new police commissioner eventually, and you might not like these decisions they make. The council should put guardrails on this bill to ensure that there is a buffer zone wide enough that people can get into a synagogue or other house of worship unmolested, but also that B, protesters are allowed to be close enough to the house of worship that the people they're protesting can hear them. Thank you very much, council members, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. At this point, I want to switch back to in-person. I would like to call on the next set of panel members: Michael Loeb, Alania Daniels, Chauncey Young. And I'll start from the left to the right.
Good evening. I'm Elena Daniels, Executive Director of Transformative Schools. TFS creates spaces where our children are safe enough to learn. Moving towards opening a full-day middle school, we've operated a pilot after-school program where students ages 9 to 15 from every borough have learned for 3 years. My trans students wear hijabs and kippah, t-shirts and dresses, and lots of friendship bracelets. They're joyful and silly, and they're really hungry for a snack. My trans students are also afraid of the bullies in their classrooms and in the White House, afraid of losing their health care, and afraid of a shooting at our after school because Moms for Liberty posted about us on Twitter. They're also afraid of our school board members, Community Education Council 2. Backed by billionaires, Place NYC has spent years building power in the district, across the city, in this room, by pushing policies that deepen school segregation, attacking Black parent leaders, putting Jewish kids in danger by weaponizing false accusations of anti-Semitism, and demonizing students who write op-eds against spending billions of our tax dollars on weapons to kill Palestinians. 2 years ago, they also tried to ban books and passed a resolution attacking trans kids. We've been organizing since then, and I'm going to skip a bunch, and after 18 months of dancing hot to go in the Macarena, 18 months of being called slurs, we won. We also brought over 10,000 people to rallies in Union Square. Leading these actions has reinforced time and time again that state actors disproportionately punish Black and brown, trans and queer, disabled and immigrant New Yorkers. At CEC2 meeting after meeting, council labeled us intimidating and threatened us with arrest because we danced, blew bubbles, and ate cupcakes. One time, they even threatened to arrest me for killing a cockroach. While I think that everyone in this room can agree that we want all New Yorkers to feel safe, those of us who oppose these bills know that spending our tax dollars to empower rank-and-file armed guards to decide who is intimidating will not make New York.
Next speaker.
Makes sense that I'm one of the last speakers because if there were no ethno-religious, nationalist, supremacist events, there would be no protest outside of religious houses of worship. So there really is no need for this legislation. And also, appropriately, ethno-religious supremacist is not a protected group among the 25 that were listed. My name is Michael Alon Loeb. I'm here as an educator, a Jew, an anti-supremacist, a Brooklynite, and a frequent participant in public protests to offer testimony against the proposed legislation. It's unnecessary given existing protections and will be used to shield nationalist bigots and target unpopular speech, particularly in solidarity with Palestinians. I choose to use my time this morning establishing my standing. I'm the son of a Jewish refugee from Nazi Germany whose life was destroyed by anti-Semitism and eventually committed suicide based on that. I grew up going to Zionist summer camps, visited Israel 4 times before the end of high school. Upon graduation in 1991, I lived in Palestine as a Zionist volunteer for 10 months. I've not returned since 1992, and I will not until Palestine is free. I'm a lifelong educator, having served in New York City public schools for 15 years. Most recently was a professor at Brooklyn College. Over the past 15 years, I've participated in many protests, including at an illegitimate land sale at the synagogue in Brooklyn, at the Park East Synagogue in Manhattan, weekly vigils across from a public elementary school in my neighborhood. And I have had many encounters with undisciplined, overpaid, over-equipped, and often politicized NYPD protest suppression agents who take it personal. And I have had many verbal and 2 physical confrontations with some of the supremacist bigots in this room.
Thank you.
Who called
Thank
me
you
a
for
capo,
testifying.
Sonder Commando, had my yarmulke ripped off by them. Those are anti-Semitic.
Next speaker.
Good evening, council members. My name is Chauncey Young. I'm a Highbridge Bronx parent and resident, and I'm the director of the New Settlement Parent Action Committee. In a few minutes, I'm going to bike back to the Bronx when this is all done. For nearly 30 years, PAC has organized for educational justice and immigrant rights. We stand here today alongside many organizations to urge council to reject 1A, 22, and 327. There's been a long history of protest in schools and religious institutions in New York City and across the nation to address injustice. The largest civil rights demonstration in the United States remains the 1964 school boycott, Freedom Day, organized to end segregation in New York City public schools, with nearly 500,000 students boycotting school. On this subject, we still have a lot of work to do. As of today, New York City remains the most segregated public school system in the United States, 72 years after Board versus Brown of Education ruling of 1954. We agree that every student congregant deserves to feel safe. However, safety is not found in buffer zones or expanded NYPD presence. For many of our families, including our brown, black, and immigrant families, more policing does not equal more safety. It equals more fear. These bills risk chilling free speech and creating a climate of repression that mirrors the very oppressive federal policies that we are being championed by the current Trump administration. We clearly saw pro-Palestine college students, activists targeted for deportation. By prioritizing enforcement over engagement, these bills move us closer to a surveillance state in places where our children should need to feel the most free. Anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, it is undeniably true that Jewish, Muslim, and immigrant families have faced a rise in hate-motivated attacks. New York City is hurting and divided, but we cannot police our way out of prejudice. Instead of investing in barriers and policing, we call on council to invest in community building. We need culturally responsive and implicit bias training for all school staff and city employees.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying.
I'll share
Thank
the
you.
rest.
Yes.
I appreciate you.
Yes. At this point, I want to thank everyone in the room for signing up to speak. It's we had over 239 speakers today, that's more than 8 hours of testimony. Thank you for waiting. At this point, we have several Zoom speakers on Zoom. I would like to call on Maun Soyedola, Smitha Vargas Milich, Amina Ali, Yehuda Miller, Ariel Weinshanker, Joseph Akiba Van Leeuwen, and Kat Green. We'll call the last batch of Zoom speakers after this. Maun, are you there?
Yes.
Yes,
Thank
you may begin.
My name is Maung Saidullah, and I'm here representing the Muslim Community Network. First, we are thankful to the Council for updating the Intro 388 to explicitly include the Islamophobia and anti-Muslim hate, and for strengthening language access provision. That inclusions matter. Naming harm is how we make communities visible. This is an important step toward equity. As this bill moves forward, our focus now is implementation. A hotline is only as strong as its accessibility and community trust. No New Yorker should need to speak English to report a hate incident. We encourage the Commission to ensure that language access is not symbolic, but fully operational with trained staff, culturally competent outreach, and real-time availability in at least the city's top languages. We also urge ongoing engagement with impacted communities to ensure reporting is safe, confidential, and trusted. Many immigrants and visibly Muslim New Yorkers are hesitant to report due to fear of misunderstanding of the government system. Outreach must be proactive, not reactive. Data transparency will be key. Clear quarterly reporting on anti-Muslim incidents alongside other categories will allow the Council and communities to respond quickly to the threat. We appreciate the leadership shown here today. With a strong implementation, Intro 388 can become a model for equitable hate reporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Smitha Varghese Milich.
Hi, good night.
You may begin.
I'm a Queens resident. So it's been really unsettling watching so many majority white people today testify and leave out the actual reason why New Yorkers were aggressively protesting outside both synagogues. We found out it was illegal settlements, and it's also unsettling seeing grown-ass white men talking about fairy tale kings as justification to illegally sell land. How embarrassing. The Speaker's bill in particular covers all religious places to combat all forms of hate. Yet today, the only death toll that was cited by council members, 100 Israelis who were killed on October 7th, 3 years ago. The white woman named Karen, just before me, talked about dignity. Dignity for whom, Karen? Nothing has been said today about the more than 70,000 Palestinians who have been killed since October 7th. Today, the new council leadership is overwhelmingly proving what we've seen across this country, this alignment with MAGA that has someone like Vicky Palladino sponsoring your bills. We're seeing how Zionist feelings and comfort levels are more important than Palestinian lives. I'll also add that you have Irina Vernikov on there, on the bills, who's the same grown-ass woman who cowardly brought a gun to a college campus to intimidate students protesting the genocide. How pathetic. Of course, we do not support anti-Semitism. No one should hit you or touch you on your way to worship. But if your place of worship is hosting racist, violent, illegal activity, you lose the moral ground. Your mental peace is not our priority. Your discomfort pales in comparison to the actual modern-day Holocaust that the rest of the world is seeing in Gaza. Israel is embedded with far-right genocidal psychopaths. Netanyahu's a literal war criminal. You want to make Jews feel safer? Stand with New Yorkers, New York Jews, and otherwise, and so much of the rest of the world when we demand Israel to stop committing an illegal occupation and genocide in the name of Judaism. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Amina Ali. Amina.
You may begin.
You may begin.
Good evening, council persons and constituents of this body. My name is Dr. Amina Ali, and I'm proudly born and raised in the People's Republic of Brooklyn. I am a mother, a grandmother, a proud Gulf War veteran, and the founder of the Federation of International Gender and Human Rights. I am here today to speak in strong support of the proposed Islamophobia-specific amendments, including 2022, 2026, and to urge this commission to recognize that combating hate requires not only solidarity in language, but competency in who is important and what is seen as a priority. I want to begin with a moment that illustrates the policy gap we are here to close. On the very day that a local mosque was subjected to hate attacks, a member of the Interfaith Center of New York, an institution that represents the moral architect of interreligious cooperation, accepted an award from MCC during the Muslim American Heritage Month, yet did not speak a single word in defense of the Muslim community under assault. That silence is not a personal failure, it's a structural failure. It reveals what happens when institutions are committed to interfaith proximity, but yet have not developed the literacy, training, and the accountability to confront Islamophobia in real time. Interfaith presence without Islamophobia competency produces symbolic inclusion, but operational absence. Because the data is clear, anti-Muslim hate is not episodic, it's systemic, racial, and increasing, it restricts civic participation, limits access to employment and education, and reshapes how Muslim New Yorkers move through public space. When institutions are designed to stand in moral solidarity, yet are not equipped to name and interrupt said harm, the burden falls back onto the very communities that are already targeted. The City Council has already established a 5-point framework to combat anti-Semitism. The Islamophobic proposals does not compete with that model. It actually completes the very promise of equity.
Time's expired.
Thank you. Thank you for testifying. Yehuda Miller?
You may begin.
Yeah, hi. I know it's late, so I'll be very brief. I'll try to be under the 2 minutes. First, I would like to say that I would like to testify in support of the package to combat hate, in particular the proposal to create a buffer zone around houses of worship. I want to thank the council for considering this proposal and for your support in these very challenging times for the Jewish community at large, and in particular the Orthodox Jewish community, who are visibly Jewish and therefore obviously more vulnerable. I'd also like to point out, specifically with regard to places of worship and their safety, that throughout history, houses of worship have often been among the first places attacked when hate and bias rises, whether as a precursor to heinous acts of hate or through more subtle forms of targeting, such as discriminatory laws. Religious institutions have repeatedly been singled out when hostility rises. That history is precisely why the federal government back in 2000, with historic, anonymous, bipartisan support, and with no objection and on consent, both the House and Senate passed the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, known as RLUIPA, to address the targeting of religious institutions through land use regulations. The need for that law reflected recognition that places of worship are uniquely vulnerable to discrimination and interference. And unfortunately, we continue to see that when hate rises in the communities, targeting of places of worship remain a common practice. When hate rises, history teaches us that places of worship are targeted. I support any measure taken to protect them. Thank you for standing up for the safety and dignity of all New Yorkers, including the religious community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ariel Weinschenker. Ariel?
You may begin.
You won't let me speak. They won't let me speak. I'm here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, please begin.
What today's discussion has divulged into over the past 4 hours of people in masks repeating historical stereotypes is an example of the very real need for the City Council to step in to combat hate. Voluminous, innovative, urgent action needs to be taken immediately. I have been inside of an actively protested synagogue that does not engage, nor does it support land sales or whatever other accusations are being used to validate hateful behavior, often being called protesting. While I only moved to New York City about a decade ago, my grandfather was born at a public hospital in Lower Manhattan in the early 1900s and grew up in Manhattan with his immigrant parents like his wife. It was this community that gave him the foundation to achieve the American dream, enable him to go to college, have a quality career, and raise children and children of their own to have freedom to choose their own futures. I wouldn't find out until years later that he and his wife would lay the foundation of customs forever, tying me to the Lower East Side's vibrant Jewish life of the last century. It was the combination of this local Jewish community and access to New York City programs that provided that led to his accomplishments. Regardless about how you feel about the people or beliefs of the people in the building, we all have the right for the freedom of religion. I am glad that my grandfather isn't alive to witness this conversation, although I doubt he would be surprised to see the impact of social media rotting the brains of so many people into believing warped ideas about people who appear to be different from them. The visible and palpable growth of hate over the past 10 years supporting terrorists has been disgusting to experience, and I've even seen it going to the grocery store in Lower Manhattan. This isn't about freedom of speech. It is about hate, and it's about religious freedom. New York City is typically a role model for the country in terms of how to properly treat people. Please take advantage of this and lead. I demand that this madness ceases and New York City leads the nation in codifying strong legislation, ensuring that hate speech stops being protected.
Time is expired.
Thank you for testifying. Joseph Akiba Van Leunen.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Joseph. I'm a fourth-generation Holocaust survivor. My late grandfather was born into a beautiful house in Scheveningen, Netherlands, And after that home was seized by the Nazi occupiers, it became the office of a Dutch real estate company after the war. See, during and after the Holocaust, the homes of dead and displaced Jews became the property of white Gentiles. And today, the synagogues where Dutch Jews like my great-grandparents used to pray are now museums. And seeing the remnants of Jewish culture in Europe felt like walking around in my own graveyard. That's why I'm frankly sickened to see my neighbors following in the footsteps of this history through the sale of stolen homes belonging to Palestinians, homes whose living owners are survivors of the barbaric and un-Jewish system of Israeli apartheid. It directly violates the meaning of never again. This is not a religious activity, it is ethnic cleansing, and whether it's planned in a government chamber, a business backroom, or a synagogue, it is a crime against humanity. What's shameful is that rather than responding to this blatant violation of the law and human rights, the committee has completely ignored it. What 1A proposes is to make people like myself into human shields for an apartheid regime and mission whose connections to the United States and New York City governments are, by the admissions of testifiers, purely secular, political, and financial. Just like how orgs such as the ADL do in refusing to condemn Nazi salutes, but persecuting college students whose families are victims of the Gaza genocide. This legislation privileges Zionist organizations with preferential use of potentially lethal force while leaving working-class Jews in collective responsibility for the actions of the multi-ethnic and interfaith cartel looting Palestinian land. And it's absolutely appalling that our tax dollars are being wasted on what the NYPD itself is basically calling a lawsuit factory. If the council is serious about combating hate, start by addressing the criminal financing of ethnic cleansing taking place in New York City.
Thank you for testifying.
Rather than attacking those braver than yourselves who
Thank you.
protest against it.
Kat Green. Kat, you may begin.
There we go. Good evening. My name is Kat Green, and I'm the founder of Endora, a nonprofit that provides security consultation to human rights organizations. My work began with protecting abortion facilities and expanded cross-movement to support any organization that's targeted by hate groups due to the significant overlap in players that target vulnerable communities. I'm here to express my opposition to the proposed buffer zone bills around places of worship and educational facilities. These bills target free speech and the right to protest, but perhaps more importantly, they do not provide any novel protection to the organizations they claim to support and may put them at greater risk. Places of worship are already protected by both the FACE Act and hate crime laws, and historically, inhibiting free speech around dissenting opinions contributes to conspiratorial thinking and promotes violent rhetoric and actions against marginalized communities. And as we've seen in the case of the Freedom of Access to Clinic Entrances Act being disproportionately applied to inhibit free speech and freedom of the press in Minneapolis, any legislation passed to protect an institution needs to be looked at critically in how it can be misused to provide cover for authoritarian motives. In fact, existing frozen zones in New York have actually facilitated the harassment of people trying to access reproductive health care. These proposals accelerate the escalating national criminalization of dissent and would compound the abuse of existing legislation, which on a national scale is now being weaponized to prosecute protesters and journalists. In 2021, ACLED released a study that showed despite equal levels of peaceful protest activity, demonstrations in states pursuing new legislation restricting protest already face higher levels of police intervention and force relative to other states. The study also flagged concerns that legislation might be aimed at suppressing racial justice activism. There's already documented and widespread use of excessive force and uneven application of the law by law enforcement against protesters, and it's a fair assumption that any new legislation would not be applied evenly. I urge all City Council members to vote against these bills.
Thank you for testifying. The next panel of speakers in Zoom, Catherine Wolf, Shannon O'Neill Fonesca, Shira Kadim, Cindy Gorn, RNXXXX, and then Jean O. Catherine, you may begin.
Yes. Thank you. Catherine Wolf. The KKK do not gather at the door of the First Corinthian Baptist Church to scream, "Kill blacks." If they did, Black New Yorkers would get a buffer zone. No gangs yell, "Arabs out of Mecca," at the door of the Islamic Cultural Center. If they did, Muslim New Yorkers would get a buffer zone. But as Jewish New Yorkers try to reach the doors of our synagogues, we must run the gauntlet of mobs screaming for our death and destruction. Give us a buffer zone. This bill makes officials more accountable if they don't. Jews are not just a minority in this world, we are a micro-minority. That our safety and our dignity are up for debate in New York City is disgusting. Only hypocrites and bigots will vote no. But pro-Palestinian rallies have another problem. They are anti-Black. Mr. Simon Deng gave testimony today. Mr. Deng is a living victim of the Arab slave trade. There's been zero reckoning with the horrific Palestinian Arab racist enslavement of Black Africans. Justice now for Jews and also for Blacks like Mr. Deng. Vote yes and go to abeed.org, ABEED.org. Thank you.
Thank you for testifying. Shannon O'Neill for NESCA. Shannon, you may begin. Shannon?
And thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Shannon O'Neill Fonseca. I'm a Latina organizer with the Healing Center Schools Working Group and the Parent Action Committee. Councilmember Manning, I live in the Upper East Side in District 5, and I'm speaking today as your constituent in opposition to this legislation. As an education organizer, I work alongside families navigating racial and institutional harm every day. I stand firmly against anti-Blackness, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, xenophobia, and all forms of bigotry. Student safety is non-negotiable. However, safety cannot just mean more enforcement. Real safety protects rights and ensures that in responding to harm, we are not actually causing more harm. We already have laws that address harassment, violence, and intimidation. Harmful conduct is already prosecutable. The question is not whether hate should be taken seriously, it absolutely should. The question is whether expanding enforcement authority is the right response. I also continue to hear that these bills are not intended to cause harm, but intent does not determine impact. Policies are experienced through enforcement. And enforcement in this city has historically fallen disproportionately on Black, Brown, and immigrant communities. This is not my opinion. It's well documented in NYPD enforcement records, and this is a reality that can't just be ignored. When discretion expands, disparities expand. If safety is truly the priority here, then we invest in our communities and in our schools. We invest in healing-centered and restorative practices. We invest in mental health supports, and we invest in real community accountability, not broader police authority. For these reasons, I urge you to oppose this legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for testifying. The next speaker, Shira Kadem. Shira?
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, just 1 second. Thank you. It's been a long evening. To all concerned parties, my name is Shira Felberbaum Kedem, and I want to thank you for providing me with this brief opportunity to address you all. I'm first and foremost a lifelong New Yorker. I was born and raised on the Upper East Side. My parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents were all born and raised in New York City. I'm also a proud Jewish American and active member in a wide range of congregations and other forms of New York City-based Jewish life. I'm speaking here now to share my wholehearted support for the proposed buffer bill, which seeks to ensure the safety of people taking part in houses of worship and schooling, irrespective of one's beliefs and background. I'm speaking here now exclusively as an individual and not in the capacity of any of the specific organizations I'm affiliated with. However, it's noteworthy that I previously worked for a number of years as a synagogue consultant for 6 distinct congregations in the 3 boroughs across multiple denominations. I currently work as a licensed social worker supporting those living with dementia and their care partners, and in this capacity, I routinely engage in Jewish outreach, which brings me into multiple Jewish organizations to speak and facilitate meaningful conversations. My connection to the proposed legislation is deeply personal. Park East Synagogue, the Schuler congregation already discussed multiple times this evening, is the synagogue my husband, daughter, and I walk to, pray in, learn by, and socialize at just about every Shabbat throughout the year. Additionally, my daughter is a student at a local Jewish day school. Presumably, those participating in this convening understand that the U.S. government is predicated on the essential nature of various checks and balances. The proposed buffer legislation package seeks to address the absence of a practical scaffolding that ensures the safety and well-being of all religiously minded New Yorkers. The genesis of these bills seems to be predicated largely on the threatening circumstances that unfolded on the evening in question. Okay, a yet to be highlighted aspect of that night at Park East Synagogue is that the building happens to have multiple entrances, one of which is literally adjacent to a police precinct, yet the response from the police.
Your time is
Thank you.
expired.
Thank you for speaking.
Thank you.
Shira Kadem? Shira? Oh, that was Shira. Okay, Cindy, go on.
You may begin.
You may begin.
Thank you, City Council, and thank you to the participants. I'll be brief because I'm trying to put the children to bed. It's surely been a long day. I'm speaking here today as a parent and as a healthcare provider, but I mostly wanted to draw attention to a school in Gaza. Without Border School is a school that was established a year and a half ago to serve primarily orphans of the genocide in Gaza. The children there receive meals, they receive speech therapy, they receive all types of education, and they are receiving this education in tents. They've been forced to close several times, and this is all because of the genocidal violence that's been occurring at the hands of the state of Israel and the United States. I'm not here to debate hate, because hate is an emotion and a feeling. I'm not interested in talking about hate with a body that was established in a country that is the epitome of genocidal white supremacy itself. We are sitting here on this land because of the actions of colonizers, so it's no surprise that our city council members are supporting genocide elsewhere. However, I do think it's our duty to act as best that we can, both in the system and outside of it, to protect our children and especially to protect people who are targeted by the actual literal violence and death and murder that is existent by the NYPD, the prison system, and by overseas genocides occurring in several countries in the world at the hands of the United States. When I talk to my children, I don't talk to them about hating other people. I talk to them about struggling for those who deserve to live. I do not tell my children, don't hate other people. I tell them, don't harm other people. Lift people up who are in struggle, and always root for people who need protection from
Thank you.
forces.
Thank you for
of power.
testifying.
Thank you.
At this point, I want to, Gino, is Gino online? You are unmuted, Gene. Okay. All right, I'll ask Gene to submit your testimony online. Right now, I would like to do a final check of the room. Please raise your hand if you sign up to speak and we missed you. Anybody? No. Okay, being the no speakers, I'm going to ask one more time in Zoom. Please raise your hand in Zoom if you sign up to speak and we missed you. Nope. All right, being that no other speakers, this hearing is adjourned. Thank you all for coming. Get home safe. Thank you.